Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome back to the Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit. Welcome back for 2024, and you join us for round number 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. My name is John Ratcliff. I'm going to be taking you through the action today, and I've got someone alongside me who's here for the very first time at Whilton Mill. It's Mr. Adam Reid. Adam, how are you this morning?
Hello, John. It's good to be alongside you, and I think it's going to be a really, really exciting day of racing. Of course, Whilton Mill is one of the drivers' fan favourites. It is such a well-known, iconic circuit in the karting world, and I'm very, very excited to be here alongside you, commentating on all this action here.
There's going to be lots of action here today, and as you say, a very well-known circuit, 1,200 metres in length, 12 turns, a couple more turns today, well, not only for today, for this season and the future ahead. Of course, the elephant in the room as such for this weekend is the new Sector 3 of the circuit. We've got a couple new corners at the dying moments of the lap. Certainly an interesting addition to Whilton Mill.
Yeah, definitely. They're gonna throw a little bit of a challenge to our drivers. They've already been out there for their warm-ups, for their qualifying sessions. There've been a lot of testing in the last couple of days, so be aware that that is going to be coming into play. But it looks like the weather is going to be pretty nice for today. It should clear up later on. But you see there all the people out there at the hangout there. And I think it's going to be a really top day of racing. They're all with a really good view of the entire circuit. And there you can see, there it is, that chicane.
Yeah, there indeed it is. There are the final few sections of the corners that, as you say, the drivers have now had a bit of experience getting used to over the last couple of days of testing. But as you say, weather seems to be okay so far. A little bit surprising. It's not been so lovely the last couple of days, but it's brightened up here for the first round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club, which we can't always say. Usually around March time, it can be a little bit off and on in terms of the weather, but luckily it's holding out for us today, and I think some drivers will be very happy about that, but I'm not sure as to whether... we've spoken to a few drivers, some mixed emotions about the last corner. What I didn't ask them was how they preferred it between the wet and the dry conditions, because a lot of the testing that we've actually seen at that last corner has been in the wet so far. So maybe some other challenge coming in now it's dry, possibly.
Yeah, definitely. It will very much differentiate, and there will be a different dynamic when you come into that corner, whether that be dry, whether that be wet. And I'm sure we will be seeing some wet races later on in the season. But for sure, this is going to be very intriguing seeing how drivers take it. We have already kind of established there will be no kind of overtaking. You can see that the tyres were almost right over that apex curve, so it's kind of stopped the drivers bouncing over. You may have seen a couple of them in our content here at Alpha Live, that a lot of the drivers have been bouncing over that curve. And that's not what we want. We want to try and create that last corner to be a lot safer. We had that giant mountain. One of my friends, I don't know what everyone else calls it, but one of my friends called it Mount Everest. So that's kind of been got rid of. But we'll have to see how that new chicane kind of implements the racing and takes the role.
Yeah, we'll see how that all plays out through today's racing. Lots to stick around for, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go anywhere. It does look like we've already got the drivers in the dummy grid for our first race of the day. But just before we go to the sting for that, when we see them exit the pits, we'll talk you through the grid. A couple of things to mention, of course, streaming back for the entirety of 2024. We lost sort of half of the season last year in 2023, but all that is agreed for this season. So we'll be here streaming all 8 rounds for you. I think I'm at all but 2, and I think Adam's at all but 1 of the rounds this season, so you're going to have to get used to us in your ears, whether you're here at the Whilton Mill Kart Circuit or online enjoying the action at home. You're going to have to get used to us, I'm afraid. And another little thing, a big shout out to the Alpha Live crew and everyone at Whilton Mill. A fully new CCTV system set up at Whilton Mill as well. So that's going to bring a lot more fairness as well for the drivers. Whilton Mill now have a full stewarding team, able to use those cameras for camera clerking and to make sure that any incidents happen out on track. It's all fair and all just to the drivers, and everyone enjoys their weekend of racing. So that should all make it even more enjoyable at the Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, it's one of those really iconic circuits. A lot of people come to maybe test or maybe even drive rental karts. But yeah, you'll see a lot of familiar faces within the racing world. I've been doing my research as well. I've seen just a lot of the F4 guys, the ones that are driving those single seasons. A lot of drivers that have been on the Tonka package at this moment in time have raced around this circuit. They've been on the... They have been in this championship as well. So it's incredible just to go through the history and see all those names. And yeah, my goodness, are we going to be seeing some hot shot talent out there and really trying to prove their worth and hopefully make it into the racing world and hopefully see them in a good couple of racing cars in the next couple of days.
Exactly.
A couple of years' time.
Exactly, yeah. Lots of big names, but looks like we're good to go then for the first heat of the day. We've got our Junior Max heat number 2 coming up next. Now, for our Junior Maxes and our Senior Maxes, we've got such huge entry lists for this weekend that we have got split grids. We're going to have a B final for them later on as well. But coming up first, I think anyway for race 12 is actually C versus D for Junior Maxes, if I'm not mistaken. I think A versus B has already happened yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So I think our first heat of the day is for the C versus D. So let's go then. Adam Wooden and Victor Hansen will line up on the front row of the grid with Zane Quecker and Harry Bartle on row number 2. It's Kai Beach and Luca Magli on row 3 with Shane Tandaria and Joshua Turnbull on row number 4. Ironman Bansal and Charlie Cox will round out the top 10 on the grid with Kai Clark and Harry Cameron just behind them. Sorry, Henry Cameron on there on row number 6. It's Benjamin Baker and Jack Baker. The 2 Bakers are there on row 7 with Lucy Wielden, Miles Roby, Ollie Ortu, Ollie Meek and Ollie White. Then Ryan Gandori rounding out the top 20. I can't even make it through the gold grid here. Luckily, I think there's a false start to kick off the day, so I can continue on. 21st on the grid is Dexter Collins. Then there's Katrina E there on 22nd place. Then Ethan Hatch, Will Archer, Luca Mann, Vlad Tomanchuk, then Jensen Hinchcliffe, Daniel Callahan, Oliver Vaux, Autumn Hansford and Omar Cindy, the 31st of 31 runners in this. But as I say, we've got split grids for this. Still 31 drivers on the grid here for your first heat of the day. I think you could say it's quite oversubscribed this weekend at the Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Yeah, definitely. We do like our massive grids, as we can see. It's very different from what I've kind of been used to, you know, the Rye House Endurance kind of championship. So I've been there for the last couple of times. So I'm kind of used to just a slow, nice endurance kind of feel, but now I'm going
yeah, you're in for a wake-up call today, Adam.
Oh yes, I very much am. I've been trying to prep for this as much as I can, but you don't really get any prep until you're straight into this, and for sure this is going to be a massive grid, a massive cluster of cars just heading towards those first couple of corners, of course, Oblivion and Crook, so very intriguing to see how they're doing. A couple of Tony Kart cars, they're just making their way toward the front of the grid and really having to warm up the tyres, make sure the brakes are good. And they make their way out the final corner, and we go racing for the first time in 2024 in toward the first couple of corners, and it's the number, I believe, that's Adam Wooden out in front, but they're just trying to find the rhythm, find the way up they head up the hill towards Christmas Corner.
Indeed, yeah. Lots of drivers moving over to the inside there, covering off that early overtake, because in these short, sharp heats, you've got to make up those positions nice and quickly, and already some drivers going for a move there. Down at Ashby, that was a couple of DHR drivers going side by side in the middle of the pack. Some contact right near the back of the order there. There's a move for second place, so down the inside goes the number 73. That's Harry Bartle, who's had a good start there. 4th on the grid, now finds himself in second place, but here they come down into the boot then. Coming to the end of the first lap of racing here, at least on the Sunday, for round 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and there are your first live stream shots of the final corner at Whilton Mill as the drivers fly through. But as we expected, all line astern through those last couple of corners.
Yeah, absolutely. There was no bother trying to make a move. It would just risk your whole entire race. You do not want to be doing that within the first minute of this race. So they're going to take it nice and calm, nice and clean, as they head their way up towards Christmas once again, turning it through the right-hander and just trying to build the momentum on towards Ashby Hairpins. You can see that the rears, a couple of rears there just coming out there with the rear locking of the brakes, sending up the inside there. But this battle for the lead might be happening. Oh, that's a good move there from the number 73, and up into the lead goes Harry Bartle.
Great lay dive to the inside there, wasn't it, for Harry Bartle? He's made a good start already off this one. I was saying you need to make those moves quickly in an 8-minute heat, but within the first minute and a half, he's taken it from 4th to 1st as Harry Bartle, so he's putting himself in a good stead for the rest of the day. Of course, we've already had Junior Max racing across round 1 so far, but that would have been Groups A and B yesterday. This is the first race of the weekend for these drivers, and they're already going at it. Harry Bartle's got to the front of the field, but Adam Wooden certainly isn't being dropped there in second place, really wanting to retake the lead of the race, but along he's dragging with him, how many's that, 5, 6, 7 cars, a short break, and then pretty much the rest of the field joining him.
Yeah, definitely. You really just start bunching up in that braking zone, but Harry Bartle really just controlling it out in the lead there. He just got to try and keep Adam Wooden and Zane, the number 44 kart in P3 just in behind, but they're through the boot once again and onto that new section. Still the drivers still having to get used to that, just knowing that they have to keep to the right-hand side, flicking into the left and back to the right for the final corner, and really just starting to find the rhythm now.
Indeed. Harry Bartle seems seemingly getting in a good rhythm with it, though. He's starting to just break that toe as there's a move for second place. Zane Quecker goes down the inside in the background, as well as that Joshua Turnbull, who's managed to sneak through as well. I think it was potentially Kai Beach as well, following him through this top group. All still very feisty with over 5 minutes to go, but it's Charlie Cox in 10th place at the moment who's taken the fastest lap of the race. A 47.4 for the moment, as they're all still going side by side on the exit of Osiers, heading down into the final sector now. It's all getting very scrappy. Through tries to follow, I think that's the 21 of Victor Hansen who's squeezing through. But again, crashing through that curb through the last corner, and onto a new lap they go.
Yeah, really, Victor Hansen there really getting his muscles out, so really having to be really tough in there. And that is the number 20 of Joshua Turnbull trying to make a move here on Wooden. So Wooden's starting to head down the field now. He's starting to take a little bit of a tumble, so I'm not sure if he's just not quite got the race pace. He definitely had the qualifying pace. He was well up there, but unfortunately he's not found that pace to try and convert it into the race. But you can see that trio group of karts with the number 21 of Victor Hansen leading Luca Maggi and Shane Chandiara, and really just trying to make a move somewhere. But it's not going to be in this section, John.
No, seems unlikely for the moment anyway. All drivers still trying to work it out. We've seen from the content from Alpha Live that at least in the rental carts, you seem to be losing about 2 seconds, I think, compared to the old lap. So a little bit slower, but that also slightly changes your trajectory through the first couple of corners as well, just to where you're braking, where you're reapplying that throttle to then head up towards Christmas Corner. More moves in the background. Then Shane Chandari is moving his way up through the order nicely in that sort of secondary pack then. And we follow drivers down towards Ashby once more. Again, these are your heats for the day. We'll then move on to the finals later on, and all this is setting the drivers up for good starts in the final, because how it's all sorted is your finishing positions in the final and your finishing positions in the heats and in the qualies is then all amalgamated together to give an average position. Then that's all jotted down for the final, and that sets the grid for the all-important races at the end of the day. Slightly longer as well, 10 minutes plus a lap in length, those finals later on, and that's where you're getting your points towards the championship tally. You're getting that all the way through the day in the heats as well. You're getting even more in the final. That's where it all counts, and that's when you get to take home a little trophy for yourself as well, which is always nice, Adam.
Yeah, it's always nice trying to take back a bit of silverware back home and just place it on your cabinet, maybe above your sim rig that you may have at home. But yeah, a good couple of cents there into Ashby Corner. So really just trying to make those moves wherever possible and to try and add up to those championship points. So they're going to be really important come the latter stages of this championship series. A couple of moves being made there, and cheeky, I think that was a very cheeky send, as you said there, John, in towards the boot there. I didn't think that was an overtaking opportunity. I was having a look at the circuit this morning and just thinking, is that going to be an actual overtaking opportunity, or is everyone just going to really just get fired up and start getting really frustrated that they're not being able to make a move? But it does seem like these drivers are making it possible, and that is very, very confident feeling.
Indeed, it was Charlie Cox slipping past Shane Chandaria we saw there through the boot. So we know that was an overtaking opportunity in the old section of the circuit as well, getting that slower entry into the boot to then get them on the exit. So that's still an opportunity. You just now got lesser time to get it back on the inside, get that move done before you come up on this left-hander and then quickly into the right-hander as well. But here are your two leaders. Still Harry Bartle leading Zane Quecker, and now Harry Bartle sets the pace for this one. 46.77 for Harry. Looks behind him as they head towards Christmas Corner. Knows he's got a nice little gap. But again, drivers wanted to get as far up the order as they can to set themselves up for a good final later on. But equally, not really going to be seeing any crazy moves as of yet in these heats. We've seen some cheeky ones already, don't get me wrong, but no last lap dive bombs I don't think we're going to see just yet. We'll have to wait until the finals later on for that. But again, that's probably where the lovely James Fitzhugh CCTV camera system will start to come into play later on in the finals. So we'll keep an eye on that. Of course, things to update you on as well. If you want to keep up to date with all the timing, all the results that are going on, live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC, and also results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. That's where you can find all of that over on the interwebs. But keep up to date with all the action here on the live stream throughout today. It's going to be fantastic. 45 seconds left to go in this first heat of the day then. And only by about 6/10 now is Harry Bartle leading this one. There was a very late move to the inside from the 207. That's Luca Magni through on Shane Chandaria as well. So Shane, we saw get a few positions early on in this race, just slipping down the order in the latter stages of this one.
Yeah, definitely not ideal for Shantari. He wants to be making those positions, but Magni with a really, really good move there in towards Christmas corner. So for sure, that's going to be a nice move up for and more points up for grabs there. But that is the 44 of Zane Kwekwa, who's trying to make maybe a move or maybe a gain on Harry Bartle. He has taken the fastest lap on the last lap, so that's very confident feeling for Kwekwa. But I don't think he's just quite got that gap. 6/10 between him and Bartle. So I don't know if they're going to have enough time on this final lap of this race. But look at this gaggle of karts. They're just trying to make their way through Crook and, of course, up the hill towards Christmas they go. And you can really see that they're really bunching up, looking up the inside there. The 75, I believe, got overtaken in all of that. So pretty much a slam dunk. And just putting that car on the inside, and as soon as that happens, you've kind of got the position just to try and keep it in control.
Exactly, yeah, that was Will Archer making the overtake on Henry Cameron there. That was for 16th place. This little train currently led by Benjamin Baker. I think his kart is denoted by the 32 on the kart, but on our timing, it's the 1-3-2. When Harry Bartle came through last time, there was about 3 seconds on the clock, so he did squeeze another lap out, but onto the final lap they go then. And although on that previous lap, fastest lap was taken by Zane Kwekwa, it was only 200ths quicker than the same lap by Harry Bartle, and Harry Bartle's now got even faster, 47.63. Now the pace set by Harry out in front. That gap's been extended to over a second now when they crossed the line last time around. So I think Harry, barring any huge mistakes and upsets through this final section of the circuit, has this one pretty much set up to be stolen away. He heads through the boot now to complete the first heat of the day. A little bit stuck behind a slightly slower driver, but I think he's got enough of a buffer here that means Zane Kwekwa won't be able to catch him, and Harry Bartle takes the first win of the stream season for the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. Zane Kwekwa and Joshua Turnbull were the ones that rounded out the podium, but it seems like there's been an issue on the last lap for Jack Baker in the 152. He dropped down 4 or 5 spots there on that last lap, down into 13th place, so something going wrong there for the number 152. It was Adam Woodham and Luca Magni who rounded out the top 5 in that one. Shane Tandaria, Victor Hansen, Charlie Cox, Kai Clark and Kai Veach rounded out the top 10. But a very good first Whilton Mill Kart Club race of 2024, but slightly more subdued than maybe what I'm used to at Whilton Mill Kart Club. I know it's your first introduction, Adam, but we can usually see some quite crazy races at Whilton Mill. So that one, nice relaxed start to the morning, I think.
Yeah, I think that was kind of needed for me to try and get into the swing of things, because I know I'm probably going to be shouting left, right, and centre. There's a dive bomb, there's a move here, but yeah, that was kind of a nice one to get involved there. But Harry Bartle there is your winner, a really commanding race there, and Zane Kwekwa also in second place there, just completing the completing the podium there. And really, really good stuff. So they're all heading off into the paddock, just going over everything and trying to get a bit of feedback as well. So they'll go over. Do they have data, John? Do you know if they've got any data?
Yeah, they've got data on their steering wheels. They'll have a Micron 5 or something similar that gives them the lap time data, and they can study their GoPro onboards and all things like that. But we're currently getting our first look at nose cone watch for 2024. The drivers come in through the pit lane, and we have a lovely member of staff to double check as to whether they've got a nose cone penalty. Of course, to remind you, if you haven't watched karting for a little while, these front nose cones, if you make too much of an impact onto something, whether that's the rear bumper of another car, a tyre wall, whatever it is, the front nose cone will drop down, is what they call it, aka it gets pushed in. That gets double checked here. If you have that pushed in, it's a 5-second penalty to add to your total race time. So not ideal, but I think we're done and dusted then for Junior Maxes. We're going to head straight on to our heat number 1 for our Rotax Micros and IARMY Cadets.
So on to our cadet. So it's going to be a very, very exciting race. I think the IMA against the Rotax Micro. So very interesting to see what they're going to be like. And of course, there is the starting grid. Mixed Million Abart in pole position ahead of George Swire, with Harry Ratcliff ahead of Elliot Travis, with Max Jolly there in P5. Austin Oman ahead of Charlie Page, with Luke Millwood ahead of Harry Barber, and then Dewey Hogridge in P10. Archie Rogers-Tyler in P11 alongside Finley Bees on the 6th row of the grid. Then it's going to be the 7th row with Oliver Dawson and Esme Rosie, with Harry Knight and Joseph Davis on its 15th and 16th. Dimitar Uzunov in P17, followed by James Dervu in P18 with Harper Das and James Roots in 19th and 20th. Then it's going to be Chester Fawkes ahead of Alfie Davidson, with William Crombie ahead of Alessio Salas, with Reggie Chandler, Mason Hibbert, Henry Algar, Harry Chapman, Philip Mpatu rounds off the 29 kart grid. That was a bit of a mouthful, just trying to pronounce all those names. That was, of course, my first time, but I did all right.
It's a difficult one. Yeah, let us know in the live chat, guys. If we pronounce any names wrong, just let us know. We're trying our best. We've got very British tongues here, I think, as well, between myself and Adam. So
yes,
we're trying our best to get the names up. But if we get them wrong, just let us know in the live chat. Now, of course, this one, split grid for today. We've got the Rotax Micros who are going to be in the first grid for this one. Then you have a slight gap back to the IARMY Water Swift Restricted. Now, a couple of names definitely to mention in this one. Maximilian Abrahart in the Rotax Micros. He was the championship winner last year. Seems to be doing a pretty good job so far this year, on pole for this one by over 0.3 of a second. So Maximilian still very, very quick. We've got Max Jolly lining up on 5th place for the Rotax Micros. Of course, Mini Lando Norris heading out there on circuit. I worked with him quite closely thanks to Kart Sim. So it's been a lot of fun. Lovely kid. See how he does in this one from P5. Then also looking down to the Army Water Swifts, Chester Fawkes, Bambino champion, I want to say, for last year, has moved up into the Water Swift Restricted. Interested to see what he can do. And Harry Chapman there, it's a bit interesting to see him down 28. So what's that? Water Swift start from 20th. So 8th, 9th on the grid there for Harry Chapman. He was your Bambino champion in the British Kart Championships last year. So he's also made that switch up to the Water Swifts. Interesting to see how he does. But here you can see the split grids between the Rotax Micros and the IARMYs. It looks like the Rotax is all ready to go then. To the tram lines they go, and they've not got a false start. The older drivers need to watch these chaps and ladies. Off they go then round the first part of the lap. And we head up towards Christmas Corner. 2 by 2 they come. And here then is the secondary pack. The IARMY Water Swift Restricted. They get their race underway as well. So we're gonna have to have eyes in the back of our heads for this one, watching 2 different packs of karts. But off they go then, over the start-finish line they go, and it's James Roots from the pole position who's taken that one. There's been a bit of an incident though in the Rotax Micros ahead. Couple of drivers off down at Ashby, but again, difficult to see where to look here, Adam, because there's 2 races going on at the same time, effectively.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a bit of a square eye kind of race there, because of course, like you said, 2 races at the same time, so it's going to be pretty difficult to try and pick out who is who. But
hey, there was a move through the last section of corners. That's the first one we've seen so far, side by side through the left hand. I didn't see who it was in our Rotax Micros. Anyway, someone is off at our Rotax Micros. We'll see on the live timing who is dropping down the order. It looks to potentially be Harrison Barber, who has come off down at Ashby there and isn't able to get the kart restarted. So sad to see the number 21 seemingly already out of this race.
It's not ideal to try and it's not ideal to retire there. So of course, very, very early on. So it's very, very unfortunate there for the number 21. But of course, there's always time to try and reevaluate and know where you went wrong, and then be able to come back from that. So for sure that that'll be something that will be attempted to try and rectify for the next round.
Well, one driver was something very, very flappy on the edge of their helmet. I don't know what it is though. In 5th place at the moment in the Micros, which I think is actually Max Jolly, who's there in 5th place. I think something potentially a visor sticker or something has come off and is flapping around there at the front of the field. No, that's our Water Swifts who are heading around that part of the circuit. So potentially it's Mason Hibbert who has that slight issue to the helmet. Hopefully not enough to cause a meatball flag, because I know you can get a mechanical failure flag for something wrong with your suit and helmet. If your helmet isn't done up, you obviously have to get called in the pits for safety. So something like that could cause it. Nothing yet, but we'll keep you updated.
Yeah, for sure. It will be. It's not ideal to have one of those, so for sure, make sure everything is kind of done properly just before that race. But very interesting so far just to see how this race kind of pans out. And just seeing those 2 different cars, it's kind of strange to see how you're seeing this one race happen here and another one happening at the other end of the circuit. But that is a manoeuvre at the back there, so I'm not quite entirely sure who that is. That looks like the 26 there.
I think this is Elliot Travis, Max Jolly and Charlie Page potentially having a little battle. It was Elliot Travis getting through on Harry Ratcliff. So this is for third place in the micros at the moment.
Okay, so that's kind of a note to kind of think about. So already heading up into Christmas, and that is a big old move there up the inside. Jolly. Max Jolly, really, that's a decent move there. Just puts up the inside. A pretty late move for someone to kind of react to.
That was the driver with the loose, whatever it is, on their helmet coming into the pits. So hopefully, I mean, if it's an easy thing of just ripping it off, they can just head straight back out of the pits and get back underway. But I think potentially, actually, thinking about it, the dummy grid's going to be full of the next class that are heading out. So there's going to be no way of him getting through back onto the circuit. So I think with a mechanical flag there, you're out of the race, and that's no point.
Oh, we'll have to see if that is the case at this moment in time, but I'm sure he'll be back in there. We'll see if that I believe it was the 333 kart that was stuck in there through the chicane.
You're right, yeah. It was Mason Hibbert.
That's not ideal whatsoever. But Maximilian Eberhardt currently out there with the fastest lap, leading the race by almost 2 seconds. That's a really, really good time to have as we see this cluster of karts. I believe the Waters heading through the Christmas corner. And I think I spotted a nice Nigel Mansell-inspired helmet there.
Very cheeky. That's got to be worth a few tenths at least. Cheeky move down the inside, then late move under brakes there down at Ashby. I have a feeling like this might be the back of the micros. We've got the 87 at the front of this pack. Yeah, this is Mr. Rogers Tyler. Archie, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Archie Rogers Tyler there. Currently in 11th place, just battling down in the mid-pack of the Rotax micros. But we look forward here back to the 16. And this is Elliot Travis. He's got through now on Austin Oman for second place. He's going to be the closest challenger trying to chase down Maximilian Eberhardt, but it might be a little bit too little too late already in this first heat of the day for these young guns. Because as you said earlier, Maximilian Eberhardt, what pace he's had already in this one. He is indeed the reigning champion in the Rotax Micros, and he's showing why he won that championship last year. 53.74, 2 tenths faster than anyone else out on circuit, and that's actually the fastest laps of both Elliot Travis and Max Jolly, 2nd and 4th respectively in this one.
Yeah, it's going to be ideal for Eberhardt. As he said, the champion last year, so he's really proving why he's going for it again. So he wants to go and get another championship there, but Elliot Travis there just doesn't seem to have the pace of trying to just try and react to Eberhardt's pace. And I think Oman there in P3 just at this moment in time. That's a move there from the 76 there. So a decent move, and actually someone's off into the pit lane. So we'll have to see on the timing screens who starts tumbling down and why that. Oh, there you go.
Harper Das, I think. Yeah, it's Harper Das who's in the pits. I think Harper Das was disqualified from qualifying, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was Harper Das who was DSQ'd from qualifying. It doesn't give me a reason on the sheet, I don't believe, but Harper Das DSQ'd from quali is no points towards your not only your tally but also your starting position for the final. And now in the first heat as well, no points again for Harper Das. It's not been a great weekend so far then for Harper. I know he's a quick driver. I've seen him down at Rye House in their kart club quite a bit, but it's not going well for this first round of the season in Whilton Mill anyway for Harper Das. There's a move from the 63. Harry Knight through on Esme Rose there. And again, I think Esme's lost another place. Oliver Dawson slips through into the boot as well. So the 95 just squeezing through, and there's a little bit of front to rear contact there. There's the 20 of Finley Beals, feeling he is quicker than Esme as well, trying to find a way through, but a little bit too much contact on that one. Has to sit behind for now. 1 minute and 15 still left to go on the clock in this race. Still battles galore as we head up to Christmas Corner.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of the hot spots for overtaking. It seems like Christmas because, of course, you've got that exit out of Crook, and you have to make sure that you get at good run. Use all the exit there on the left-hand side. And then that's kind of trying to cut. That just leaves you to make that move, especially sticking in the slipstream as well. You get that run all the way up the hill, and then you put it up on the inside. Oh, and that's
Elliot Travis.
It is
from second place. So it looks like Elliot and Austin Oman have possibly come together here, down at the boot, and yeah, he can't get the kart back going, and that's confirmation on the live timing on the left-hand side of your screen. Elliot Travis dropping down the order. So Elliot and Austin potentially coming together there. Yeah, Austin's lost a good 2 or 3 seconds. He's now under a lot of pressure here. You can see on your screen from Max Jolly. So something's gone wrong between Austin and Elliot there. Hopefully Elliot can rejoin the race. He was just stuck on the grass, but hopefully he can get the kart back going and restart it again. But here, now, we've got a 4-kart battle for second place. It's been gifted to us in the last few seconds of this one.
Oh, that's going to be interesting because, of course, Max Jolly was light years away from Abrahart, but now Abrahart has all to do here, I believe. Maybe a bit of contact or maybe a loss of the rear, but that's really unfortunate there for Travers, who's beached it on the grass. So now we'll have to see what Max Jolly does about making that move on Abrahart, and there the 26th of Harry Ratcliff in there as well. So really just trying to make sure. Sorry, this is a battle for second. My apologies. So. It looks like you kind of talking me into that, John. So it looks like now this is the battle for second. So the 16th of Oman now just ahead of Jolly, and I wonder if you're going to try and get a switch back here through Inkermans and in towards Ashby Hairpit. Is he going to have a look up the inside? This is the last lap, and I'm not sure if he knows it, but he's just going to have to back out of this one. Try and use everything there on the exit to make do. But still just hanging in behind. Maybe one of the late lunges there in toward the left-hander there of Ushers. And now just trying to get the exit. But it looks like Max Jolly just forced on the outside for the right-hander. Unfortunately, can't get it there. But it's going to be Abrahart to come round that last corner, cross the timing line, and he's going to win here for the IMA and the Rotax Micros.
Yeah, fantastic win from Maximilian Abrahart then. Wins by 6.8 seconds on the first time of asking 2024. The reigning champion laying down the marker for the rest of the field there. Yeah, Austin Oman managing to hold off there on the final lap from Max Jolly. It was a good send from Max Jolly down at Osiers. Wasn't quite able to put it far enough alongside though. Oman got him back round the outside and held on to the place. But we did see in the background up towards Christmas Corner, Charlie Page snapped away 4th place from Harry Radcliffe there at the dying moment. So he takes a couple more points towards his championship tally. It was Archie Rogers-Tyler, Harry Knight, George Swire, Oliver Dawson and Finney Beals who ran at the top 10 there in Rotax Micro. And it was William Crombie who took the win in the IAMI Water Swift Restricted himself, and Chester Fawkes having a good battle there. Less than a second separated them across the line. But Chester having settled for second, and it was Harry Chapman. What a battle through from Harry Chapman. He was down in sort of 8th or 9th place on the grid in the Water Swifts there, finishes in 3rd place. And I think, yeah, Harry must have had a bit of issues in qualifying there, because I was surprised he was so far down the order, given his win in the British Kart Championships Bambino Series last year. But good to see him battling up through the order. But now we go back to nose cone watch as well. So do any of our top runners have any nose cone penalties to add?
Yeah, it's not ideal, especially if you have any, but it does look like everyone is okay for now, but I don't want to see any unsuspected surprises, so it looks like everyone seems to be going to just have a look, see if my keen eye can maybe notice somebody pulling out and showing a little bit of damage, but of course these drivers have no idea. They're going to be sitting there just thinking that I've done my race, I know what I've done well, but of course is that nose nice and clean? That's going to be their main focus. That's going to be something that, of course, not being aware of. So they may have some inkling idea, but apart from that, maybe not really any clue. Of course, you can't see over there.
It's a bit of a challenge. Sometimes if you've had enough of a drop nose cone where it hits a bad incident, you know, oh, I've got a penalty here. This is not going to be ideal. You're hoping you can squeeze it past them, but the wonderful staff members at Whilton Mill are always going to be able to tell. There's no point in trying to hide it. But you can see some drivers getting told to go to the left, some drivers going straight on. I think now it's just gotten so busy, everyone's getting sent wherever. But usually when they come in, top 3 have to go left, everyone else goes straight on, just at the note, because you've got to check the weights and the specifics of the top 3, whereas only in certain circumstances will they check the entirety of the field. But it looked like I didn't see anyone there that got a nose cone penalty. So all the drivers in the Water Swift Restricted and the Rotax Micros being very, very respectful. But we've seen the restricteds then of the IAMI Water Swifts. Their sort of big brothers and big sisters are going to be coming up next. We've got the IAMI Water Swift Intermediate, who'll be exiting the dummy grid very, very shortly, and will hopefully talk you through their grid. And there we can see the Army Water Swift intermediate category, all the drivers down in the dummy grid, and we got lots of drivers on the grid for this heat number 1. It's Austin Newstead and Mason Brooks who line up on the front row, with Freddie Wood and Will Green in behind them. Sukmani Kira and Teddy Porter line up side by side on row number 3. Row 4 sees Jensen Ackerman and Yala Sayer, and it's Colby Patterson and Christian Kobe who round out the top 10. Harley Musk and Charlie Clough are alongside each other on row 6, with Ian Naya and Max Mason on row number 7. Row 8 sees Austin Gibson and Enzo Butterazzi, with row 9 having Harry Williams and Jonty Restrick. Rounding out the top 20 are Millen Tomlinson and Simeon Stone, with Night Measures, the coolest name in karting, there on place 21. Alfie Taylor alongside him on row 11, with Rian Townsend and Platten Sultan on row number 12. Row 13 sees Harry Davison and Orion Meta. Then it's Zach Champney, William Haynes and Adam Yotatis there, rounding out the 29 runners in this one. And I will say, your WM plate of Zach Champney, him, William Hayes and Adam Yodatis didn't set a time in qualifying yesterday, which is particularly surprising from Zach Champney, given he is your WM plate champion from last year, which, in case you don't know, Adam, and in case people watching the stream don't know, we have a championship winner for last year, which was across all of the rounds of the season, and then we had a one-off special event at the end of the last year, which crowned the WM plate champion. So the WM plate champion could have done awfully through the whole season, but then had a stormer of a weekend at the WM plate and has the plate. But if they've got a number 1 on the kart, it means that they won the series. So there you go. There's the explanation for anyone out there, in case you're wondering about that WM plate.
So very interesting there. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that number 1. Hopefully that's is going to be seen on our cameras. But through the last corner once again, let's not hope for a false start like we saw early in the Junior Max, but we go racing here at Whilton Mill once again here, and it looks to be a clean start. Are we going to be seeing any jostling there? Of course we're going to see jostling up at the front end of the field. Everyone's trying to create some space there on the early stages, up in towards Christmas. Very defensive there from our leader. And they keep to that right-hand side. A couple of carts off and into the tyre barriers. That's not ideal. That is the number 20 and the number 51. So that is going to be Charlie Clough and Enzo Butterazzi. So both of those carts have gone off on the opening lap here. But yeah, really interesting stuff so far. Really just keeping in line astern so far. There was a bit of tussling through turns 1, 2 and Christmas, of course. But at this moment in time, they're just keeping it nice astern and trying to find that rhythm before making any moves. And already seeing some moves into towards the boot here, John.
Indeed, yeah, all still going on through this first lap of the race there, but it's Austin Newstead who's held on to it through lap number 1 here in heat number 1 for the Army Water Swift Intermediates. Sukmani Kira has had a great start though. 3rd or 4th row on the grid she was at the start of this one. Yeah, 6th place on the grid was Sukmani, already up into P2. Some very accomplished karters in this grid for the Army Water Swift Intermediates. Austin Newstead, Sukmani Kira, Freddie Wood, Will Green, Mason Brooks, Colby Patterson, Yala Sayer, all proven on the European stage. These drivers, it's great to see them back at Whilton Mill and getting in some brilliant racing. There was a Jamie Green kart slipping through, as I think someone's got an issue down at Osiers. I can't quite see who the driver is, but they've really slowed down through that section and look to be potentially bringing the kart to a halt as they head down towards the boot. So we'll see who it is as they come across the line to finish lap number 2, who it is that's dropping down the order. They were all very close. And that was a great move. That was the most absolute send we've seen down at the last couple of corners, the new corners, the left-hander. And it's Freddie Wood, the number 38, who was the one pulling over to the side of the track. So already, only 2 laps down, and we've already lost someone out of the top fight in this one.
That's unfortunate there. I did think if something had maybe broke on the car, like
it
maybe
did look like it.
It may be like a rod or maybe something, some maybe fluids come out, but it doesn't look like we've got any slippery flags at this moment in time.
There seemed to be a bit of side-to-side contact, and then suddenly he was off the gas and something had broken. So yeah, I think it was a bit of contact caused some sort of issue there.
Oh, of course, because of course the wheels do stick out to just that little bit. So if you do hit tyre to tyre, you can get that rod damage, which is very, very unfortunate there. But still trying to make any moves, and we can see something. My goodness, I had to just tense up there as they headed through the chicane. A lot of drivers losing the rear. In fact, they're just having to control the car and really try opposite lock there. They swift their way through up the hill once again and in towards Christmas is Kira. Actually, no, Kira's into the lead there, so made that move about half a lap ago, and that is an absolute stunning news. But we've already got now a trio of cars there of Kira, Newstead, and Green in this little tussle. There you got the second battle.
Yeah, the second battle's pretty close, isn't it? Side by side, they're on the exit, and it's a move for second place. Austin Newstead gets relegated back to third now as Will Green slips through. But Sukmani Kira at the front of the field showing the boys how to do it. Girl power leading this one, but still 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go, and Will Green has made that move and is already right on the rear bumper of Sukmani Kira then. Only a little bit of batting, though, is needed at the front of the order between these two, and the entirety of the top 10, maybe even top 15, are going to be closing down on them and trying to get involved in this race win as well. We saw Jarlaseya, Jarlath, I literally asked you how I pronounce your name, and I'm going to get that right today. Jarlaseya was going for some crazy moves in that mid-pack. He was making them stick, though. In 5th place at the moment, he is right on the back of the secondary pack. More moves galore going on in the background. That was Harley Musk going wide. Harley Musk going very wide, and he's lost 5 or 6 positions for that one mistake alone.
Oh, not ideal. Yeah, I think he maybe have caught something there on the outside of the curve. Maybe that hit a bit of grass, which kind of sends your kart a bit offset. But there in towards the inside of the boot there, and that is Will Green up into the lead of the race, ahead of Kumana Green. So that Kia, but. Yeah, really good move there in toward the boot. Made it just before that chicane, which could have very easily slowed down the progress of Will Green. But now he's going to be on the defensive. He's going to look behind him. He's now looking to see if he can make a defensive maneuver here. He's going to park that car on the left-hand side. So it looks like Green will not spell defensive, but it looks like, I think that's Mason Brooks there in the background there, having a look at trying to make a move on the 74 kart of Austin Newstead.
Yeah, Mason Brooks is looking pretty quick in this one. Again, one of those drivers, very proven, not only on the national stage with British Kart Championships, but also in Europe as well. Mason pressing on nicely in this one, a 50.7 at fastest lap of the race for Mason, but they're all so close in terms of pace in this front group. It's a 50.73 for your leader of Will Green on the last lap. So all within about a tenth or two of each other, but Sukmani may be feeling the best option here as Will Green comes through to take that lead of the race. Feeling the best option is to just sit behind for now, take a good finishing position for this one, and hopefully stick on the back of Will, continue on for the last couple of minutes of this race, and then when it gets to the sharp end, thinking about the move, thinking about there at Christmas corner, but no one going for it. Sukmani stays behind Will, and Mason stays behind Austin, in behind them as well.
Yeah, just trying to keep a line of sight. I think what Sukmani Kira is going to do, I think she's just going to try and sit back and just analyse what Will Green is doing. Then maybe pants for a move when she realises that there's a weakness in Green's driving. So we'll have to see where that move comes off. With 2 minutes to go, I think there's going to be a move in the offing because she's staying right on the back here of Green. And of course, Newstead and Brooks teammates, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, John, but they're going to be going into a battle very, very soon. Look at that quadruple battle of cards. So they're really starting to get up close and personal with each other.
There goes Harley Mars, cheeky move down the inside from Harley. He takes away 6th position. I think that was from Colby Patterson on the Ollie Roller Motorsport car. So yeah, we've got Will Green on Jamie Green Racing out in front. Sukmani Kira for Fusion. Austin Newstead for BMR. Mason Brooks for Fusion. Jarlaseya for Fusion as well, I believe. So yeah, a lot of Fusion drivers up near the sharp end of this one. And then we've got this train, which features a lot of Ollie Rowland Motorsport, bit of Fusion, bit of Jamie Green Racing as well. Loads of teams out in this category. So some working together comes into play as well, with teammates trying to work together. But equally, in a short, sharp heat like this, it's really every man and woman for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. They're just not going to be focusing on teammate battles. Of course, I don't believe we have any like teams championship, no constructors championship. So really, it's not something to kind of focus on. It's all for yourself, really. As Sukmani Kira goes for the fastest lap here, but that is a good old battle between the I believe that's the number 12 there, heading in towards Christmas, and there goes the 22 of, I believe.
Yeah, so I think Austin Gibson has just got through on Max Mason, and then we've just seen there Teddy Porter getting through on Max Mason as well. Big defensive move there in the background down to Ashby. But we have split very much into 2x2 at the front of the field, and as you were saying, Sukmani Kira, new fastest lap of the race.
It looks like it's going to be Kira right up the rear of Green with probably 2 laps to go of this race. So really just trying to focus and laser eye around this circuit, just seeing what Green is going to be doing. They head in toward the first corner for probably the final time here. Through they go, and really just using all the exit there. You can see just having to use everything here. Is Kira going to go for a move? No, she isn't. She's just going to sit back once again. But Green is really doing a good job there, just keeping Kira behind here. He's not pulling any defensive maneuvers, not pulling to the middle of the circuit for no reason, defending clear air. He's just doing what is needed to do.
Indeed, doing everything he needs to do at the front of the field for now. And Sukmani's driven a very, very smart race here so far, just sitting behind, working together with Will and pushing on. They've given themselves a good second and a half gap back to Newstead and Brooks, who are continuing to work together nonetheless. But they've now got Jarle Seyer for company as well. So Jarle's going to want to be chasing them down across this last lap, particularly if they start battling. On to the final lap we go then. It did look a little bit as though Austin Gibson's exhaust there was getting a little bit shaky through the last lap of the race. We'll wait and see. Hopefully no mechanical flag for Austin. We know he's a very quick driver. He's made his way up into 8th place so far in this one. Sukmani Kira, though, she's getting feisty through this last lap. She wants the win here in heat number 1, and Will Green is doing his absolute best to fend her off. There's a good battle in the background between Newstead and Brooks as well. Sukmani trying the up and under there, thinking about it around the outside. A little bit of contact made between these top two, but Will Green having to put all his defensive prowess on show here as they head through the boot to hold on to the lead. Up and under tries Sukmani Kira, but she's not going to get a good enough run, I don't think, to put it alongside. Will Green parks the brakes through the last 2 corners, gets a good exit and holds on to the win in heat number 1. It's side by side across the line, but by just over a tenth of a second, Will Green holds on to it ahead of Sukmani Kira. A very smart race there from the Army Water Swift intermediate drivers. And just working together until we got to the last couple of laps, and then letting all hell break loose. But all sort of stays as it was. A bit of an attacking move attempted from Kira and Brooks, but neither able to take their respective positions. So it finishes with Will Green on the top step there, Sukmani Kira and Austin Newstead rounding out the podium, with Mason Brooks and Jarle Seyer there in the top 5. Holly Musk, Colby Patterson, Austin Gibson, Jensen Ackerman and Max Mason rounded out the top 10. Max Mason just over 5 seconds off the lead there, so all still very close, particularly in the leading pack. What a race through the pack from Zach Champney, 30th on the grid, I think he was. Around, 28th or 27th on the grid, up into P14 by the checkered flag there. Impressive race from your WM plate winner from last year. But again, another brilliant race to kick off this morning's running at the Whilton Mill Kart Club for 2024. There was your full look through the finishes in that one. So from the 29 starters, 27 of the drivers made it to the checkered flag. We lost Freddie Wood early on in that one with a bit of an issue, and then Christian Kobe as well on lap number 5, having to pull off of the track and not seeing the checkered flag. We got some drivers looking pretty happy, some drivers with their head in their hands. So just kicking off their points tally for the season. Some ecstatic with their first attempts at points, some maybe not quite so happy. But equally, all seemingly, for the moment anyway, being okay on the nose cone watch. So we've seen some good racing, close racing, and clearly, by the fact there's no nose cones, some quite respectful racing as well.
Oh, for sure. There's been some really nice racing through there. They know their racecraft. They've really worked on it over the winter, and really starting to see some really nice, some really great drivers just flurry and really fly in these, especially in those top positions. They know their stuff. They know that they know how to make their way around the circuit. And especially Sukmani Kira, as you said, a really top battle there between him and Will Green, and she knew what she had to do, trying to get past the course. She didn't quite have it at the end, but she was very, very smart to try and pull that maneuver off and try it at the boot where Will Green probably least expected it.
Exactly. It was very well thought out, but just couldn't quite get the move done. But that's it then for one of our first heats of the day. That one for the Waterswift Intermediates. Done and dusted. On to the Rotax Micros we go. Right, apologies, not the micros. The minis are coming up next for Rotaxes, and Adam is going to take you through the grid then for this one.
So we've got Finley Lyons on pole position ahead of Edward Haynes on the front row of the grid. Then it can be Tom Reid ahead of Blair Smith with Oliver Spencer and Theo Bradshaw in P6. Then we got Riley Moreau ahead of Leo Livings in P8 with Finley Hines and then Jensen Chalk there on P10. Rounding off that top 10, then it's going to be Cody Le Patron with James. With number 12, Jamie Ambrose, followed by Jack Baker with Otis Cleary, ahead of Josh McCormack, and then it's going to be Jack Collinson, Charlie King with Miles Burton and Alex Goodson. Then it's going to be Benjamin Lawn ahead of Oliver Barton, with Louis Radcliffe ahead of Cameron Tipping, with Alfie Mew ahead of Daniel Oh my goodness me. No.
Daniel Wisniewski there on 25th.
Thank you very much. Henry Bell, followed by Kieran Stewart, followed by Ruben Jenkins, William Watson. Then it's going to be Nathan Rod, Arthur Brooker, Max Wheatley, Warwick Milums, and then it's going to be Nathan Kossis.
Big grid for this one. First time of asking. They come through the lights and already we've got drivers off a huge crash at the first corner. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drivers and 1 driver over. This is going to be a stoppage to this race. That was quite the start there in the Rotax Minis, and I think we can safely say that's at least going to be a Battenberg flag, if not a red flag. Drivers continuing on for now anyway at race conditions, but that was quite the incident down at the first couple of corners. I hope drivers are all okay. We'll give you updates as we get to know them, but there you see the full course yellow come out in the top left of your screen. But yeah, all quite quick as we got to the lights there. As I was going to say, a lot of drivers involved in this grid, a lot of names for you to read out. We just managed to get there in time, and suddenly pandemonium set loose amongst the young mini drivers here for the Rotaxes. And yeah, maybe a little bit too feisty. We saw one driver there over on the left-hand side of the screen already off before we got started. That was Arthur Brooker, who's off there on the right-hand side of the screen. Battenberg flag is indeed out, so effective safety car conditions here for the Rotax Minis. But then all getting a little bit closer to comfort through Oblivion and Crook there, I think is a fair way of saying it.
Yeah, because of course the start is always one of the closest the carts are ever going to be. They're so close. They're all bunched up. They're right in each other. And so when you've got that kind of scenario going on, it's very difficult to kind of get through that absolute pandemonium. And especially when you've got one car that makes a mistake, that's going to cause the domino effect to just absolutely tumble and tumble. But for sure, it's going to be. We do hope everybody is okay, and it does look like that is getting cleared away. But Finley Lyons still leading away there. So the current champion of the Rotax Mini of the Rotax Intermediate is currently leading the way here, and ahead of Edward Haynes and Tom Reid.
Sorry, everyone was speeding up so quickly there at the last corner. I thought we were going green, but no, still Battenberg for the moment. But yeah, like you were saying, Finley Lyons, champion in 2023, very quick on the simulator, very quick in real life is Finley Lyons. And yeah, 2023 champion, starts on pole for this one, has had a good start, has kept out of trouble, still in the lead so far in this one. It's going well, pretty well so far for Finley Lyons, I think, and I think he's going to be the one to keep an eye on. And if you're racing in this series, the one that you're sort of trying to pit yourself against to be like, right, where's he braking for this corner? Where's he getting up on the power? What's his lap times around here? He's the one that everyone's chasing, I think, is fair to say.
Especially because, of course, he's known in the paddock as one of the fastest drivers, and for sure he's going to be that massive target. Of course, racing drivers always just talk about a massive target on the back. You may hear it in a lot of interviews about does this driver have a massive target on the back? The true reality is everybody has a target on the back. Everybody's a competitor. Everybody out on that circuit is somebody that you yourself will have to overtake, no matter if it's the champion or if it's going to be somebody else. And it does look like we're going to be going racing. We'll see everyone's speeding up now, and it does look like no. We do not have a green flag.
No, I thought the same. They're all backing up nicely, weren't they? It seemed as though Finley Lyons was getting them all to back up to then try and bolt at the start. But nope, we continue round once more. And of course, Finley Lyons as well, son of Stuart Lyons, head of TCR, touring car racing in the UK. So potentially, when we see Finley Lyons rising up the ranks in karting, we might see him in a touring car in a few years to come. So that'd be great to see as well. Definitely a fast driver in karts, and I'm sure that will transition to touring car racing, and maybe some of the drivers taking notes from touring car racing on that race start that we just saw.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. That was a very bumpy, that was kind of bashy start.
Bit elbows out, I think.
Yeah,
that start,
definitely.
Yeah.
But yeah. It would be interesting if he decides to go down that route, or kind of go with the neat approach, which is of course Aidan Neat going into single seater. So maybe Finley might want to go into the single seater route, because of course I have seen a couple of the F4 cars testing away the last couple of weeks, and they do look pretty cool. So I wonder if any of these guys will be wanting to make it to that stage in these last couple of moments. But there you go, up at the top left, there is the green flag, and we've got somebody just coming out the pit. That is the 36. So I'm not entirely sure if that is.
That's Tom Reid. Was P3 on the initial start for this one, but looked to be a bit slow on the restart. Drops down the order.
That's not ideal, but this is a very, very close passing through the king and in towards the right-hander. But then we go on towards Ashby there. A lot of manoeuvre, a lot of side-by-side, a lot of drivers just making sure they're trying to get ahead of everybody else. And as I said, they're really just trying to, everyone is a target. You've got to make sure you're overtaking them, get as high as possible, and be fast overall. But in towards the boot we go. And there's a bit of a gap there forming up at the top end of the pack here. To head their way in toward the chicane once again, really just flicking it in, really getting that front left tyre up, and that is
the 36 that we saw slow on that restart. So I think something maybe just going pop bang before they even got underway there. Pulls it to the side up to Christmas corner. Means we've got some yellow flags there as well. So bit difficult as that is, as we were mentioning in the earlier races, that is the prime overtaking opportunity on this circuit, Christmas corner. So that being neutralised for at least a lap or two is going to scupper the chances for a couple of drivers to make those early passes on this restart, because of course we've lost a lot of the racing running here in this heat number 1 for the Rotax Minis because of that incident. We're under Battenberg. Of course, if it's red flag, the timer stops, we come to a halt, everyone waits for everything to be fine, and then we restart on the time that we are on. With the Battenberg, the time's still counting down, so we were losing racing time over that. Only just less than 2 minutes left to go in this one, but Finley Lyons pressing on nicely at the front as we look back to him now. But Edward Haynes not getting dropped, now putting in the fastest lap of the race. He's got a great exit off of the first couple of corners. Down the inside he goes, very late on the brakes, nearly squeezing Finley Lyons onto the grass on the exit there. So Edward Haynes, an aggressive manoeuvre there to take the lead.
A little bit naughty that, I think. He just forced Finley right to the outside, and I think he just left him with just about a cart's room. And my goodness me, I always get a little bit nervy when the racers start sliding out. I'm like, is it going around? Are they going to control it? But it looks like they're still under control, and somebody that is in control is now Edward Haynes, who's currently now in the lead of this race ahead of Finley Lyons. And I wonder if Finley can do anything about trying to maybe make something happen, because of course he's had the lead taken away from him, and he's now going to try and get it back there. But this is that was the number 18. We were just having a look there. Oh, sorry, 118 of Jensen Chalk.
Indeed, yeah, 118 of Jensen Chalk. Sometimes you will see that they'll have an 18 on the cart, but actually they are 118 for this weekend, so it can get a little bit confusing. But that one, with the correct denotion of the number on the cart, for once anyway. 35 seconds left to go on the clock, then plus 1 lap. To remind you, at Whilton Mill Kart Club, we wait for the timer to get to 0. Once it hits 0, you're on the second last lap of the race, because you've got 1 more after that added on as well. We still look at the leaders though. Edward Haynes doing a nice job commanding this one. Now he's taken the lead of the race, and he has nothing in between himself and a totally free circuit. Yellow flags through the first section though, through the fast left and right hander of Oblivion and Crook. Didn't seem to be anything there of note anyway, but potentially yellows through the first couple of corners because of the first lap incident. Maybe some barriers still a bit skew whiff, and thus yellow flags, no overtaking through that section of the circuit. Very close between third and fourth still. Jensen Chalk and Riley Morrow nose to tail. Then behind them as well, Otis Cleary and Jamie Ambrose nose to tail as well. Jamie lost a couple positions on the last couple of laps. So did Louis Radcliffe, I think, on the last lap. No, it was Miles Burton, sorry, who slipped down a couple of places. Louis Radcliffe and Leo Livings making up from that loss of positions. But timer has indeed hit 0 then. Through sector 3 come our 2 leaders, and on to the final lap of this heat they go.
Oh, it's going to be pretty close here between Haynes and Lyons here, because Lyons is right up the tail here of Haynes. It's pretty much a game of cat and mouse here, and it looks like Haynes is the mouse and Lyons is the cat, as the cat turns his way in toward the right hander of Christmas corner and getting a really good exit here in towards Inkermans, and can he make a move in towards Ashby? There goes Haynes defending that inside line, but look at Finley Lyons on the cut back there. That is a brilliant move. That is a move of a champion, and he knows it, and I think Haynes will be very frustrated with himself. He'll be walking, he'll probably be a little bit mopey around the paddock, so he won't be entirely impressed, but he's going to try and maybe go for something in this last corner. But Lyons have got that all locked up. In towards the last chicane he goes, nothing being done here, and through the final corner, and it's going to be Finley Lyons to once again take another win here and defend and start his championship defense. That is the way you want to be doing it, with that sort of move. Is super impressive. A lot of last lap moves being made, so it's really good kind of awareness that these drivers know when the last lap is. Really good stuff right there.
Yeah, that was solid stuff from Finley Lyons. Great move on the last lap there. I think Edward Haynes just tried to do a little bit too much in the braking zone. Of Ashby there was trying to check over his shoulder as he came into the braking zone, trying to see where Finley was. Outbroke himself, got a little bit wide, and Finley just read that beautifully. Down the inside on the exit, retook the place and took the win there in the heat number 1 for Rotax Minis. Edward Haynes and Jensen Chalk round out the top 3 with Riley Morrow and Jack Collinson there in the top 5. Otis Cleary, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Jamie Ambrose, Charlie King and Louis Radcliffe there rounding out the top 10. Good race from Emerson McAndrew-Uren. He's another proven driver on the British Kart Championship stage there, up into 7th place. So fantastic stuff from him. And Josh Cormack, again a race winner from British Kart Championships there in that one in 20th place. And Oliver Spencer, that was who I was looking for. Your Micromax champion from last year in British Kart Championship. So he's moved up a class, doing well as well there in the lower end of the teen positions in that race. But we go back to nose cone watch. Is that a nose cone for the 1-2-2 there coming into the pit lane? So Riley Morrow, 4th place on the road then for the 1-2-2, was definitely stopped there. And something was noted down, so that leads me to believe potentially a nose cone penalty. Another one coming through, this time for the 55. That's Jamie Ambrose in 8th place. There's one for the 74 as well. That's Charlie King in 9th. So it seems around the bottom end of the top 10, a lot of drivers maybe getting a little bit too close to comfort there and causing a penalty for themselves. Another one this time for 82, Louis Radcliffe. So 8th, 9th, 10th, all with nose cone penalties. Is that the 50? Is that the 51 in behind? I can't quite see who that was. Potentially 57 of Finley Lyons, maybe. Or Finley Hines, sorry, not Finley Lyons. Finley Lyons, your winner in that race. But a little bit more of a scruffy than that one, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I think that's what the type of racing you were describing before, well, after the first race that we had in the live stream. So for sure, that was a kind of.
That's what I was telling you to get ready for.
Yeah,
it was that.
And I think we just had another one. Oh, that's a bit of a skew with one, John.
Oh, that is very, very skew with. The 71, clearly, I think we can assume, in the accident early on in that race. So the 71, where did they manage to get back to? Jack Baker managed to get back to 18th place in that race. Impressive stuff when your kart looks like that. So fair play to Jack Baker there, getting back up into 18th after being involved in that early scuffle, I think is the way to put it, in that race. Luckily, all drivers seemingly okay. We went off of the Battenberg flag relatively quickly. So if we get any more updates on that early incident in that one, then we'll let you know. But that's it for the Rotax Minis for their first heat of the day. We're going to be moving on next to the Junior X30s. Right then, Junior X30s already in the dummy grid. Let's run you through your grid for this one. 34 drivers on the grid for Junior X30s. It's just sure to be a good race. Lewis Isden and Harrison Mackie line up on the front row with Sam Woolley and Zach Green on row number 2. Riley Cranham and Aaron Richardson are there on row 3. Row 4, we'll see George Edgar and Harry Walsh. Then it's Jack Mower and Nat Johnson who round out the top 10, with Harrison Whitcomb and Macaulay Guy on row number 6. Row 7 has Katie Donaldson and Morgan Moore, with Harrison Leach and Monty Brathwaite on row 8. Sebastian Dew and Charlie Myers are there on row 9. The top 20 are finalised by Joshua Byrne and Hamish Forrest, and it's Thomas Min-Spearing, Jensen Pugh, Max Wright and Finley Allen there on row 11. And row 12, Sasha Bagley and Alexander de Benedictas are on row number 13, with Daniel Samir, Max Cooper, Max Fenton and Dylan Masters rounding out the top 30, with Noah Goodfellow, Harry Khalil, Isabel Banks and Mayan Patel. Your 34 karts on the grid for this Junior X30 heat number 1. But lots of names to mention in this one. Lots of very quick drivers. And yeah, I was saying earlier, like you just mentioned, I was saying earlier that you needed to be prepared for those more crazy races. I honestly didn't think it was going to come just yet from the drivers that we've just seen out in the minis and the micros. Usually the younger drivers are a little bit more sensible. We get up to the juniors and the seniors and they're a bit more, I can win this race. I'm starting 28th and I'm going to take it. But that's when the craziness starts to happen, and that's when we see these not only impressive moves, but some coming together maybe we don't want to see. seat. 34 drivers on this one, Adam. I think you're in for a pretty solid next race.
Yeah, it does sound that the Junior X30s are going to be a very, very entertaining one. Of course, a big grid, so we might have to be aware of some more Turn 1 chaos, and of course, hopefully not getting sent into oblivion.
Nice.
I've been waiting to use that for the last, like, 24 hours. I was like, it's called oblivion. I've got to use that line.
Nice. I like that. How many more times are you going to say it throughout today's running, though? That's the question. At least 5 or 6 more times.
Yeah. Not too much. Not too much. So it's,
Can't overuse it.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing with commentary. You cannot overuse it.
No. You've got to keep those jokes fresh, no matter how terrible they are, Adam. But I love it. I love it. As I say, though, a few names to mention in this one. We got Riley Cranham starting up near the front end of the order. He was your 2022 Kart Masters GP plate winner, also very well known on the European and world stage. Macaulay Guy, P5 in Junior X30 last year here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. And all round, just a really lovely bloke is Macaulay Guy, so we'll see how he can do from the sort of mid-pack in this one. George Edgar, P2 in Water Swift Inters last year in British Kart Champ, so he's made the step up to juniors. So good to see what George can do there on the number 17. Zach Green as well, very well known from British Kart Champs. We'll see how he can do in this one. And Harrison Mackey, your Junior X30 IARMY International Games champion in 2023, and P2 at Kart Masters in Junior X30 in 2023. So Harrison Mackey from the sharp end of the order in this one. He's starting on P2 on the grid, but a lot of accolades for him to sit back on. But hey, when you're down at Whilton Mill Kart Club, no one cares about your accolades. It's all elbows out and every person for themselves. So we'll see whether the drivers can turn those previous good results into good results here today at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, or whether everything's going to fall by the wayside and we see some drivers that maybe we don't know so well coming up through the order.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely one to watch here, because of course, very, very tight grid, and very much one to really keep your eye on. But again, through that last corner, so many different liveries of cars. I saw a bit of bumper. We go racing here at Whilton Mill. Once again, and in towards the first couple of corners. It looks to be a bit better compared to the first one here, compared to the last race here, but already making their way up to Chris with a couple of defensive drivers looking at the inside there. Oh, a bit of a bash there. Oh, someone's gone off there. One of the Ungenties as well. That's a bit of chaos as well. So, not ideal start, but we're already getting into the crazy business. Everyone's so bunched out there, just trying to find their way through, especially in the mid-pack, because it's so difficult just to try and find those pockets of air, because once you try and find those pockets of air, then you may have find yourself getting bashed by somebody else and towards the next corner. You never know.
Exactly. It's going to be a closer comfort there. We've got a driver off on the exit of Ashby as someone has also round into the boot. That was from the top end of the order. From the livery and the shortness of the driver, I want to assume it's potentially Nat Johnston who's gone round. And it is. So apologies, Nat, for assuming that from your height there. But I was right. So sorry, Nat. I know Nat can take it. He's a lovely, lovely kid. But Nat down the order then. Where's he managed to come across the line as Nat Johnston? 29th place. So Nat, after a good qualifying, put himself up in the sharp end of the order. I had a nice little chat to him before we went live as well. Sadly, race one, in his class anyway, not quite going to plan for Nat Johnston. Late dive down the inside. That's a 4th place, I want to say. Is that George Edgar? Big over the curb there. And round goes one of the drivers. That's not the way you want to take that corner. And the number 34, it looked like on the car anyway, is that Sam Woolley, was 2nd place at the start of this lap, potentially up and over, and it is Sam Woolley on the 34-plated kart who's found himself up and round on the exit of Osiers.
Oh, that's really going to be hard hitting for the 34, I believe it was.
Move for the lead. Move for 2nd place. My apologies.
No worries, but yeah, it looks like Jack Green has managed to get himself up there. I think that's George Edgar looking for a move on Riley Cranham. So very, very tight up there. They're at the 17, leading this pack of karts here. They head their way over that massive bump there that was hit by the 34. And I think just what's happened, he just went sent out wide. And of course, you've got that massive curve on the X of the corner.
We saw that quite a lot over the last couple of years at Whilton Mill Kart Club, so something on that curb has changed, because we've seen a lot of drivers have to, as you say, get forced out wide, have to straight line that corner. bounced around a bit, don't get me wrong, but get back on circuit. He nearly took off there, the 34, so clearly a big divot now in front of the curb. It just sent him down and then back up on the exit, and off he flew. He was the Ryanair flight to Greece in the next one out of Heathrow, I think. We got down at Whilton Mill today, but luckily he managed to get back on the black stuff, and he wasn't there last time we looked round, so potentially I think rejoining the race, which would be good. Let's see if the 34 has come across the line. No, Sam Woolley has not come across the line, so Sam Woolley is out of this race, I'm afraid.
It does look like his kart is on the side of the road, so it looks like he has decided to call it a day there. Definitely a possibility that something has broken. I wouldn't put it past him, because that was a pretty heavy hit. But
yeah, it was a heavy landing, wasn't it?
It was a very, very heavy landing. So I do hope those drivers are okay, because they're sitting right on the ground. So for sure, it's going to be a bit of it's going to hurt in the morning for sure.
Yeah, potentially a little bit of backache going into heat number 2 later on today, but the second, third, fourth battle has tightened up considerably, and you saw George Edgar there, a lot of opposite lock heading down through Ashby. I think nearly made a bit of contact with the back of Zach Green ahead of them, but all keeping it facing in the right direction. That's what you need. Big 2-second gap now separates Lewis Islin and Zach Green at the front of the order. But George Edgar, fastest lap of the race now, looking feisty, wanting to find a way past Zach Green, and that's amazing to see from George, who only for sort of this year, end of last year, has made that step up from cadets into juniors.
For sure, it's going to be. For sure, we're going to see what he can do. I think he'll be definitely up there with the top guys here. And in towards Christmas they go. You see that beautiful 166 Argenti of Whitcomb there. And really looking to be feisty. He's on the back of this pack there, trying to bring Richardson along with him. So we'll have to see how this kind of pans out. I wonder if there'll be any signs in there as well. You know, the tap on the head, let's go forward. I'm aware of that one. So my karting knowledge is starting to grow in the last couple of years. But there is the number 8 there of Zach Green. He's starting to lose a bit of time there to Lewis Insulin, but George Edgar in 17 there will be right on the rear of him, and I wonder if there's going to be a move made in towards Christmas. Let's see who gets the better exit there out of turn 2. It does look like Edgar has got a good exit on the inside there, throws it up on the inside and really puts that kart, parked it on the curb and said, no, you're not coming through. I'm going to go up into second place. Good stuff there, good racecraft there from George Edgar.
Yeah, really impressive move from George. Takes away second place then, but he's got a lot to do to try and chase down Lewis Islin in the lead of this one. That gap's going to be well over 2 seconds now as we push on into another lap of this race. We have got a couple of people in the live chat. Thank you all for joining us for a great day of racing here at Whilton Mill. I think Fraser Willison is going to be pretty happy in the live chat. He said, go on Lewis Islin. Lewis doing a great job at the front of the field at the moment. Also a big thank you to Jurassic Jam, who said massive thanks to Alpha Live guys for bringing us all this content that we wouldn't get to see otherwise. So a big thank you to you. And yeah, we're having a great time bringing all this extra content to you. Loads of stuff's been going out on the socials all about Whilton Mill. So it's been really great. So thanks for joining us along the way, and hopefully you continue to join us throughout the 2024 season at the Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're going to be bringing you some of the best racing here at this circuit, just a couple miles north of Northampton. So for sure, it's going to be one to keep your eye out for. But we've only got 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock here. Still Lewis Instead out on top here with a 2-second lead over George Edgar. And I wonder if that's going to be coming down any more. We'll have to really keep our eye out for these gaps. But look at that, Zach Green, Riley Cranham, Whitcomb there in P5, followed by Richardson. And really just keeping close custody of each other.
All pretty close at the front of the order. Nice little held shot there through the final section. We see how all the different drivers attack those last couple of corners, but no moves that time around anyway. As you say, the gap between the front two still around 2 seconds, so I think Lewis Islin has this relatively wrapped up as we head towards the final minute of the race. But George Edgar was looking very quick, fastest lap after fastest lap, made that move on Zach Green for second place, but certainly hasn't dropped Zach through this one. Check over the shoulder as they head across the start-finish line to start a new lap of this race from George Edgar. He knows he's under a bit of pressure here A little bit wide through the first couple of corners. But again, you saw that check over the shoulder this time from Zach Green. So he's trying to work out, right, if I get close enough here and a move is on, do I go for it? Or is Riley Cranham in behind close enough to think about a move if I mess something up? Luckily, Zach Green does have that bit of breathing room, so potentially we could see a move happening rather shortly. Now, these drivers all lapping in the 45, 46 second mark. With 30 seconds left to go on the clock, heading into Sector 3, we've got 2 more laps of this Junior X30 heat number 1 still to come. And George Edgar definitely under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to be right on the limits here. Is Green going to be able to get through on Edgar in towards turn number 1 next time around? I think we're going to have 2 laps to go left of this race. And it's been a very, very entertaining race. Of course, we've got the clock there on the left-hand side. So just notice that is Edgar going very, very defensive there on Zach Green. So it looks like Edgar is really now starting to look behind him, really just looking left, right, central, trying to look behind. But of course, he's got a helmet. And it looks like Zach Green isn't very happy at this moment in time, probably saying that you're braking, moving under braking, which is very much not in the conduct there. It looks like he's giving a couple of hand signals.
Yeah, so he's pointing forward. He's saying, stop defending from me. We've got 1 lap to go, and I've got Riley Cranham breathing down my neck, trying to chase me down here. Stop backing me up into him and get me a good top 3 in this opening race, because, yeah, George is trying to hold on to P2, but effectively here, Zach is now thinking, well, I've got to go for the move here, or you're going to keep defending, and I'm going to get pushed back into Riley Cranham. So once again, big defensive move from George Edgar heading up into Christmas Corner. Zach tries to hang it around the outside, but look at this. A couple of corners of defensive moves, and already Zach under pressure now. Look, Riley Cranham's going to think about it down the inside, as was predicted half a lap ago from Zach Green, and now we've got a 3-way battle for this second place.
Yeah, that's not exactly what Zach Green wanted. He wanted to go forward, but it looks like Edgar sent him backwards. Now Green is going to be all over Edgar, but he's now having to play defensive for Cranham, but into they go, they're side by side, and that is going to be Cranham up the inside. That's not what Green wants. The checker flag waves. It's going to be Lewis Instant who wins ahead of George Edgar, but Riley Cranham snatching away that podium spot from Zach Green on the last lap, followed by Whitcomb and Harrison Mackie there taking the fastest lap. That was an absolute race and a half. We really had some good stuff there. Lewis Incident really pulling the strings there with a 3-second lead to win that race ahead of George Edgar. But talk about that Riley Cranham move there. So it is kind of, in a way, possible to make a move into that chicane, but you have to be alongside each other.
Exactly, yeah. Perfectly read from Riley Cranham there. Chased them down, was there where he needed to be on the last lap. And yeah, that's why you saw Zach Green pointing the head so furiously at George Edgar there, wanting to work together. Was like, no, I'll settle for P3, just stop defending on me. And yeah, George didn't. And that's gave the opportunity to Harrison there to slip through. You could see it happening on that braking into the boot. You saw Harrison setting it up and managed to get it done. That's probably the most impressive move we've seen through the final section of corners so far then. That little a similar move to what we would have seen in the previous last corner, diving back to that inside, but you've got to get an even better exit to make sure you're enough alongside to chop them off at the apex of the left-hander, and he was able to do just that. Takes away that final spot on the podium in that race, so a big shout out to Riley Cranham, but an even bigger shout out to Lewis Isden there. Won by over 3 seconds by the time they got to the line. Impressive pace from start to finish really there from Lewis Isden. He led it from lights to flag, and he'll be hoping to do that throughout the day today. But we'll have to wait and see. Still another heat and a final left to come from our Junior X30 grid. But Junior X30's done and dusted for their first heat of the day. We're going to be moving swiftly on to the first heat of the day for the Senior X30s.
So it looks like we're on to our Senior XK30s and a really, really good grid we've got in preparation. 31 karts will take to the grid, and it's going to be Kieran Getty who leads the way ahead of Gus Lawrence on the right-hand side. Then it's going to be Fred Green ahead of Henry Gregory. Then it's going to be Alistair Cresswell ahead of Harry Torpey in P6 there. Then in 7th is going to be Hayden Eldridge, followed by Hayden Gregg with Mika Taylor and Archie Heron. Then it's going to be P11 for Morgan Hill and Luke Sintler in P12, followed by Rylan Edgeberg followed by Ollie Rand. Then it's going to be Josh Palfreyman, followed by Henry Buckingham with Isaac Marsh and David Marshall. Then it's going to be Josh Jones, followed by Oliver Harris, followed by Ollie Keenan with Harry Maynard and Kean-Leon Gambiano with Katie Ashman, and then Macy Hitzer with Joe Cheek and Jehan Kalichern with Ollie Cook and George Wang with Jerry Hugh and Donning Chen as the final couple of drivers there. So a really packed grid there, 31 cars. Some really top names in there as well that we've seen before in the Senior X30s, and of course some of them in the Junior X30 last year. But John, it's going to be a very, very interesting race, and I think it's going to be very, very similar to that junior race that we saw before.
Yeah, another bumper grid for this one. Of course, we have 34 drivers in the juniors. We've got 31 here in the seniors. So there and thereabouts in terms of entry lists across the juniors and the seniors, but sure to be some great racing. And as you said, lots of big hitters in this one. One I will mention that I actually completely forgot to even put on my notes. I didn't notice on the entry list. Good to see Jehan Kalichern in the grid here on the for the Senior X30s. Of course, a very proven racer in the TKMs in the British Kart Championships for Class and Motorsport. So we'll see how he can do here in the X30s. Henry Gregory's on the grid for this one as well. P2 in the Senior X30 Championship last year, and a very, very quick driver here at Whilton Mill. So we'll see how he can do. Gus Lawrence, your British Kart Championship Senior X30 champion in 2023 and Kart Masters GP plate winner in 2023. So Gus Lawrence, very well known in the British karting scene. He starts P2 on the grid for this one. Morgan Hill was your Junior X30 champion in Whilton Mill Kart Club for last year, so he was the junior champion. He moves up into seniors for this year, and he's on the grid for this one. But of course, your championship winner last year, the Torpedo, Harry Torpy, not out on track, at least here at round number 1 anyway. So that opens up the opportunity for someone else to come in 24 and take the championship for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see what drivers can do with Torpy's kind of absence. So might be a bit of maybe a bit of budget saving. I'm not entirely sure, but it's a good idea, especially if you want to go up the ranks. So you know that you're quick in these karts. It's quite ideal to maybe do a bit of budget saving, so then you can make your promotions up into the higher level. But yeah, for sure, it's going to be a very, very interesting race, and of course those front roads looking very, very vicious. And for sure, we'll definitely have to see what these guys and girls can do. It's going to be very much rustle and tussle. We've seen a lot of tussling throughout these last sequence of corners, and my goodness me, we're going to be seeing a lot of action. Number 1 there on the kart for Gus Lawrence, so he is going to be one to watch as well.
He is indeed a very, very quick driver, is Gus Lawrence. Now I was a bit like, hold on a second, where's your pole set? I think Cian Garrity had just dropped down a little bit on those practice laps, but has since made his way to the sharp end of the order. And Cian Garrity, another very proven driver. Lots of drivers. I think pretty much the whole top 10 in this one. As I tell a lie, apologies, I've just seen Harry Torpy on the grid for this race. He's starting in P6. So I don't know what I was talking about. Clearly, when I looked at the entry list, Harry Torpy was not there, but he has since signed up. He's on the grid for this one, defending his championship in Senior X30s. But we're a go here for heat number 1 then in the Senior X30s, and it's Cian Garrity who leads us across the line and through the first couple of corners. Drivers going 2 and 3 wide. They're out of crook, but all keeping it, facing it in the right direction. Up to Christmas quarter they go then, late on the brakes. Some drivers diving to the inside, but once again, all pretty respectful. No incidents so far in the seniors, and this is exactly what we want to see. Late moves there. One driver, I think, just not quite catching it on the 233. Late dive to the inside, though. There's the 48, making a nice move there. That's Micah Taylor moving his way through. And again, another person I spoke to who corrected me on how to pronounce their name. They reminded me it's Mike like a microphone, like we use for commentary, not Mika. So big up Micah Taylor, going for some cheeky sense there on lap number 1.
Really good stuff there from everyone on the opening lap. Keeping it nice and clean, apart from a couple of taps here and there. But we're already seeing the moves being made there. Up the inside we go in towards Christmas, and a clatter mover. That is Gus Lawrence making a gnarly move there. But look at that, 3 cars just tail to tail, head, top and tails, and my goodness me, getting very, very close there. That's going to invite a 4 driver looking up the inside. That's the 76 7.
Henry Gregory, I think.
Oh, so yeah, really good stuff there from Henry Gregory. Of course, second last year in the Senior X30, so we're really looking to try and take the crown there from Harry Torpy. I definitely think there'll be a bit of a battle there. Speaking of Harry Torpy, he has dropped down to P10, so not an ideal start for the reigning champion, and he will be wanting to try and make something up here, but I think he's trying to get into the groove here like everyone else around him.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't a great start either for Gus Lawrence, but he did what Gus Lawrence does best. Immediately takes back 2 places on the last lap. There's Henry Gregory going for a late move to the inside there, up to 4th place. He goes on the number 77, scything through past Hayden Eldridge. More moves going on in the background, side by side there, down at Ashby. But all following Linus Stir then. Henry Gregory under a bit of pressure now from Micah Taylor. Henry Gregory on the new Vismo outfit for this season. So great to see them battling up near the sharp end. There's a late move through the boot, the 273 of Ryan Ekberg down the inside of Alistair Cresswell. And I think sneaking through as well was indeed Jaden Gregg. So he's made up a good couple of positions on that last lap. However, Archie Heron losing out down to 9th, and Harry Torpy now out of the top 10.
Really good stuff there. And they're really bold to make that maneuver up the in toward the boot. I think it's going to be one of the top maneuvers. There, that is a very, very close encounter there between. I think that's going to be Ryan Ekberg and Jaden Gregg. So very close between those two for 7th and 8th there, I believe. But in towards the next left-hander, in towards the other left-hander, and really just having to straighten out this corner. They're really just keeping it line of serve for now, but of course there will be moves being made very, very soon. They're just trying to eye each other up, just seeing where they're weak, where they're strong, where can they make that move. Could it be in towards the boot? Is it going to be up into Christmas, or is it going to be into Ashby? And that's going to be something to keep an eye on, as Hayden Eldridge actually falls a couple of places down to 12th there.
Gus Lawrence did have the fastest lap of the race. He now has to share it with Cian Geraghty. 45.82 for both drivers on the last lap. Identical times round this 1,054-metre Whilton Mill International Circuit. All very close at the front of the order, but Gus Lawrence has the difficulty of being in a bit of no man's land, trying to chase down the top 2, who aren't particularly close themselves, so they're not going to be holding each other up at all. So really, the top 3 all on their own here, trying to close back up together. And it's Henry Gregory who's trying his best to hold off the rest of the field, but he does have Micah Taylor and Alistair Cresswell for company here as we watch these 3 head through the first couple of corners. And up towards Christmas Corner they go. Still line astern for the moment, none of them close enough to think about a move. But in behind, Archie Heron is chasing them down as well now. It's Jaden Gregg who's the sort of in the no man's land between the two of them. And Archie Heron starts the rest of the field in behind them. Another good group of 5 or 6 karters, all absolutely going at it. But still about 3.5 minutes left to go on the clock here. And it's all just started to settle down ever so slightly.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it's starting to become a little bit passive now. There's no real drivers being very aggressive out there. They're looking to try and make a couple of maneuvers like that. The 48 on Micah Taylor on Cresswell there, but they're still side by side. I think Cresswell is going to slide back through there, so really good racecraft there. And look at Jaden Gregg right in behind there. They head their way in towards Ashby, and again up the inside goes the 48 of Taylor, but can he go on the of Gregg there? So he actually now made the move on Cresswell, but that is some superb battling between the two cars. Taylor really just trying to edge ahead of Gregg there, so they'll be really, really just trying to fight it out there, and it looks like they're now just leaving a bit of breathing room for them to leave a bit of breathing room for the carts ahead. So they're going to start falling back just that little bit because that tussle between the two.
Yeah, Jaden Gregg wasn't too happy there with the overtake, the re-overtake from Micah Taylor, but it was a good one. Late on the brakes, no contact made, and through he went. So Jaden needs to do that re-overtake, tries to do that re-overtake. That one had a little bit more contact. Side-by-side, pod-to-pod contact between Gregg and Taylor there, and moves in the background as well. Ekberg under a bit of pressure there to late move. I think one of the other Vismo karts that might be going for a move in the background, but it was Archie Heron that lost out that we saw, Who was it that snuck through? It was the 273 of Rylan Ekberg. So he's made up a couple of positions. Following through, Harry Torpy. There goes the torpedo to the inside through sector 3. Steals away that position this time from Micah Taylor. So up to 7th place he goes, as Jaden Gregg had already got through into 6th earlier on in this lap, but Henry Gregory has now lost out the 4th place, back down the inside he goes immediately though on Alistair Cresswell. Retakes 4th place up at Christmas Corner.
Yeah, really good stuff there between the two. They're really just tussling it out here, and again you get that massive pack in behind, but this is a really good, great scrap between the two cars. Then up the inside goes Cresswell. Really good stuff, but can Gregory get him on the way back, and he's not seeming to be happy there. Yellow flag, and I thought I saw something. Someone has gone off there on the beginning of the boost, so maybe catching a little bit of grass, just getting no steering, no brakes, sliding off into the tyre barrier, and it looks like somebody has gone off. I'm not entirely sure who that is.
It looks as though we've lost Luke Sintler and Isaac Marsh on the last lap, so potentially those two coming together down at sector 3.
Yeah, that could definitely be the reason, as we now see, I believe that was Gregory once again trying to maybe get a move on Cresswell, but it's just not coming to fruition. That is going to be coming to fruition. That is the 99 there of Kian Leon Gamion, who's made his move up in the battle there for 17th place. Oh!
Bit closer comfort there. Move to the inside from the 33. That's Hayden Elridge making a move back through. Morgan Hill follows him through. Potentially, that definitely isn't Archie Heron who got nerfed off out wide. I'll try and see who it was as they head through the last couple of corners. It was the 273 of Rylan Ekberg who just got nerfed ever so slightly out wide through those last couple of corners. Henry Gregory still under a lot of pressure though. This has been a battle throughout this race, and Gregory and Cresswell losing time, hand over fist to Lawrence in 3rd, but I think understandably so. They sort of thought Lawrence, Green and Garrity have got too far away so far in this one. This is the battle now for 4th place. We're not going to get any higher, but they've started battling so early on that it's now allowed for these drivers in behind to close in down. We now have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe even 10 karts here battling over 4th place as the timer has hit 0, and we're about to head on to the final lap of the race.
Yeah, we've already gone on to that final lap of the race as Kian McGrady has hit, however you pronounce it. I do apologise. I'm still learning names here in the paddock, but Kieran has managed to make his way on that last lap, and he's absolutely cruising to a victory with the 2nd and a half. But looking up the inside, look at that round the outside. That is Jaden Gregg. He's trying to make something, but through goes Torpy, I believe. He's now made his way up there and just taking an advantage, pipping those drivers ahead. And this is an absolutely scintillating battle. It's all gone mad on the last lap. Micah Taylor really making a move in there. He's right up in this battle. Everyone just keeping line of stuff now, but they're trying to make some moves up the inside there as Kian, the number 173, makes his way across the timing line, wins the race. But this, the battle we're all looking at, nothing through that final chicane, nobody risking any noses, but that is an absolutely scintillating finish, John.
Wow, what an end to that race. Poor Jaden Gregg tried to go from 6th to 5th there on the last lap, ended up dropping down to 12th because of that. Attempted the move, lost out, got forced wide, and everyone in behind went, thank you very much, I'll come through. Lost 6 places on that last lap, did Jaden. He's going to be gutted about that one. He deserved a lot more, battling through the pack really impressively, did Jaden. Hopefully we see a bit more from him in heat number 2, and more of a position than maybe he deserves by the checkered flag. But it was Kian Garrity who took the win there in Senior X30 heat number 1. Fred Green and Gus Lawrence rounded out the podium after a more subdued race for them. Got ahead of the rest of the pack and basically had a quiet drive from there on out. Henry Gregory, under a lot of pressure through that race, holds on to 4th place in the number 77, with Alistair Cresswell rounding out the top 5. Behind them, Harry Torpy, your current championship, your reigning champion, I should say. They're in 6th place with Rylan Ekberg, Micah Taylor, Hayden Elbridge, and Morgan Hill rounding out the top 10 in your Senior X30 heat number 1. But we move on to a bit of nose cone watch. Just seeing whether the drivers have incurred a 5-second penalty onto their race time, as you have a lovely look at the rest of the finishing order there in the Senior X30 heat number 1. And you can tell whoever it is you're supporting where they managed to get to there in the first heat of the day for the seniors. Good to see a lot of the novices as well moving up through nicely. Jerry Hugh and Donglin Chen, your 2 novices in that one, which I will say doesn't necessarily determine that they're actually a novice. Overall, it just means that they're a novice here at Whilton Mill in the Whilton Mill Kart Club. So they may be. We've seen black plate novices here win races before, and you're like, wow, what a win for the novice. But actually, they've had about years of experience, just not here at Whilton Mill. So sometimes you can't trust it on the novice side. But what a great race, and seemingly, not that I've seen anyway, no one really getting any penalties. So a nice, respectful race as well.
Yeah, definitely. It seems ideal just not to get any penalties, of course. You know, when you're a driver and you find out you do have that penalty, you're like, that's not ideal, and you just get sent absolutely way back. It's really a really horrible feeling, just knowing that you've or just realising you've been getting that nose penalty, and it really just puts an impact on your weekend. It really just doesn't do you any good. But the only way you can do it is to really just try and come back from it.
Exactly. Lots to learn, but we head into a new category for today. The senior road taxes are coming up next. So another one of our split grids here for today. Huge entry list for the senior maxes, and for this heat 2, it's going to be A versus C for this one in terms of the qualifying grids. Guy Cunnington and Jack Lilly line up on the front row with Lewis Gilbert and Reg Hayward on row number 2, and Joshua Graham and Lucas Ellingham there on row 3. Samuel Cook and Ethan Ling on row 4 with Archie Button and Spencer Brown rounding out the top 10. On row 6 is Liam Tollos and Jack Gillingham. Row 7 is Zam Bacon, Ben Ballou. Then it's James Tester and Zaki Yassine behind them. Stefan Kaczmarczyk and Lewis Wild. Rounding out the top 20 are Benjamin Southgate and Mac McFarquhar. Good to see Mac McFarquhar in this race. We'll see how he can do for 20th place. Ross Tyler and Joseph Genthan are there on row 11 with Oliver Johnson and Daniel Archer on row number 12. Row 13 is Finley Hayes and Dylan Norris, and it's Sam Light, Dalton Norris, JJ Hines and Molly Griffiths rounding out the top 30. And we do have 33 drivers on this grid. George Hunter, Lucas Theo and Jack Welch round out the rest of the field. But lots of drivers on this one. Definitely the biggest one to mention being Lucas Ellingham, your senior X30 champion, I think 2 or 3 years in a row. Your senior Rotax champion last year. Your senior Rotax WM plate holder for last year as well. Lucas Ellingham, very fast. Surprising to see him so far down the field. Let's see what he can do as the race gets underway here in the senior Rotax heat number 2 for the weekend. And they all managed to just about get through. Oblivion and Crook. Late dives to the inside there. Defensive manoeuvres as drivers try to hold on to those positions early on in this race, or equally, if you're slightly further back, try to gain those cheeky positions through early manoeuvres in this 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat. But all staying as they were. It's Guy Cunnington who is still leading the field as we head down through Osiers, and not a huge amount of moves through the top end of the order anyway, but then we get down to about 15th place, and from there to the back of the field, they're all line astern, all still looking to go for it.
Yeah, for sure. They're really on each other at this moment in time, the nose to tail. So they're looking to try and make those moves, but of course, it's just about keeping it nice and steady in these early stages. Then you go for the moves in the latter stages of these races. But on towards Christmas corner for the second time in this race, and already seeing everyone line astern, but that's not line astern. That is a manoeuvre there. The 31, I believe, was Sam Baker trying to make his way past James Tessa for the 12th place spot. Really good stuff in there, and already seeing into Ashby a lot. Another spot that is very hot on its overtake. And I think the last one you could say is probably the boot, which is very, very strange when I first arrived here.
Exactly, yeah. It's a difficult one. I mean, you've still got a similar move, as you mentioned before, to what you had last year. You've just got to get an even better exit because you've got less time to get alongside and make the move stick. But we are still seeing a few drivers go for it, impressively so. Yeah,
definitely. They're still really going for it, especially in the opening stages of this race. Oh, and there it goes, the 93 there of, I believe, Jack Lilly, who's made a move there for the lead of this race. And Guy Cunnington is now having to keep himself in second place, and he's going to want that lead back as soon as possible. So at this moment in time, it does look like Jack Lilly will just have to keep himself in front here. Will have to keep himself in front here because, of course, he is leading this race. He wants to get those maximum points, but Cunnington will really have to apply the pressure in the early stage. We've, like I said before, you want to be keeping it back here And Reid just keeping it nice and calm, nice and passive before then going out on the attack in the last stage. They know exactly what kind of a point in the race they're at in terms of time. They have that on the gantry just above you in towards on the main straight. But there goes Cunnington immediately through, and there goes Lewis Gilbert coming out of absolutely nowhere. Can he make a move into Ashby? Yes, he can. That is a superb move, and he now moves into the race lead. The number 4 card is now gone from 3rd to 1st in only a matter of corners.
Impressive racing between all the drivers at the sharp end of the order here. There comes Lucas Ellingham, parting the Red Sea and making his way through up into 4th place. Impressive stuff from Lucas Ellingham, scrapping through the middle of those two and takes a couple of positions for himself. The WM plate holder and your reigning champion pushing through the order nicely. But it looked as though after that relatively relaxed start in the senior road taxes, we might be in for a subdued race. But nope, they all came back together on lap 2 and 3. And it all has kicked off. But Lewis Gilbert, definitely a name we are used to seeing at the sharp end of the order in the senior road taxes. Back to the front he goes again. It was great battling between Lilly and Cunnington, but that just opened the door for Lewis Gilbert to seize the opportunity and press on through. Here we look back to the WM plate, the 388 and the 73. Ellingham leading Graham and Haywood. That's 4th, 5th and 6th respectively, and they really need these top 3 to start batting again, because they've been able to extend a little bit of a gap here. As Ellingham sided his way through into 4th place, Lilly, Cunnington and Gilbert have just extended that gap by a good second or 2.
Yeah, really good stuff from pretty much everyone there. You can see that Jack Lilly takes the fastest lap of the race. That is the 93 Jack Lilly sliding his way up the inside. Very, very late on the brakes. You've just got to brake just at the marshal post there on the left-hand side, I believe, just out of shot. So really just trying to nail that brake point. But look at this. There's just so close. They're separated by an absolute sheet of paper here. There's nothing between them. And this is where the intensity of a racing driver really comes into it. This is where you start learning your craft about intensity during a racing. Yes, you may not be going for a long amount of time, but of course these drivers are still in learning when they manage to get up the rankings.
Exactly. You can see here in this battle, second in the train, the 388 of Joshua Graham, as all the lead battle is starting to kick off as well. Joshua Graham, though, you can see the race suit as Team UK on it. That means he represented the UK out of the Rotax Max Grand Finals in Bahrain at the start of this year. So great to see him still representing the UK team throughout the season, and to be fair, it's a beautiful race suit, so why not? There's the move for the lead, though. Down the inside goes Jack Lilly, and through follows Guy Cunnington. It's almost like deja vu. We're back to as we were with the top 3.
Oh, it's so close. Now, I love this type of battle where everyone is going for it for the lead. Of course, we've got the trio just following each other and making maneuvers left, right, and centre. And then, of course, when you got overtaken like Lewis Gilbert has been, he's now just got to try and refocus here. And I wonder if Guy Cunnington is going to make a move here. You bet your bottom dollar he does. That 152 card slides his way up the inside now and will find himself in the lead of the race. But that is going to be Jack Lilly to try and find his way back through. And Lewis Gilbert is really just on it every single time. Gilbert to the lead. This is scintillating stuff.
This is what I've missed from the Whilton Mill Kart Club not being streamed in 2023. This is the racing that you get to see at Whilton Mill Kart Club round. It's always nose to tail, chopping and changing. Every corner there seems to be an overtake. And that bit of battling has allowed for Graham, Ellingham and Haywood to get back through and close in on this leading battle. So now, not only do we have those 3 drivers battling over the lead, we've got 3 more coming in and trying to get involved as well. Still Gilbert defending this lead. We've still got a minute and a half left to go here on the clock. This is going to be a 6-car battle minimum all the way to the checkered flag.
It really is. It's going to be like potluck. Who's going to be winning the lottery after all of this? It's still Gilbert out in the lead of this race, but he's not aware he has 5 carts in behind him, and the first one in that train is going to be Jack Lilly to try and maybe force a move. We'll have to see how these kart drivers play it out here because it's going to be so close. And as soon as one driver pops out, makes a move, all hell's going to break loose. It's going to be immediately going to raptures, and we could see some drivers start falling back here. There goes Gilbert going very defensive, and this is what it leads to. Joshua Graham there in P4 at this moment in time. Now right on the rear of Guy Cunnington. I think he's going to go for a move here. He absolutely, I was going to say he absolutely is, but in fact that got defended by the 152.
Yeah, it was well defended by your second place Carter. As all trying to get involved even is Joshua Graham. But they're all staying as they were now. I think it is going to be, like you say, who's going to be the first one to go for it. There's a move down the inside for 5th place in the background, though. So Reg Hayward has moved his way past Lucas Ellingham. Lucas Ellingham's day not starting maybe quite as he would have hoped here. Still up in the top gaggle of karts, but not very much longer to try and get at the sharp end of it. Timer ticks just below 10 seconds as we cross the line, so we do still have 2 more laps here. Defensive moving over to the inside there from Guy Cunnington, clearly feeling like he's under a lot of pressure from Joshua Graham for 3rd place, but that's now giving that little bit of breathing room to Gilbert and Lilly to start to walk away at the front. See how they both check over the shoulder there, both wanting to get away at the end here, but maybe already thinking about a move is Jack Lilly, not quite able to get it done, but we've had an incident up at Christmas Corner. The 94 of Joshua Gentham was involved in that, so potentially himself and Matt McFarquhar, they were close to each other starting the last lap, so maybe those two off at Christmas Corner. But on to the final lap we go then. Who's going to take the win here in the senior Rotax heat number 2? Is it Gilbert? Is it Lilly? Is it Cunnington? It could be any of these now top 8 drivers.
It really could. Is Lilly going to go for the move? You bet your bottom dollar he does for the 2nd time. And oh my goodness me, look at Cunnington arriving onto the scene, and look how far he's dropped back. That's very slightly, but Lilly is going to have it all to do in this last section. And of course the boot is going to be one to overtake here, but Cunnington up the inside. Oh, he's got hit there, and Lilly is going to find himself falling down.
Lucas Elliott's off.
Oh dear, it's absolute pandemonium in this last sector, and we said it's absolute potluck, and it looks like it's going to be Lewis Gilbert winning the absolute $1 million, the $1 billion. He comes across the timing line to win, but look at that for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and it's going to be Jack Lilly winning it in the end after that hit from Cunnington. I don't think he's going to be happy about that, but the points are the main thing. And he has got 3rd just ahead of Joshua Graham and Reg Hayward. Where did Reg Hayward come from? My goodness, John.
I have no idea. Well, 3rd to 7th was split by 7/10 of a second there across the line. So just slightly close to end our heat number 2 in senior Rotax. But yeah, Lewis Gilbert, he did well there because he was under a bit of pressure as they came onto the last lap. But luckily, the batting in behind him just gave him that little bit of room to squeeze away. And off he went, and no one could chase him down. But in behind, I had no idea what way it was going to go. Drivers came in together into Osiers. Lucas Ellingham then was like, right, I see my opportunity round the outside, but he put himself in that dangerous place on the outside where they all suddenly press each other out wide. He got nerfed off of the circuit, managed to rejoin, tried it again down at the boot, couldn't make it work. They all closed up. What a crazy end to senior Rotax heat number 2. Let's run you through the top 10. As we say, Lewis Gilbert takes the win with Guy Cunnington and Jack Lilly on the top 3. Joshua Graham was behind with Reg Hayward rounding out the top 5. Lucas Ellingham, Ethan Ling, Samuel Cook, Archie Buttle and Sam Baker. Your top 10 there in senior Rotaxes. But what a race that was.
Yeah, it was absolutely madness. I'm still trying to get my breath back, in all honesty. And I think, didn't Ethan Ling come from like almost the back of the field? So as far as I'm aware, I think we're just having a look here. Actually, no, he came from 8th place, but still a really good effort from all these drivers just to maintain that intensity and really keep their bodies up to standard. It is really impressive.
Some kart wasn't sounding particularly healthy there as we cut to the nose cone watch camera. Something was sounding very interesting. So we'll keep an eye on whether any nose cones are caught at the end of this one. It looks to be all the drivers. Just as I say that, the number 50 gains themselves a penalty from that race, sadly, from them. That's Dylan Norris, 20th place there at the checkered flag. He's going to find himself with a 5-second penalty to cap off that race. But senior Rotax heat number 2 is done and dusted. So we've now seen a race from every classification who are out on the circuit today here for the Whilton Mill Kart Club. So we basically go around again. We get to see all of the drivers out again, and we start with heat number 3 for the Junior Max.
So we now have our Junior Max this time around. There's going to be William Antrobus in the top of the field here. He's going to be leading away. Adam Wooden ahead of Lewis Jeff with Zane Zikwa ahead of Dominic Parabok, with Kai Veach and William Webb in P6 and 7, with Shane Changia in P8. Then it can be Charlie Neve ahead of Aria Bansal, with Lizzie Mentier in P11, followed by Kai Clark. Then it's going to be Michael Dalton ahead of Benjamin Baker, with Noah Barnum and Lucy Wielden ahead of Dan Gurney and Ollie Ortu. Riley Bishop is going to be in P19. He is going to be joined alongside Oliver White on the 10th row of the grid, with Dejan Bennett ahead of Dexter Collins and Karki Kumita, with Ethan Hatch, Harry Russell, Luca Mann, Toby Street, Jensen Hinchcliffe, with Harry Wilch and Oliver Vaught, with Jack West rounding off this 31 kart grid. This is going to be some absolutely really good racing. I've really enjoyed this first half of the heats, and we're on to pretty much the second half before we head into our break, and then of course the finals. So these are going to be some really good races. I definitely can predict that we're going to be seeing a little bit more aggressive racing. They've already got the general gist of the kind of vibe around the circuit. They know exactly what they need to be doing. So for definite, they're going to be some really interesting stuff. And like we saw in that first race, it had a bit of calm, but of course it's going to get very interesting now that everyone knows exactly what is possible, what's up for grabs.
Yes, well, we will see some drivers we've already seen out today in this one, but some that we haven't yet seen on the live stream yet today. Of course, the first race of the day we saw was Heat 2 for the Junior Maxes. That was Group C versus Group D. Now we're seeing Group A versus Group C. So all the Group C drivers we will have already seen out on circuit today, but Group A, they've had a race yesterday, but not one on the live stream just yet. So let's see how they can do in their first heat of the day. Off we go then for the Junior Max Heat number 3. Through the first couple of corners they go, and 2 Hunter Motorsport drivers lead us through and up towards Christmas Corner, but all again keeping it very tidy through the first couple of corners. Look at the absolute gaggle of karts flying through Christmas Corner, but already your top 2 making a lovely little breakaway as there's moves in behind. One driver on the grass on the outside impressively held on to that one.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen there's a bit of a dip there just after the curve, so very lucky not to get absolutely launch over there, but we're already seeing a little bit of a battle for the lead start to come to fruition. But you can see there once again we start our trains here, and we love to see in karting a bit of that's a driver actually being shoveled out there, I believe. I'm not entirely sure who that was, but they got forced down about 4 or 5 positions, so really not ideal. And being forced on the outside of the boot, you've got less grip out there. It's ideal for the rain, but not quite in the dry. So really seeing all these cars heading their way. And look at how the front 2 have just absolutely bolted away. 1.1 seconds already.
Yeah, they use the gap that they made up on the race start to press on together nicely. And apologies, I thought it was 2 Hunter Motorsport drivers, but it definitely isn't. Sam Pollock Racing drivers, the top 2 at the front of the field, working together very nicely. And yeah, you could say they knew that they were starting in the front end of the order. They were in the same morning this morning. Maybe they thought, hey, let's just work together to start this one, press on together nicely. They've done exactly that.
Yeah, it's ideal, but you need to be careful, especially when you decide to just leave it to yourselves and go after and battle, because of course you see that 1.6 gap between Jeff and Woodard. So that's probably going to be starting to disintegrate the minute they start battling. We've already seen how close that could just close up in an instant. So these guys need to be really careful about when they decide to do battle on their own, because if it all goes wrong, they could be losing a win, both of them.
Exactly, yeah, we saw in that last race, 2 or 3 corners, and everyone's back on top of you again. So you've got to press on throughout this race. They've got to continue that working together throughout the rest of the 6 minutes of this one if they want a shot at just the 2 of them battling nicely over that the maximum points from this race later on in this one. But in behind, Aidan Wooden is the one leading the charge to try and close up that gap towards them, closely followed by Zane Quecker and William Webb. We saw Zane out in the earlier heat this morning. Zane up in the top 3 in that race earlier on, so see whether he can do the same again here in his second heat of the meeting. But it's William Antrobus who's setting the pace at the moment. Fastest lap goes to him on the last lap around the circuit, and that was a 47.7. Look at that though, battles galore throughout the field. That was more down at the bottom end of the team positions, and they're still going at it, hammer and tong. Here is Adam Wooden and Zane Quecker. William Wedd there with them as well, but now Adam under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, really starting to build onto the back of those, onto the back of Wooden. He's really starting to feel the pressure of Quecker now takes the fastest lap here. So that is a really, really good confidence booster. And we have seen now Quecker is one of those top drivers. I'd say, oh, that's not ideal. You see what's happened there. They decided to go too wide. It's actually game. And yeah, exactly what happened when you try and go too wide. So really proving to why it's not ideal. But I just wanted to quickly talk about that chicane, because it's I've just noticed it's kind of doing its job. That last corner has been slowed down. Drivers are respecting that bump, and it's really starting to kind of prove a bit of a positivity. A couple of drivers have said it's quite interesting how they've made it, but see, it's actually doing their job, because I've seen it beforehand. Look how wide they used to go, and now it's kind of been cut back.
Yeah, there's no need to go that wide towards the exit wall now, is there? Because you're coming over that rumble strip on the exit at such a slower pace that actually it's going to stop you from gaining that momentum as you bounce over those exit curbs. So now you want to be staying within the white lines in the normal section of the circuit, and that, of course, improving the safety and adding an extra interesting element through the last section of the circuit, because we have still seen drivers taking slightly different lines, trying to work out which one the more optimal line through that last corner. Now, one line that isn't optimal is crashing into each other, and I can tell you the two drivers who did that were DeJohn Bennett and Daniel Gurney down at the last corner. So they dropped down the order, now 27th and 28th respectively. They still got just over 3 minutes to try and gain a few more positions, but they're not going to get back to the lofty heights that they found themselves in a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, no, they're going to be having to dawdle around at the back. Just keep on pace and just try and keep learning. That's the thing. When you've had a moment like that, the only thing you can do is really just learn. And this is going to be some really good stuff here between the Tony car and the Lando Norris car. And up the inside, it's going to be the 150 there. And that is a really good move in for Lizzie Mentier. So really good stuff from her as she makes her way up into P6 there.
Indeed, great move from Lizzie Mentier. Takes away 6th place from the 60 of Charlie Neve. I know Lizzie Mentier is still doing a lot of kart racing this year, but has graduated to Danish F4 for 2024. So Lizzie getting behind the wheel of a Formula car as well. So we could see how she transitions from kart racing to car racing this year. We look back to our leading battle though. Still Antrobus leading Goff, but for how much longer? Goff takes the fastest lap of the race, a 47.060, but definitely had the overspeed there, definitely had the opportunity for a move at Christmas, but still working together very nicely are the Sam Pollitt racing drivers, because you can see there, they're still in the same camera shot as the group behind, which is not where they want to be. I think just as we looked away a couple of laps ago at that incident at the last corner, Zane Quecker managed to get through on Adam Wooden, so that's a bit of a change in that secondary pack. But now Zane Quecker leading the charge to catch, but realistically, just stay and keep up with these two at the front.
Yeah, because Quecker, we know he has pace. We've already seen that Jeff is going to be trying to get past his teammate now, because I think with that 1 minute 30 seconds left plus one lap, we could be able to see a move here. I think this is where they're going to go, right, I'm just going to go for it. And I think as soon as that switch is turned, then we're going to see all hell break loose. That was very, very slidey there from Adam Wooden, who's just trying to keep that rear under control there. He's going to try and go after Zane Quecker just because of course, the podium and extra points. But Quecker has got that pace. We've seen that as an absolutely super car, and it does look pretty tight on the rails.
He's been very fast as Quecker, as you say, through the last race and this one as well. Moved his way up into 3rd. Adam Wooden did just take the fastest lap of the race. It's now gone the way of Jack West in 15th. The first driver below the 47-second mark, 46.98. What has this pace come from Jack West? See what he can do from 15th as we head into the last minute of this race, but now goes back the way of both Antrobus and Goff, setting identical times, 46.8 dead for both William Antrobus and Lewis Goff as we head on to what I think should be around the penultimate lap of the race, if not the third last lap of the race. So really close on pace between the top runners, getting faster and faster, but still Antrobus and Goff extending that gap.
Yeah, they really are starting to build a bit of momentum between each other. And then, of course, I think Antrobus will start to feel a bit of pressure because he knows there's not a lot of time left. And Goff knows exactly where Antrobus likes to put that car. He knows exactly where the lines that he's taken. And as soon as Antrobus is put offline, there's Goff. Looks to be taking the fast lap and the race lead, as Adam Wooden has also got past Quecker as well. So all chained up at the front here.
Indeed, all big move down the inside at Christmas Corner. The gentleman's agreement is over. Back through goes William Antrobus on Lewis Goff. The timer has hit 0, but they managed to get to the line before that happened. So this is the penultimate lap of the race. That's when they've decided for all of this to kick off between Antrobus and Goff. But have they left enough of a gap back to Wooden, Quecker and Webb to continue pressing on? Wooden has actually got past on Zane Quecker on that last lap as well, so he's through into third place. That's again given a bit more breathing space to these two at the front of the order, but through the final corner they come. Then the drivers will look up and see the final lap on the digi flag above the start finish line, and onto the final lap they go then.
Yeah, Lizzie Mentier taking the fast lap. She's down in the 46s, but let's have a look at this last lap.
She's closed in on that secondary pack now as well as Lizzie.
Oh, we'll have to really have a look at that at some point. But Goff there having a look in towards Ashby. But this is the battle we're going to be having a look at. Oh, that's very defensive there from Quecker, who's now starting to feel the pressure from Webb here. So it looks like Quecker is now starting to look behind him rather than in front of him. Mentier might have an opportunity to maybe just slide up the inside if she can get a run out of here in towards the boot. Yeah, it looks like Quecker is very, very defensive, keeping that car to the inside, but it looks like he's just going to keep it right there, but that is going to be Webb. Oh my goodness me, Mentier going around the outside. It's a win for Antrobus, followed by Goff. It's going to be Wooden on the podium, but Webb, Mentier and Quecker. I think Quecker just got put offline there, and that just spelt it all.
That's still the classic Whilton Mill boot move. You saw Zane Quecker go move to the inside there on the entrance of the boot. Meant that he went a little bit deep, trying to get the power back on, has to go wide into the right-hander. William Webb just stuck the kart down the inside, forced Zane Quecker wide, and then Lizzie Mentier slipped through as well. Perfectly read by Lizzie. Fastest lap of the race, well read, gained an extra position on the last lap. Impressive stuff from Lizzie, but it's William Antrobus who takes the race when he managed to hold off Lewis Goff as we looked away there on the last lap, with Adam Woodham rounding out the top 3. William Red and Lizzie Mentier there in the top 5, with Zane Quecker, Michael Dalton, Charlie Neve, Ayaman Bansal and Kai Clark. Your top 10 there in heat number 3 for Junior Max's A versus C in that one. So another great race for the Junior Maxes. Second time we've seen them out today, and again, I don't think they disappointed.
Yeah, they really, really did. And there was some really good stuff there. There's a lot of teamwork between Antrobus and Goff, so really put in some really good stuff between those two and really helping each other until those last couple of laps. Once again, we're on nose watch, and it looks like the 1-2-2 has unfortunately failed there. So that'll be a penalty incoming. I think we had a loose kind of nose for one of the carts as well.
Ooh. Nose cone penalty for the 35 then.
So not ideal whatsoever, and really just trying to reflect on that race. There was some really, really good stuff, especially at that last lap with that last battle between, of course, Wooden and Wooden, who managed to get away in those last couple of laps there. And then, of course, you've got William Webb and Lewis Mentier and and, of course, Zane Quecker, who I thought had the pace in the early stages, but it all started to fall away. I wonder if that's maybe a bit of tire disintegration or just looking too far back.
No, of course. Well, Zane has already had a race this morning, whereas maybe some of the drivers that he was battling against hadn't. So he could have already put some more pressure, some more heat cycles through those tyres, and maybe that's why you saw the drop-off. But he was battling very nicely at the front of the order there. Just lost those couple of positions at the dying moments. The 77 there, Harry Wilch. Your only novice. No, sorry, one of 3. Luca Mann and Ollie Vo as well in that one. Harry Wilch the leading novice in that one, a few issues, gets a nose cone penalty. That's definitely a nose cone penalty there for the number 140 of Toby Street. His race hasn't gone well there with a bit of a broken front bumper. But there we go then. Junior Max Heat number 3 is done and dusted. We'll be swiftly moving on to the second heat of the day for the Rotax Micros and IARMI Water Swift Cadet Restricted. Here we go then. Second heat of the day for these drivers, and your only split grid of the day between the Rotax Micros and the Army Water Swift Restricted. We'll start off with the Rotax Micros. It's Maximilian Abrahart, your champion from last year, winner in heat number 1, starts on pole for this one. George Swires alongside him with Harry Radcliffe and Elliot Travis in behind. Then it's Max Jolly and Austin Aman there on row number 3, with row 4 seeing Charlie Page and Luke Millwood. Then it's Harrison Barber and Dewey Hockridge who round out the top 10, with Archie Rogers-Tyler and Finley Beals in behind them. Row 7 sees Oliver Dawson and Esme Rosie, then it's Harry Knight and Joseph Davies, then Dimitar Uzanov and James Devereaux there on row number 9. Row 10 sees Harper Das, and that's the final driver of the Rotax Micros. It's James Roots, who's on pole position in the IARMI Water Swift Restricted. Behind him is Chester Fawkes, Alfie Davidson, William Crosby and Alessandro Salas. Then it's Reggie Chandler and Mason Hibbert on row 13 with Henry Algar, Harry Chapman and Philip Petro lining up 29th of 29 drivers in this one, split between the two categories. Now, I will say just one thing to note as well for the second round of heats for the day. Of course, slightly different between that heat we just saw because it was the A versus C, B versus D, X versus Y, Z versus whatever. This one, no split, no huge entry list, meaning no split between the heats, and thus these heats still done by the qualifying times set yesterday. So it doesn't matter where they finished in heat number 1 earlier on this morning, they go back to the same starting position that they were in for that first heat of the day, for this second heat of the day.
Good stuff there. So it's going to be interesting to see, especially what these guys are. Again, I was going to say all about, but we already know what they're all about. There's some fast, frantic action. They all come out and really flood onto the circuit. I just start to try and warm up those tyres, add all the lock in, start weaving. You saw that those really aggressive movements on toward the boot. So on those formation laps. So very much it's going to be about warming up those tyres, because you don't want to be approaching those first couple of corners, especially Christmas corner, with cold brakes and cold tyres. That's not ideal.
It's true, but the amount of times I've seen someone bin it trying to warm up their tyres, I can't count on my 2 hands, to be honest, Adam. So, yes, you've got to warm up the tyres, but equally, you've got to keep it on the black stuff facing the right direction before you even get to the green flag.
Yeah, that's kind of the one of the ideal things. So it looks like we're going to be getting green flag racing here. A couple of drivers just having a look to see where they can maybe make a move. But out of this last corner, and we go green here, once again here for Whilton Mill. And there you can see up on towards the first couple of corners. It seems nice and steady as we head through the first couple of corners. And of course, on towards Crook and then Christmas. And there is our other grid, the Water Swifts heading in towards the first couple of corners once again. Is it going to be a nice clean start? Yes, it is. Contact warning there for Finley Beals, the number 20. So that's not ideal, and that's a spinner there. And I believe that's going to be the 76.
Yes, it is. That's Joseph Davies from the back of the Rotax Micro grid, going for a little spin down at Ashby. Was parked there on the grass, but I hopefully managed to keep the engine going and get back out there on circuit. There's a move to the inside in the background, the 16 making up places on the 26. That's Austin Aman through on Harry Radcliffe. So Harry Radcliffe not had an ideal start here, drops down a position, but only one from his actual starting position. So it's actually been a really good start there from Austin Aman, who makes up a couple of places, and Max Jolly as well. Max Jolly has gone from 5th to 2nd so far in this race, but here's some side-by-side action up towards Christmas corner. Down the inside goes the 82, and the 33 follows through but gets a little bit slidey and has to relinquish the position once again. That was Charlie Page gaining and then immediately losing up at Christmas corner.
Yeah, not ideal to be losing positions, but they're currently at the moment in time just continue to make gains here and just start to just find that rhythm. That's all you can really do until you maybe make to that stage. Oh, that's a bit of contact. Whoa, that was very close between the two cars. They almost came to actual blows and almost pin maneuvered as well. So really close stuff there, but at this moment in time, they're just staying at this. They're really just staying in line at this moment in time, just still trying to make gains on maybe the leader or the car up ahead.
Good to see Harper Das back out in this one. Of course, we lost him after a few laps in the first heat of the day, and he also was DSQ'd from quali. So it hadn't been a great weekend, but we actually cut straight to him. There's him trying to make a move on the 87 of Archie Rogers-Tyler. Just goes a little bit too late on the brakes up at Christmas and has to relinquish the position once again, does Harper Das. But he's battling through nicely in this one, having a good ding-dong battle there with Archie Rogers-Tyler. Nearly, he's just flirting with the top 10 at the moment, is Harper. But good to see him back out once again after clearly some issues in heat number 1. But it's Maximilian Eberhardt, the championship winner from 2023, commanding once again in heat 2. He's looking to take maximum points from the first weekend of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. He's got a quali pole, he's got the heat 1 victory, he's looking pretty set at the moment for the heat 2 victory. But Max Jolly has some impressive pace here. He sets a fastest lap of 53.6. Austin and Oman, though, identical time in 3rd place. So Austin and Max are chasing down Maximilian Eberhardt in the lead of the race at the moment, but we cut back to a bit of action over 4th place.
Yeah, really good stuff there. And that was Charlie Page, I believe, having a look at the inside of George Swell, who's at this moment in time just trying to defend. You can see the pack of cars heading through Ashby, but look at this fast, frantic action. That's a 35, I believe, of Elliot Travers there. They head their way through over that curb and looking on toward the boot. Are there going to be any moves made? No, they're just keeping it nice and steady and maybe try and set something up for the the first corner or even Christmas, which would be a bit more ideal in terms of overtaking opportunities, because we know how popular that is. Meanwhile, this is the number 16 of Austin Oman, who has taken that fastest lap up the inside of Max Jolly. Max Jolly just can't seem to defend that on the outside line. He's going to get pushed back here, and that is the 82 leading the way. I believe that is, who is that, John?
George Swire, I think, still there in 4th, potentially 5th place now. I think one driver might have just snuck through ahead of this batting. He's still got Charlie Page in behind, or maybe that's a back marker in between the two of them. We'll try and let you know as they cross the line to finish this next lap. But impressive stuff from Austin Oman. It was still an identical fastest lap as the last lap from Max Jolly, but Austin Oman went even faster. 53.3 now the fastest lap from Austin. He takes away 2nd place from Max Jolly, and I think from where we saw through the camera angle there through the last couple of corners, he was already on the back of Maximilian Eberhardt. 0.09 as they cross the line. 900ths of a second separating those top two, and it is indeed the 76 who's between all these drivers. That was Joseph Davies, who we saw have that incident earlier on the grass up at Christmas Corner. He's rejoined and luckily is being very respectful, allowing for the drivers through, but they're still battling as they're trying to make it through past the back marker. 82 of George Swire just about holds on to it, but Elliot Travis trying to squeeze his way through down the inside, and he does make it work down into Ashby as they're still side by side heading towards the exit. Has he managed to gain that 5th place? Yes, he has. Finally gets it done, and Harry Ratcliff is now all over the back of them as well. He's made up a position on Charlie Page as well, so Page has been relegated down the order in this little gaggle anyway.
Yeah, it does seem like that was almost 4 wide out of Christmas as well, and then on towards the King. So we're getting pretty close up there, but it's still Eberhardt leading out here ahead of Austin Oman. But there's a couple of changes there. Elliot Travers up to 5th, and then Harry Ratcliffe as well. Timing just updates there. That is the I believe the 35 there of Elliot Travers. He's now having a look up the inside here, but he has to now get forced to the outside, just because he just can't seem to get that move done. But I'm sure he'll just be plotting that manoeuvre here.
That's changed at the lead. Oman's through on Eberhardt. You saw as they headed up to Christmas Corner early on in this lap that move was going to be on, and he's already got it done.
Yeah, really good stuff there. So we didn't quite see the move, but Oman now with the pace, and he's clear with that fastest lap. He knows that he's got a lot of confidence in him, and I wonder if Eberhardt will be able to come back. We'll have to see how he builds that confidence in the early stages. He's only got 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go on the clock here, and I wonder if also Max Jolly will be able to get on this battle. Massive wide moment there for Eberhardt, but he's just trying to get that run all the way up towards Christmas, and he's not going to go for that move.
Yeah, Eberhardt using all of the track there to try and get as much lap time out of that card as he can You saw him just shaking his head as he came across the start-finish line, maybe telling someone, a team member, a family member on the side of the track, that he knows that something's not feeling quite right, because it is unusual for Eberhard to lose this much pace. He's a good 3 or 4 tenths of a second slower every lap than Austin Oman and Max Jolly around him. So maybe something not quite right in this race. We saw him drive away with it in heat number 1. That's not quite happened here in heat 2. We were still watching the battle between these two, though. We saw Elliot Travis go for a very tidy move there on the 82 of George Swire. He moves himself up into 4th place. Doesn't have too long to try and hold on to it either. We head into the last 45 seconds plus 1 lap of this race here in heat number 2 of the Rotex Micros and IAMI Water Swift Cadet Restricted. And I will say, we've been so focused on the Rotex Micros, we haven't even mentioned the Water Swift. There's a great little battle between William Crombie, Alessandro Salas and Mason Hibbert. That's over 2nd place, though, in the Water Swifts, because Alfie Davidson has driven away with this race up into 12th place overall. He's got 5 Rotax Micros between himself and the rest of the Water Swift field, so he's done a great job to bridge that gap, get a nice little bit of breathing room between himself and the rest of the field, and he's looking good to take the win here in heat 2.
Yeah, really good stuff there from all those drivers, really, that've been batting away, and we've not quite had the cameras on, but they've slowly but surely been doing their business, and that is the 61 ahead of the 60. So Abrahard's actually managed to get ahead of Oman as they head on towards this last lap. So it looks like Abrahard will now have to keep defensive here. That 61 is going to be looking all over the place. He does defend that inside line in towards Christmas, but it looks like Oman wants that inside line, but he's not going to give it to him on a platter. He's going to have to fight for it, and look at this racecraft. Absolutely scintillating stuff there. Oman to the outside, I believe. He wanted to try and make a maneuver, and on towards the left-hander here. Is he going to try up the inside? Oh, it's brilliant stuff there. And Austin Oman takes the lead here, and he's only a couple of meters away from winning this race.
What a move around the outside. Gutsy move from Austin Oman to retake the lead here. But down the inside, very late move from Maximilian Eberhard. Potentially Oman thinking there was a bit of contact there, maybe a little bit too much for comfort. But either way, Maximilian Eberhard is going to take win number 2 today here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Squeezes Austin Oman out at the dying moments of that race. And Max Jolly comes in to finish 3rd there. Good race from him in P3. But what an end to the race there.
Oh my goodness me. That had me by absolute surprise. I thought Austin Oman had that wrapped up and done with a bow tie on top. But Abrahard said, no, I'm going to go down that inside at the boot. And that was an absolute send and a half. I couldn't believe that. I genuinely couldn't.
Here we go then. Let's look at a replay then of the last moments of that race. Here's the move to the inside late on the brakes. How late do you like it? And there was definitely a little bit of side pod to side pod contact there, but we'll leave that one up to the stewards. Nonetheless, a brilliant move to take the win in heat number 2 for the Rotax Micros. And it was indeed Alfie Davidson who took the win in the Water Swifts, closely followed by William Crombie, to be fair. He closed in over those last couple of laps with that huge gaggle in behind, but not quite able to take the win at the end there. So Maximilian Eberhard takes full points from heat 2 there, with Austin Oman and Max Jolly in the top 3. Elliot Travis and George Swire, your top 5, with Charlie Page, Harper Das, Archie Rogers-Tyler, Luke Millwood and Dewey Hockridge, your top 10 there in the Rotax Micros. Your top 10 in Water Swifts was Alfie Davidson, followed by William Crombie in 2nd. Alessandro Salas, your WM plate winner, in 3rd place there, with Mason Hibbert, Chester Fawkes, Harry Chapman, James Devereaux. Devereaux was in the Micros, with James Roots in 7th, Reggie Chandler 8th in the Water Swift, Henry Algar and Philip Petru, your top 10 in the Water Swifts. We look to nose cone watch just to double check that whether any drivers have any penalties from that one. And there were some close moves, but equally some really good racing there amongst some of our younger drivers. And yeah, we've seen that late move to the inside at the boot plenty of times in the past, but that was a very late one from Eberhard, clearly wanting to keep his perfect record from the weekend, and he's managed to do just that, to be fair to him. So on we go. I think they've just got the final to come later on today for him to continue that perfect weekend.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if Eberhard can take the full 3 and really just stamp his authority early on in the championship. He will definitely be one to watch, especially going into the second round and the future rounds. But he's definitely going to be one of those quick drivers, and I hope to see him rising up the ranks in the next couple of years.
Exactly, yeah, he was super impressive last year, stayed in the same class for this one. But we're done with the Rotax Micros then, and the Army Water Swift Restricted. We move on to their older brothers and sisters, the Army Water Swift Intermediates, up next.
And here we are, we have the IMA Intermediates, and it's going to be Austin Newstead, IMA Intermediates. I got that pronunciation wrong, just getting told in my ears. But it's going to be Austin Newstead in the pole position slot ahead of Mason Brook. And it's going to be Freddie Wood and Will Green alongside Sukamani Hira ahead of Teddy Porter. Then it's going to be Jensen Ackerman ahead of Jarlath Taylor, ahead of Colby Patterson and Patterson ahead of Christian Colby and Harley Musk. Then it's going to be Charlie Clough in P12 with Iran Nayar, with Max Mason and Austin Gibbon. Then it's going to be Enzo Butterazzi ahead of Harry Williams, with John T. Ristrick and Milton Tomlinson, Simeon Stone, Night Measures, and there's Alfie Taylor, Reid and Townsend, Platinum Sultan, Harry Davidson, Orion Meta, Zach Champney, William Haynes, and Adam Judicius. And we go racing here once again at Whilton Mill. Really good stuff there. And they head off the line and in towards the first couple of corners. It's very, very tight. Here there's a spinner at the back and a couple more in the wall there. And it looks like the 51, I believe. So I think that's going to be Charlie Clough there. But already into Crispin we go. I think 2 wide, 3 wide almost. And they head in towards turn at number 5 there of Inkermans, and then Ashby there. It's getting pretty close there, but of course this is typical karting, pretty close. Up at the end, a couple of sends in towards Wilkins, and then Oshers, and it's getting very tight up at the top end. Really already making maneuvers there, and just keeping an eye on what other drivers are doing. Send into the boot there. Really top stuff there, but a switch back already from the middle, from the karts there in the middle. Through the chicane they go to round off this first lap, and wow, what a fantastic stuff there. We've had Freddie Wood up a couple of places as well as Jala Sayer, but what an absolutely top stuff here. We're already seeing a move there for P3.
Yeah, quite the opening lap there, I will say. That was an interesting one. Here it's a slippery surface flag now heading through the first couple of corners, so someone's dropped some sort of liquids down at Oblivion and Crook, so the drivers just need to be a little bit cautious of that, because that is a fast section of the circuit, not one where you want to suddenly be finding, oh dear, I've got no grip, and the barrier seems to be coming up rather quickly. But all the drivers making it through this time, and after a few laps, they should scrub through whatever it is that's dropped down there at the first section of the circuit. Here's the move to the lead, though, down the inside, late on the brakes from Mason Brooks. Up to the lead he goes, and through follows Will Green on the number 2 as well. So Austin Newstead getting deja vu from Heat 1, gets relegated from first to third, and now has another Jamie Green Racing driver for company as well, this time of Freddie Wood.
Yeah, really top stuff there. That was a big move there made by Mason Brooks. But up the inside, Will Green is not having any of it. In the 74 of Austin Newstead is looking to try and maybe take something there. Big hop from Mason Brooks, it looks like. So he's gone hopping like a kangaroo. Up the inside, Freddie Wood is making a move on his, I believe, teammate. Correct me if I'm wrong, John. But some really top stuff there. And just trying to follow the flow here of Jala Sayer actually. Now up into a move, I believe.
Yeah, I think he's up into third place even. He's had a great little lap as Jala Sayer. He's got through, Austin Newstead's just ahead, Mason Brooks is just behind, and I think it was Freddie Wood who went for that little hop, skip and a jump up at the top end of the circuit there. I think went over the back of Austin Newstead's car, allowed for Mason Brooks to just sneak back through. But Will Green, once again, at the front of the field here in the Army Water Swift unrestricted category. He won heat number 1 earlier on this morning. Now looking to make it 2 from 2 here is Will Green. He's been super impressive so far today. We've got a yellow flag through sector 2 though. Not quite sure what that's for as of yet, but this section of the circuit neutralised this time around then, and no opportunities of moves through Wilkins or Osiers. Back to green flag through the boot, but still no moves just as of yet. Under 5 minutes left to go on the timing here. Still lots of time for things to happen. But the gap between first and second was just over a second when they crossed the lap last time around. Now 1.2. Will Green is pressing on and extending that gap very quickly. And it's going to happen even quicker if these four in behind start to battle, and it looks like that's exactly what they're about to do. 2 moves down the inside at Christmas corner, change to second, change for 4.
Really top stuff there. They're really having a bit of a battle, a massive battle, in fact, of their own. But it's just leaving Will Green to just fly up the field. He's already got about a 1.5 second lead here. Austin Newstead just continues to hassle and hound Jala Sayer, but Sayer is really going for it there. That is Mason Brooks also on the defensive, it looks like, from Christian Kobe. So Kobe's come up from quite a way back here. He definitely wasn't in this leading battle a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, so Newstead up to second. Kobe now pressuring for 4th with Mason Brooks. It's all chopping and changing in this group. This is exactly what Will Green wants to see when he looks over his shoulder. It's a group of 7 or 8 karts, all absolutely going at it. He's rubbing his hands with glee, driving away with this one, but it does look like he might now have a couple of back markers to start to deal with as well as we go into the last few minutes of this. As you can see, blue flags coming out. Drivers need to be aware of their surroundings and not holding up the leaders, but equally they don't have to pull over to the side and just let them through. But there's a cheeky move from Brooks. He gets through up into 3rd place, forces Newstead out wide, and Newstead goes down 1, 2, 3, 4 positions in that gaggle alone. That's what happens when all these karts are following line astern super closely. You lose 1 place, you then lose 4.
I thought Newstead was going to go onto the grass there and just start bunny hopping like we saw earlier, but luckily he just managed to keep it on the circuit there. Now up the hill we go. Is there going to be any moves? You bet. You absolutely sure? That's who moved there by Mason Brooks, I believe. That is absolutely scintillating stuff. Really good stuff to try and just force it up the inside and actually make that move rather than just smashing into another driver. That could have very easily been done, but he put it in a really good spot there. And now it's going to be Mason Brooks leading this battle for second, but they're deciding to really fall back on Will Green because Green is in absolute no man's land. But it's a pretty good no man's land to his kind of feel.
Exactly, yeah. It's where you want to be. Out in front, by yourself, driving away with the race. It's a nice place for Will Green to find himself. But as you say, drivers making their way through the back markers nicely, and it was a challenging one for Mason Brooks, but he did it cleanly, very impressively so. Holds on to second place, but not for much longer. Down the inside go his 2 teammates, the Fusion drivers of Jala Sayer and Sukmani Kira. Kira was fighting for the lead in heat number 1, hasn't quite been there in this heat so far, but she finds herself up into the podium positions now as herself and Sayer relegate Brooks back to 4th place. So we've got an all Fusion 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and it all changes again. Back through goes the number 9 of Sukmani Kira, so she now finds herself in 2nd place. Mason Brooks follows through. Mason Brooks down the inside at the boot, and here comes a Jamie Green Racing driver, the 38 of Freddie Wood, getting involved as well now. What a battle this is becoming for 2nd place as we head into the final minute of the race.
Really top stuff there. They're really on each other and really going for it, and it's proven to be some absolutely incredible entertainment from absolutely everyone. Look at that defensive maneuver there from that's the number 9 of Sukmani Kira. So she is pretty defensive in her maneuvers here, and I wonder if Brooks is going to be keeping on tabs here of Freddie Wood. Freddie Wood has done an absolutely great job this race. Don't you agree, John?
What a move from Freddie Wood to take away 2nd place there early on in that lap. Impressive stuff. And we now have a Jamie Green Racing top 2 in this one. Yellow flag down at Ashby though. We got 1 driver really out down the bottom. We got 2 drivers off at the bottom of Ashby. There's the 223 and the 67, it looks like. That's the 223 of Ryan Townsend and the 67 of John T. Restrick going out of this one quite late on. But Will Green's already come across the line to start the penultimate lap of the race. And now Mason Brooks and Freddie Wood starting to break away. Just the 2 of them. Is Mason Brooks going to go for it though? Yes, he is. Down the inside at Christmas corner, late on the brakes. Retakes 2nd place, does Mason Brooks. But these 2 have got to be a bit careful now. There's no way they're going to catch Will Green out in the lead, but they've got to be careful. If they start battling hard, it's not far back, a kart length or 2 to Sukmani, Austin, Christian, Colby, Jala, Max, Harry. The whole rest of the field are still there in behind them, wanting those podium places.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tight, and you just have to try and keep your head focused and in the zone, just in case anything goes wrong. You are there to try and make sure you pick up the pieces and make sure you're getting ahead of your opponents here. But green, onto the final lap we go, and it's going to be Mason Brooks leading Freddie Wood here. But I think Wood has a trick up his sleeve here because he's using all the track there on the left-hand side. And is he going to have a look at trying to make a move on the outside? No, because Mason Brooks is going defensive there, and Wood is just going to have to keep in behind. Through they go, in towards Inkermans, and can Wood have a look at the inside once again? No, because Brooks has parked that car beautifully, pinpoint on the apex. My goodness, but this is really top stuff here.
Really good racing. Here's your leader coming through the final section of corners. It's never really been a question of whether he'll win here, it's when he'll win for Will Green. He makes it 2 from 2 in the IAMI Watt-Swift intermediate category. Who's going to take second place, though? Is Mason Brooks going to hold on to it just over the line? He sneaks ahead of Freddie Wood to take second place. Freddie's going to have to settle for third with Sukmani Kira. Good race to fourth. Christian Kobe, Austin Newstead, Colby Patterson, Jarlath Sayer and Max Mason all in that group in behind, battling over second place. And Harley Musk rounds out the top 10, but more brilliant battling from our Water-Swift Unrestricted.
Yeah, definitely. There have been some really good battles there, especially in the more higher mid-pack there, especially like you saw Brooks, Wood, Kira, Kobe, Newstead, Patton, Sayer, Mason, Musk. That is your top 10 as well. But really good stuff there from these guys, and they'll be back after the break, which is coming up very soon. But we've got a couple more races still left to go, and it's going to be the senior max against, and then it's going to be the junior max. So 2 races coming up to go before we head into our break, and I'm sure we'll have something lined up ready for you during the break. Now back to the nose watch, and it looks like we might be given a penalty. Yeah, that is that's 110 there, who's not very happy with something.
No, I think, coming to the end of the race, feeling a bit hard done by something. But either way, you've got the time now to just relax, recuperate yourself and get ready for the final later on today, because that's the last time that we're going to be seeing the Water-Swift Unrestricted, as you say, until after the lunch break. And when we come back, after getting a bit of food and water, not only inside of us, commentators, but inside of the drivers, who are really the ones needing out there. They're putting in the effort. We just sat in a nice warm comms booth, shouting about their racing. But I love being here. I hope you've enjoyed us on comms. Of course, John Ratcliff and Adam Reid taking you through the action today. But nose cone watch, pretty much done and dusted then for the IAMI Water-Swift intermediate category. We've got a couple races left to go, at least on my sheet of paper. Up next is the heat number 2 for the Rotax Minis. Here we are then, heat number 2 for the Rotax Minis, the intermediate class for Rotaxes. And it's Vinny Lyons who lines up on pole position with Edward Haynes alongside. Great battle between those two in heat number 1. Let's hope that continues here in heat 2. Tom Reid and Blair Smith line up on row 2 with Oliver Spencer and Theo Bradshaw there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Riley Morrow and Neo Livings with Finley Hines and Jensen Chalk rounding out the top 10. Cody LaPetrel and Jamie Ambrose are there on row 6 with Jack Baker and Otis Cleary on row number 7. Josh Cormack and Jack Collinson are on row 8 with Charlie King and Miles Burton on row 9. Alex Goodson and Benjamin Lawn round out the top 20. Oliver Barton and Louis Radcliffe are there on row 11 with Cameron Tipping and Alfie Mew on row number 12. Row 13 sees Daniel Wisnauskas and Harry Bell. Then it's Kieran Stewart, Ruben Jenkins, William Horton and Nathan Rond rounding out the top 30. And Arthur Brooker, Max Wheatley, Warwick Milam and Ethan Cousins. Your 34 drivers on the grid then for heat 2 of the Rotax Minis.
Oh, what an interesting race we have. A whole stats grid. And, of course, like we've seen all day, there's going to be some really good stuff. And I'm very much looking forward to it because, of course, it's karting. It's brilliant stuff. It's action. It's frantic. And for sure, we're going to be seeing some really good stuff. It's just all about who's going to be able to try and nip those places, especially if you're in the midfield. Who's going to be able to maybe make those moves on that opening lap and then find themselves in a really good position coming towards the end of those 8 minutes plus 1 lap to try and maybe find themselves in a possible podium place, or maybe even win if it becomes that manic.
Exactly, yeah. We saw a very interesting race earlier on in heat number 1. We're excited for another one as they'll soon be heading out of the dummy grid. But indeed, the top 2 across the line, less than 0.3 of a second separated them when they saw that checkered flag. Finney Lyons just pipping it ahead of Edward Haynes. They stayed as they were off of the start grid. But look at this for some movers in behind them. Jensen Chalk finished in 3rd place, was up 7 places. Jack Collinson finished in 4th, up 12 places. Otis Cleary up 9 places into 5th. Emerson McAndrew-Uren up 29 places in heat number 1 to finish in 6th. Miles Burton up 11 places to finish in 7th. 24 places gained by Max Wheatley to finish in 8th. And 10 places gained by Alex Goodson to finish in 9th place. But of course, to remind you, the drivers will be starting on the same starting position that they started heat number 1 on as well, because it's still done from that qualifying completed yesterday. So although Emerson McAndrew-Uren, for example, gained 29 places from 35th on the grid to 6th place, he's got to try and do that all again here in heat number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be not ideal.
Not an easy feat to complete.
No, it really isn't, especially in this type of circuit where it's so tight, and you're kind of hoping for that carnage like we saw like a couple like last race.
You've got to hope it gets a bit scrappy ahead of you, haven't you?
Oh, for definite. It's going to be one of those where you have to try and just keep your athleticism up. You have to be aware of what's going on, and that's really going to be training you as a driver. You can train your eyes and train your reaction time. So that's where I'm gonna kind of boost you up here. But that's where Kartsim kind of comes into play. he's a very happy man. It's John in the commentary booth. But yes, you could definitely do a bit of training for your awareness and many other things.
Exactly, yeah. Lots of training to be done on the simulator. Of course, Kartsim will be here for some Whilton Mill Kart Club rounds across the series 2024, and also at lots of British Kart Championship rounds as well. A lot of drivers here this weekend practicing for that British Kart Champs round. The Rotax O Plate at Whilton Mill next weekend, of course, live streamed on Alpha Live as well. So make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, because you don't want to be missing all the content coming at you over 2024. Lots of British Kart Champs action to be had. Lots of Whilton Mill Kart Club action to be had, and we're about to see some more of that as the Rotax Minis will take us to the line for their heat number 2 of the day. So Adam, take us through this one.
So many karts on the grid, and once again through the train tracks, and we go racing once again here at Whilton Mill. It looks to be a bit scruffy there, but we'll see what happens in towards the second corner, because this is where we see a lot of the carnage here. A couple of slow carts there, so they're just trying to take it easy. They don't want to be involved in any incident, but in towards Christmas once again, pulling to that right-hand side just to see if they can make any attacking maneuvers or make any defensive maneuvers, especially if you're up at the top end. In towards Ashby, the hairpin is very keen for overtaking, and there you can see one of the carts dipping through 2 wide, 3 wide in towards this corner, and now you're already exiting and on towards Oshers, and they head on towards that massive curve. Oh, I think that that 3rd place kart was pretty skew whip through that section, but that is the 46. Just making its way around the boot we go, and on towards the final chicane. That's newly implemented. The first actual calendar, the first actual like kind of event that's had this incredible, it's really good chicane at newly implemented by Hayes. Haynes really going to be chasing in the tracks of Lines.
Yeah, that was the battle we saw in heat number 1, wasn't it? Lyons versus Haynes. It's been a great start from Finney Lyons to break away at the front, but Haynes is quickly chasing him back down again, and these drivers in behind need to buck up their ideas if they're thinking about a top 2 in this heat number 2 of the day for the Rotax Minis, because already Lyons and Haynes starting to break away. It's Theo Bradshaw who's leading the charge in behind on the 144 plated kart, along with Blair Smith closely following them as well. I think Oliver Spencer, it might be, who's in behind too. So lots of battling going on as they were a bit wide, actually, those two in behind are coming through the boot. Clearly an attempt for a position. Has it changed, though? It's the 142 of Oliver Spencer, who now finds himself in third place. So it's all changed in that. Blair Smith has lost 5 or 6 places there through the boot. So a move has been gone for there through the final section of that lap, and it's all changed from third place backwards.
It really, really has, and I think that's the kind of effect you get at the boot. It's such an interesting complex of course, the left or the right, and then the right once again. And of course, like we see, you can make those maneuvers, but it's very, very difficult. That's a maneuver in itself. That is an absolute sin and a half. That's Riley Moreau on Theo Bradshaw. So Bradshaw starting to head down the field, but I believe he started in 6th place there. So he's really trying to go after it, but he was up into a really good position, but it just completely fell back. And look at that gaggle of carts there just coming out of that last corner. But Hayes is still on the back of the lines. I think he's going to try and sit back for now.
Indeed, yeah. Bradshaw back to sort of where he started now in 6th place. Morrow, a bit of the cork in the bottle in that tertiary pack now, I guess you could say. As we continue to watch there, that's the 36 of Tom Reid pressuring the back of Oliver Spencer. Move to the inside there. That's Jensen Chalk getting involved with the battle as well. Finney Hines, I think it is, who's making moves too. He's on the DHR plated cart, the 55. Late move to the inside, though. That is Theo Bradshaw trying to get the move done. And they're all still side by side as they get to the exit. Not quite able to see who actually got the move done there. There's so many carts in one shot. I'm struggling to see between all of them. Look at the train we've now got. What is this? We've got the 1-2-2 leading this. That's Riley Morrow in 5th place. We're looking from 5th down to, well, I mean, the whole rest of the field, I think, is pretty fair to say. There's 4 seconds separating 5th and 25th.
Oh my goodness me. At least you're struggling. That kind of makes me feel a little bit better, I can't lie. I was kind of struggling to pick out who's who, because of course I'm still all new. This is the first time I've kind of met these drivers, so day one currently being written in the books for me. But it's really good stuff so far, and I've been very, very impressed with these drivers. They kind of have that self-awareness. I was expecting a little bit of panicking behind the wheel, but no, some of these guys are absolutely going for it. And it's really, really impressive to see there Riley Morrow on your screen previously. Now with the Finley lines.
Indeed, still watching these chaps press on through this race. Yeah, like you say, drivers with a lot of experience here at Whilton Mill, particularly in these Rotax classes, this being the Rotax Mini, practicing for that British Kart Championships event next weekend. So we've seen a lot of drivers. There's a big move there in the mid-pack. Someone was off over the grass on the inside, someone off on the outside, someone very slow in the middle of the corner. So that was in our sort of secondary pack, battling over 5th place. So I'm not sure who it was off there, but either way, I think it all will have changed by the time they get to the line at the end of this lap. But here we look back to that battle for 3rd. Spencer still leading Reid as they head through those couple of corners. You can see there between the two of them, those differences in lines. Spencer really attacking that curb on the inside left, taking quite a lot of it, whereas Reid in behind, missing it completely, just finding a way to slide it round the left and round the right. Seems to be working for both of them, but there's got to be one that's slightly better than the other. Drivers still working it out through the race day here at Whilton Mill.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be something to really just keep an eye on throughout the entire event, just because it's such a difficult section as we've been seeing from the content, from the driving here we're seeing on your screens there. But Oliver Spencer just keeping nice and firm in that Lando Norris caped kart. And ahead of Tom Reid as well. They head in towards that boots section once again. Is Spencer going to try and he misses, in fact, the chicane this time, and goes a little bit out wide there. So I think that's going to be Tom Reid having a look and seeing if he can get a move. Through they go in towards Oblivion and in towards the second corner. Is he going to get a run in towards turn number 3 of Christmas? He looks up the inside. He's going to go for it. Absolutely big send there from Tom Reid. You can't quite see if he got the move done, but look at this, all in behind. That's Moreau, Chalk, Ambrose, Smith, Muren, Livings, Hinds as well, all having a big old tussle. Look and see if they can go for a move. One of them backing out and just saying it's best to just sticking behind and keep an eye on what these guys are doing, because of course it's going to be it's Moreau backing up the entirety of this pack. And look at the train just coming through at this. Look at it, just look at it on your screen. It is absolutely ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. I'm getting a little bit confused because I was talking about how in race number 1, Mackenzie Uren had an amazing battle through from the back. He's doing it again here in heat number 2. He's up into 8th place. However, unless I'm being blind, please take a second look at it for me, Adam. Emerson Mackenzie Uren is not on that grid. I'm pretty sure he's not on that grid, so I'm a little bit confused as to, 1, where he was starting in this race, and 2, why he's not on the grid at all. A little bit of a weird one, but anyway, he's definitely out there on circuit because I can see his helmet, his lid and kart combo, and he's making some great moves up in this top 10 battle, is Makandu Uren. But either way, he's not on the starting grid for this one. Oh, bit of contact there, front to rear contact between these two as there's a late move down the inside from the Dan Holland Racing driver, the 55 of Jamie Ambrose. These two still going side by side as Jack Baker trying to squeeze through, but he's not quite able to make it work. Has to sit behind the 118 for now of Jensen Chalk. But it all stays as they were, and behind Finley Lyons steals away 9th place from Blair Smith right at the back of this pack. But this is the battle that we want to keep eyes on, and it all is still almost changing. Nearly the 71 of Jack Baker forced into a spin. We've got a full course yellow out there on circuit. Drivers not able to make any moves. Have they seen this full course yellow as of yet? You've got the Battenberg flag out there. You go. Drivers leading the train. The 1-2-2 of Riley Morrow telling everyone to slow down, chill out. The timer has hit 0 though, so potentially we could see the checkered flag here under Battenberg conditions. And yeah, race looks to have been called anyway. It's been marked as finished on the live timing, so something's happened there over the last 2 laps of racing, and there we can see what it is. A driver has flipped the car at the final corner in this race. So the drivers will see checkered flag under those Battenberg conditions, effectively safety car conditions, bringing the race to a nice, slow and controlled finish as the fantastic marshals here at Whilton Mill tend to that driver who has found themselves up and over at the final corner. So hopefully all okay, but we'll update you as soon as we can. But a slightly subdued finish to that one then, Adam. But either way, some brilliant battling from what was that 4th, 5th place back. We had a line of about 15 karts there for the whole race.
I couldn't believe it that we had that many karts in kind of one area. It was a bit surreal. I think now I'm starting to get the idea of what you were talking to me about this morning, that we're getting a whole bunch of cars in one kind of area, and my goodness me, it is something else. And you do have to kind of look at almost everyone there, but brilliant win there from Finley Lyons, and once again commanding ahead of Edward Hayes. Didn't give him a chance. They didn't give him a sniff to maybe take that win ahead of Tom Reid, Riley Monroe, and then of course to Jensen Chalk, Jack Baker, Jamie Ambrose, Emerson McCauley and Uren, and Finley Lyons and Blair Smith. That was your top 10, but yeah, some really, really good stuff. And just reflecting on that race, brilliant stuff. I think especially in that mid-pack is providing all the entertainment, and I'm sure we can maybe find a little bit of content from that. I'm sure that'll be maybe posted on the good old socials.
Indeed. Good race, though. Really interesting race. I enjoyed that. I can tell you at the end of that one, we seem to have lost Theo Bradshaw, Oliver Spencer and Benjamin Lawn. So potentially those are the drivers involved in that incident on the last lap. Theo Bradshaw did complete 9 laps. Oliver Spencer and Benjamin Lawn only 8. So I think we could potentially assume it was Oliver and Benjamin involved there at the final corner. But all being dealt with by the marshals and our fantastic ambulance crew here at Whilton Mill. So we'll just keep you updated as best we can when we know more information. But there's going to be a little bit of a break potentially here at Whilton Mill before we go on to the last heats of the day. But fantastic racing from our Road Tax Minis, as you were saying. Finley Lyons and Edward Haynes, they were going at it in heat number 1. Didn't really get the opportunity to go at it there. I think Finley Lyons led a much more commanding race in that one.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, he didn't give Haynes a sniff at an opportunity, which is quite ideal in the eyes of our winner. Back once again to nose cam. It does seem like we've got some. Just having a look, just keeping an eye, to see if we have got any indents in any of the noses. But it doesn't look like it's any of them have been serious. But really, really good stuff. And of course, we've still got 2 races left, which I'm looking forward to. But there you can see some of the beautiful liveries that are on display, and some of the fantastic helmets that we're being shown, of course, inspired by some absolute heroes. A little thumbs up to the camera. Is that a Daniel Ricciardo style helmet? It looks very, 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 very cool.
Very, very cool. Lots of different lid and kart combinations. We're good to see lots of different manufacturers as well. We've got Sodi one on your screen. We've seen Praga. We've seen a lot of different karts of different teams as well. Jamie Green Racing, Dan Holland Racing, all sorts. But that's it then for your heat number 2 for the Rotax Minis. We'll move on because I know they'll all be in the dummy grid getting ready to go, and we'll have a chill chat through the next heat of the day before they do head out of that dummy grid. It's going to be B versus C in the senior Rotaxes for their heat number 3 of the weekend. Here we go then. Senior Rotax heat number 3, B versus C, is coming up very shortly. I can see the fantastic ambulance crew heading off of the circuit down at the first corner, which leads me to believe positive things about the drivers. Hopefully they're all okay, and hopefully we're back under racing very shortly. But the next race we will see out on circuit is the senior Rotaxes. Let's take you through the grid then. Brandon Klein-Nagelfort and Jack Lilly will line up on the front row of the grid, with Archie Walker and Reg Hayward on row 2. Louis Weaver and Lucas Ellingham are there on row number 3, with row 4 seeing Tyler Harris and Ethan Ling. Gustav Uzakovs and Spencer Braun round out the top 10, with Jack Collins and Jack Gillingham there on row number 6. Row 7 has Philip Rawson and Ben Ballou, then it's William Pemble and Zaki Hussain on row 8. Row 9 sees Alex Duncan and Lewis Wild, and then rounding out the top 20 there on row 10 are Ralph Youngling and Mac McFarquhar. Piotr Jurovic and Joseph Gethin are there on row 11, with William Young and Daniel Archer on row 12. Row 13 has Dylan Norris and Mac McGilvery, then it's Dalton Norris, Ryan Hedge, Molly Griffiths and Ronnie Bradley rounding out the top 30, with Lucas Theo and Robert Harrison, your 32 runners in this senior Rotax heat number 3.
So a bit of sweeping action we can see, and I think that's maybe because something has been dropped. It looks like maybe a bit of fluid or probably oil on the circuit, so it's good to get that cleared away just so the drivers aren't slipping about. But even though it's off the racing line, it's always nice to know that if you're going to come across a nice clean surface, even though it does take a while to kind of get in.
Exactly, yeah. Well, obviously, karts aren't usually meant to be upside down, so understandable that maybe it leaked a few fluids it wasn't supposed to. But yeah, good to see the marshalling team straight on that one, getting it sorted and meaning as safe as possible conditions out there for the drivers to contend with on the next race. But here we look to the dummy grid then, with the senior Rotax drivers all ready and raring to go, just starting to get back in their karts before they get the green light and they're able to leave the pits. But it also gives us a nice little view of the Whilton Mill Bistro and Bar. Of course, the small building you see on the left-hand side of your screen used to be the main building here at Whilton Mill. But that quite a few years ago now to be fair, changed, and that amazing main clubhouse building was built at Whilton Mill, serving some fantastic lunch options and breakfast options, and also, I will say, a very, very nice pint as well. But that's got to be left until after the racing is all done at the end of the day. However, seniors won't be having to wait too long for themselves to get out on circuit. And again, it's similarly to what we saw with the juniors earlier on. A large amount of entries here for the senior Rotaxes, and that then means that we have these groups to contend with. And we will have seen one of the groups out on circuit already today for their heat number 2, and that was A versus C in heat number 2. This one is going to be B versus C. So the C category of drivers, the group that has been formed for this weekend, that has been marked C. We've seen them all out today, but this is the first time that we've encountered the drivers in the B group for today. But of course, in that C race earlier on, we had quite a number of drivers getting into some close battles. Jack Lilly, of course, being one of those. He had to settle for 3rd place, was up in the lead at one point in heat number 2, but wasn't quite able to bring it home. Had to settle for 3rd. Another one of those, Reg Hayward, in 5th place in heat number 1. He'll be starting in 4th for this one, so definitely one to watch. But we've not yet seen Brandon Klein-Nagelfort out on track. He is a driver we know is very fast, and he's starting from exactly where you want to start on the grid, pole position.
Yeah, you definitely want to be starting on pole position, but sometimes you might, sometimes you don't want to be starting there. Sometimes you might want to be starting third or maybe even fourth. It's always good to be definitely on those front 2 rows. You can definitely maybe make something happen on those front 2 rows. But once again, the karts make their way around towards this final section of corners, and they'll cut through to where the old circuit used to be, giving a little bit of air, I believe, into those radiators before heading off and on towards this race. This is going to be some really exciting stuff, John. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, this should be good. Here we go then to the start-finish lights. We go and underway we are for Heat 3 in Senior Road Tax. Big move to the inside there from the leaders as the rest of the field tries to get through. Nearly a spinner in the background there for the 91 of Robert Harrison. Then they storm up to Christmas Corner, though big off in the mid-pack. How did that driver not collect anyone as they go back through? One driver skips up and over their wheels, but how are they all still on the black stuff after those opening few corners? I'm not sure as to drivers come together there at Ashby. I think that saw them going straight on and off. Were they able to get it back on there? Just about getting it back on now as the yellow flags are out down in the second sector of the circuit. But what a start it's been for the middle of the pack. Archie Walker has had a good start, has nipped up from third into second place, but I do believe it is still the number 11 of Brandon Klein-Nagelbort who's leading from that pole position on the grid.
Yeah, so he is in this race, and Nagelbort will be just ahead of Walker. They fly through once again and onto this, on towards Christmas Corner. Down the inside goes Walker, and immediately wanting that lead. He wants to control the pace in these early stages away from Nagelbort. So if he can get that going, then he can really start making something happen. Jack Lilly also in behind, one of the top runners in his race last time out, so he'll be one to keep an eye out. But there's going to be some really, really good stuff in the opening stage, a couple of maneuvers. But my goodness me, that first lap was hectic. But just continue back on towards the boot we go. Through the chicane we go. And can Nagelbort do something? No, but I think he's actually dropped 3 places. That is very unfortunate there.
Yeah, as you said, to watch out for Jack Lilly. He made the move through on Brandon Klein-Nagelbort, and Louis Weaver slipped through as well. We've got a mechanical flag out in this one, the number 19 of Philip Rawson. So he is going to have to come back into the pits. He's not going to be seeing the checkered flag in this one. But we look back to this leading gaggle, and now Jack Lilly is all over the back of Archie Walker. More moves to the inside, down in the middle of this top 10 battle. But we're all eyes on Lilly. He was wanting that win in heat number 1, wasn't quite able to get it, had to settle for third, as I mentioned earlier on. This time, it's on the plate for him. He's wanting this. He's all over the back of Archie Walker, heading through sector number 3. It's not going to happen this time around, but he's still got just over 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap to do it. Behind them, though, swap for third place again. Brandon Klein-Nagelbort back to P3, has dragged Reg Hayward with him. As the driver they were battling, Louis Weaver's dropped a couple of places. Here's the change to the lead, though. Back down the inside, or to the lead for the first time in this race goes Jack Lilly.
Really good stuff there from Lilly. He's just looking up the inside and made that move. It's an absolutely classic move here at Whilton Mill Kart Circuit. I think he's really in the groove now. But you can see there, that is the number 7 of Archie Walker. He's now going to be back on this, so he didn't quite get to control the pace as much as he'd like to. He's now going to get an idea of what is happening in front. Well, now, of course, in front of him, that was Reg Hayward, I think, just getting ahead of Nagelbort in the number 11. So the 73 ahead of the number 11, and Lilly will just continue to pound away and just get at the laps here, do whatever he can to put that kart into a really good position. Stamping on the brakes, getting right on that red brake pedal. They fly their way through, in fact taking a bit of curb through Inkermans on towards Ashby. As you continue to apply the pressure is Archie Walker, and that's all he can do for the moment. I'm sure he'll take that lead in a couple of moments' time. Yellow flag is out in the middle of the circuit.
Yeah, not sure why for. We'll try and keep an eye on what's going on there in the middle of the pack. And there we see why at 57 rejoining the circuit. Not ideal for Piotr Jurovic there. He rejoins the race slightly further down than he was when he started this past lap. 4 minutes left to go on the clock then for the Senior Road Tax heat number 3. And Jack Lilly is under a bit of pressure there. Archie Walker had a good run on him up towards Christmas Corner, but thinking better of it potentially. sticking behind and working together. There's still a bit of time left in this race, but watch out for Reg Hayward in third place now, right on the back of these two, and now that's the fastest lap of the race, a 45.75 for Reg, a whole tenth of a second quicker than Archie Walker, and a tenth and a half quicker than Jack Lilly, still in the lead of this race then. These top three could push ahead very nicely here, or will Reg Hayward think, no, I'm way quicker than these two, I'm just going to get through as quickly as I can, and will that bring Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort and your championship winner from last year, Lucas Ellingham, back into the fray?
Definitely could put Ellingham back into the frame. As you said, he just needs to continue to keep on these cards, but he's at the moment stuck behind Nagelsport, and he thinks he's going to go for the move. He is going to go for the move, and that is superb. But now he's got the problem of trying to close that bridge, gap that bridge down, but we can already see the batting out in front. But of course, Nagelsport is going to be right there. That is going to be a mechanical flag for Ralph Jungling in the 1-2-5. So he's already right down the field, I believe, trying to keep an eye on the time machine. He's back to 17th, so not the most amount of points on offering, but yeah, that's going to give him a bit of a hit as well. But through they go in toward the right-hander, and I think it's really going to be to continue to hassle him. I think Nagelsport's going to go for the move. That doesn't help Ellingham out whatsoever, because he's just going to have to continue batting away with I believe the Dutchman. I'm not going to. I've already said my prediction on his nationality, but it just sounds very, very Dutch.
I think it's a fair assumption. Back down the inside, though, goes Lucas Ellingham. The Brit back through he goes, and as you say, this is just losing both of them time. Only 2 minutes left to go in this race. Both of them losing time, and a bit of a shake of the head from Ellingham. Wasn't too happy with that previous lap, and they've lost a good chunk of time to your three leaders. It was about a second when they last came round. Now, what is it now? Over a second and a half, well over a second and a half, almost 2 seconds that they've lost on that last lap. So they're really going to have to press on here if they want to catch back these three leaders. Gustav Uzakos had a good racer in behind, is trying to chase down these two for fourth and fifth. And Spencer Brougham is then leading the battle in behind that. Spencer just ahead of Tyler Harris there. They're battling for seventh place. We look back though to Lucas Ellingham, has bridged that gap and is starting to press on ahead of Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort now towards Hayward, Walker and Lilly in the lead of the race.
He does need them to continue batting here with Lilly, Walker and Hayward, because they are quite the way ahead of Ellingham, and in fact it's around about a second as well. You can just see that that gap in the far ends of your camera shot, but Ellingham really rushing that car around, really just ragging it about, seeing if you can do anything to bridge that gap on those cars behind. You see that in behind, I think that was the likes of Augustbov and Borum and Harrison Weaver. So that little battle in behind for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th in there, because that's getting pretty close. But some really good stuff all the way throughout this grid.
It's been a good race so far, hasn't it? Less than 30 seconds left to go on the clock now. Drivers don't have much time to make up those cheeky extra moves. There's Ethan Ling, I think it is, yeah, in the 76, right in the middle of this. He's one, if you watch Whilton Mill over the last season, that we're very used to sending moves. He goes for a move, if there's like half a centimetre on offer, he takes a mile. There's Ethan Ling. Impressive stuff from Ethan, but he's not quite been there up in the top 10 so far in this race at the 76, but he's battling in nicely in this little gaggle, just outside of the top 10. 13th at the moment for Ling. And the driver at the front of this train looks to be William Pemble in 11th place. So 11th place downwards this battle as the timer does hit 0. When Jack Lilly, your leader, comes around, as we do switch back to him, here is the 93. When he comes round, he'll see the final lap board. And we'll go on to the last lap then of the heats for senior road tax. There, heat 3, B versus C. Final lap is underway.
So here we go, final lap, and it's really starting to heat up here. Jack Lilly still leading the way ahead of Archie Walker, with Reg Hayward still in third place. But it's all going to be the focus here on Jack Lilly and Archie Walker. They're only half a second between the two, and that's just ebbing and flowing every single time. It's down up to 4/10, and then down to 4/10, then up to maybe 6/10, but it just looks like Archie Walker just hasn't got anything left in the tank to try and overcome the might race. That is the 93 cut of Jack Lilly through the boot for the final time in this senior max cut, in the senior road tax heat 3. And across the line is going to be Jack Hilly to make it abundantly clear he is one to watch in this field of cars. Brilliant stuff there with Archie Walker, Reg Hayward. Lucas Ellingham will finish only about 4 seconds back from Lilly. So not the best race, but he was battling a lot there with Nail Sports in the P5 there. It was Udstoff, Borup, Harris, Weaver, Baloo, rounding off that top 10. Really good stuff there, especially in that top 10 pack there. It was quite a passive race, I'd say. You think these guys would be a little bit more aggressive, more outgoing, but they kept content there in their battles.
Yeah, I think it was the top 3 breaking away from the rest of the pack and then slightly breaking away from each other. I know only by a few tenths of a second, but it just gave enough of a gap between them when none of them could go for those late moves. And that meant it was just a little bit more going through the motions in that one. But Jack Lilly, he really wanted that win in the heat we saw earlier on today, the heat number 2. He finally got it there in heat number 3, and that should be commended. Did a great job there, had some good pace to get to the front of the field. Fastest lap of the race for Jack Lilly, and a win on the card. So he's going to set himself up for a good final later on this afternoon. But another good race from the senior road taxes then. No big incidents in that one to speak of. And indeed, Adam's already run you through the top 10 in that one. We look over to the entrance to the pit lane. The number 12 is going to get a penalty for their troubles. That's Jack Collins. 14th on the road was Jack, but 5-second penalty isn't going to help things. But we're nearly done and dusted for, I know I'm going to call it the morning's action, and I know it's 1:45 in the afternoon, but we still call it the morning's action because it's before lunch. We've only got one more race to take you through, though, before we hit that lunch break, and we go then into the last couple of heats and the finals here for round 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. And coming up next is heat 4 for the junior maxes.
So we're now into our junior maxes here, and it's going to be the final race just before our lunch break. And my goodness, is this going to be a very, very entertaining race we have. And I think our drivers are for sure going to be fired up. We get onto the grid here. It's going to be Jacob Ashcroft leading the way ahead of Victor Hansen and Joshua Smith in third place, with Harry Bartle in fourth, with Devon Nolan and Luca Magni in the P6 there. Then it'll be Thomas Hill, Joshua Turnbull, Oliver Smith and Charlie Cox around the top 10, with Zach McDonald in P11, followed by Henry Cameron and Harry Freeman, with Jack Baker ahead of Aris Majuskis, with Mars Roby and Logan Lauder. Then it's going to be Oliver Meek and Ellis Snow, with Rayan Gaudoda and Joel Dixon Coden in 21st place. Then it's going to be Katrina E, followed by Rex Ashley and Will Archer in 24th, with Callum Sims and Vlad Tomenchuk, with Harry Gilbert, Daniel Callahan, Haya Griever, Kulathan, and Autumn Hansard and Toby Farthing. The 31 karts to round off this grid, and they're already in formation, John, and this is going to be one for entertainment here. Look how many karts are on this grid, and they're about to get racing once again.
They are indeed. To the tram lines we go then, and underway for the final racing before the lunch break. And Jacob Ashcroft has a good start from pole position then, leads us through up towards Christmas Corner and holds that defensive inside line to keep the lead through lap number 1. There's scuffling going on in behind him though, and 2 drivers getting caught together, front bumper to rear bumper, and off they go onto the grass on the outside, managing to get back onto the black stuff but losing a few positions because of it. Through the middle sector they go then, and Jacob Ashcroft does find himself under a bit of pressure from the 55 of Joshua Smith. Moves in the background though, that's Harry Bartle making up a place into third, I think on one of his teammates as well, potentially one of the other Strawberry Racing drivers there just going through. It's a Project 1 driver we've got in second place, and indeed a few teammates in behind. Dan Holland driver as well, almost a spin. Drivers going off left, right and centre at the final corner. So the 72 nearly finds himself facing the wrong direction there. That was Aras Miauskas nearly spinning down at the final section of corners. Drivers just about avoiding him, but all changing in the middle of the pack. Late move to the inside at Christmas Corner there. That was a move up in the top 10. I think Thomas Hill potentially making up a position or two.
Miles Roby taking evasive action in that last corner, so he decided to cut across the grass, but there was a lot of action there. As Jacob Ashcroft just continues to lead out the way here, ahead of Joshua Smith and Harry Bartle, but it looks like it's going to be Ashcroft versus Smith, but just keep your eye on Bartle there, the number 73 car, currently sitting in P3 there, just sitting in behind. Yes, he's got a bit of a gap, but he should be coming into the battle anytime soon. Another battle in behind there is going to be Victor Hansen against Joshua Turnbull, as Thomas Hill looks to have dropped a couple of places, unfortunately. So it looks like the 196 card has also dropped a couple of places, but just continue with Jacob Ashcroft. He is really starting to try and build this lead, but Joshua Smith is just not letting him get away.
But you say to keep an eye on Harry Bartle. He was the race winner in heat number 2. So the race that we kicked off today's action with was won by Harry Bartle. He now has the fastest lap of this race, a 47.76 for Harry, and he's pressing on towards your 2 leaders now as they head through the final sector of the track. So Harry pressing on nicely here and slowly but surely closing down that gap to the leaders. The following pack still led by Devon Nolan though, and he's dragging along with him Victor Hansel, Joshua Turnbull, Harry Freeman as well, as now Harry takes the fastest lap of the race for himself. 47.240 for Harry Freeman, as he's at the back of the train trying to chase down the leaders, but hoping to move his way up the order in the next few corners' time, as he's going to do exactly that. The first time of asking, down the inside he goes on Joshua Turnbull.
Really good stuff there from Freeman. He needs to set himself free from the clutches of Turnbull. Now he can go on and try and chase down those leaders, but he's in a bit of a tough position with a lot of cars to try and pass, and I think it'll be very, very difficult, and especially with the talent that these guys have, it is going to be just that extra bit of difficulty.
Definitely lots of difficulty, not only a new track to contend with, but also lots of drivers out there on circuit with you, looking to steal away those positions. One driver trying to do that is Harry Bartle. He's closed down the gap now to the 55 of Joshua Smith, and he's thinking about when he can make this move. Devon Nolan, though, is broken away from Turnbull, Freeman and Hansen in behind, and now is pressing on towards these drivers by himself. But Ashcroft at the front of the field is going to be hoping that it takes Bartle a little while to get through here, and Smith holds him up, allows for Ashcroft to press off further in the lead, and his defensive line's being taken by Bartle. Up and under attempted there from, it was Smith who's going defensive, up and under attempted by Bartle, but not able to make it work, has to stick behind as they head on to a new lap of the race, with lots of quick drivers in this one. Thomas Hill is another driver to keep an eye on at the back of the top 10, but big defensive move over to the inside from Smith, continues to hold on to second place, but like I was saying, this is exactly what Jacob Ashcroft wants to see.
Yeah, he definitely wants to be looking behind and seeing that, but that is Harry Bartle now, I believe, has set himself free, but Joshua Smith is going to be really just looking to try and get that place immediately back. He's going to be laser focused on where he can improve a car top, in fact, on the side of the barrier there, so somebody's obviously gone out, but this is the main focus at this moment in time. Smith versus Bartle, and I wonder if Smith is going to maybe try something in towards that chicane, just both taking a bit of curb there, just to try and make something happen. A lot of people on the side there cheering away at their friends and favourite drivers as they head their way across that start-finish straight and on towards Christmas for this battle. This is really starting to heat up.
It really is, yeah, like we were saying, a stacked grid in this one. Harry Bartle, who we've just seen make the move, is the Junior X30 Miami World Finals champion in 2023, and the driver he's now trying to chase down of Jacob Ashcroft is the Rotax Mini, Rotax Max European Trophy champion in 23, the Rotax Mini UKC champion in 2023, and the Rotax Mini BLN Karting Series champion for 2023. So a lot of accolades to Jacob Ashcroft. He moves up into juniors for this year and clearly hasn't lost any of that talent or that raw speed as he leads this one by nearly 1.5 seconds.
He really is really on it, on like a bonnet, as I like to say, but Bartle's still just trying to hunt down Ashcroft, but he is taking a little bit of time. Smith is not moving whatsoever. He's not playing ball and just lifting off. He's going to go for it. He's a racing driver, and he's obviously going to go for that move, so he's just applied more pressure to Bartle, and I wonder if he'll be able to maybe go through at some point, but he's just hasn't quite broken free as the last time around. It is a fastest lap for Joshua Smith, but we'll have to see what happens over the timing line. Massive slide there for Smith, and they approach the timing line, and it's going to be, in fact, Harry Bartle with that fast lap. But again, everyone seems to be going faster, especially in that top 5 of Ashcroft, Bartle, Smith, Nolan, Freeman. They're really on it and looking to try and make some improvement, but it's a bit of a standstill for the moment.
Yeah, it's the second and third drivers of Barton and Smith pretty much trading times at the moment, aren't they? Fastest lap for one of them, then it goes back the way of the other one, then it goes back the way of the other driver. But definitely, they're working together nicely and closing in on Jacob Ashcroft. But are they doing it fast enough? We've got a driver spun down at the boot, just trying to get back going before the leaders come through to find them. Yellow flags through this final section of corners. And indeed, the stricken driver has got back underway, that being the 49 of Daniel Callahan. So he gets back going as the drivers head through onto another lap of the race as he just moves over and allows them through. So very good racing there from Daniel. Down the inside, there's the move then, 55 through on the 73. Smith back through on Bartle.
Really good stuff there. He made that abundantly clear and kind of used Callahan as a distraction for Bartle and managed to slip through up the inside. So again, not an ideal scenario for Bartle because he wants that second place and will be really gunning to try and make sure he gets maximum points. But I'm sure he'll be happy with the podium. He just wants those extra bit of points for the final round of the championship. Because we're in race 1, we're only in heat 2, but this is, or should I say, heat 4 of the junior max. But this will all count up to the end of the championship when we arrive here, and I believe in October.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we see championships go down to only a few points. So every race matters, every position matters, because that builds up your championship points as you press towards a championship charge near the end of the season. But we've got a few months to think about that yet, Adam. We've got a few rounds to come and a lot of races to watch, which I'm very excited to see as the timer now hits 0. This is where it hots up between these two. And I will just say a big shout out as well to the number 80 of Zach McDonald. He's nearly up in the top 10 now, P11 for Zach, who's pressing on nicely, who is, again, probably like us, someone that you'd recognise their voice a little bit more than their face, as Zach is one of the F1 Kids commentators, alongside ex-Whilton Mill Kart Club commentator Chris McCarthy. So a lovely little connection there between the Whilton Mill Kart Club and Formula 1. But who needs Formula 1 when you got Whilton Mill Kart Club racing? Big battle between these two as we head on to the final lap of the race. 55 of Joshua Smith just about holding on ahead of Harry Bartle.
Really good stuff there, but my goodness me, they're getting so close. But this is not it's not quite ideal for the pair of them, but that is an absolute send and a half from Harry Bartle. Bartle had that all set and done. He knew what he wanted to do, and he's on this final lap. That is the crucial time, but they're really going at it side by side. Can Smith do anything? Trying to go to the outside. There's no way. There is no way. And it's an absolute slam dunk. No. Bartle says no. Ashcroft across the line to take the flag in first. Harry Bartle. That was an absolute defence and a half. Joshua Smith takes P3, rounds off the podium. And my goodness, John, I need a breather after that. And wow, that was some really good stuff, especially in that middle section, especially with Bartle and Smith. They were the absolute highlight of this entire race. Really good stuff there. However, from absolutely everybody taking part in this race.
Brilliant race overall there from the Junior Maxes once again. Let's run you through the top 10 then. Ashcroft won across the line with Bartle and Smith in the top 3. Freeman and Turnbull in the top 5 with Devon Nolan, Victor Hansen, Charlie Cox, Aris Miauskas and Jack Baker there. Your top 10 in Junior Max heat number 4. Harry Bartle took the win in heat number 2 earlier on today. Couldn't quite do that again in heat number 4. Has to settle for second place by the time they got to the checkered flag. But that's it for what, again, I'm going to call the morning's action. We have finished with a lot of the heats. We've still got a couple to go, though. We've still got heat number 2 for the Junior X30s and the Senior X30s, which will then complete the heats for today. We'll then be moving on to the B finals for the Junior Maxes and the Senior Maxes, and then the rest of the finals for all of our drivers here at the first round of the Whilton Mill Kart Cup for 2024. But what a morning of racing it's been, Adam. How have you enjoyed it as your first experience?
It's been absolutely brilliant. Some really good action, I think, and some drivers with some really good racecraft and great knowledge of racing. And I think they're going to be really taking that through with them to some of the top levels of racing. I'm really excited to kind of see what these guys can produce in the season, see what they produce in the future, and kind of like where they go in their careers. Because of course, there's some drivers that do this for a little bit of fun. But then there's some drivers that are willing to try and maybe get to those lofty heights of Formula One, or maybe take a bit of a detour, or not a detour, but a change in direction of their career. Maybe take it to some touring cars, some minis, or maybe hop into a Ginetta at some point.
Indeed, yeah. The world is their oyster for Whilton Mill Kart Club drivers, and what a kart club it is that we have here at Whilton Mill. I hope you've all enjoyed the coverage so far today here on Alpha Live, and I hope you've all enjoyed seeing that final sector in action for the very first time here in 2024. But of course, most of the heat's done. We've still got some heats and all of the finals left to come this afternoon. So make sure you join us. We'll be back for racing action at around 1:40 p.m. this afternoon. Ourselves on the commentary box, myself, John Ratcliff, and Adam Reid. We're going to head off for some lunch. So are the drivers. They need to get themselves sorted, get some water back on board, and get ready for those finals later on. But thank you for joining us. Make sure you join us once again at 1:40 when the racing and the Whilton Mill Kart Club for 2024 will continue. Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome back to the Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit for round number 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. We've already had most of the heats done and dusted yet today. We've got 2 more heats to come at you, then a couple of B finals, and then onto the all-important finals this afternoon. My name is John Ratcliff. I've been taking you through the action today, along with Mr. Adam Reid, and we both had a bit of lunch, and we're both, I think I can speak for the both of us, very excited for this afternoon.
Oh, for sure. There's been a lot of action and very chaotic build. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these replenished drivers are going to take on the circuit. I'm sure they've already been through a bit of data, a bit of onboard, and they've already got down what they kind of want to do or need to do in order to get a really, really good result out of this final race of the weekend. But we will be going into our X30 Juniors.
Amazing. Well, X30 Juniors to kick us off after the lunch breaks there. Heat number 2, and it's your winner from heat number 1, Lewis Islin, who lines up on pole position. Alongside him is Harrison Mackey. Row 2 has Sam Woolley and Zach Green, and then Riley Cranham and Aaron Richardson are there on row number 3. Row 4 has George Edgar. He fought up brilliantly in heat 1. Can he do the same again there from P7? Harry Walsh is there on P8. Jack Mower and Nat Johnston round at the top 10 with Harrison Whittaker and Macaulay Guy there on row number 6. Row 7 sees Katie Donaldson and Morgan Moore with Harrison Leach and Monty Brathwaite there on row 8. Sebastian Dew and Charlie Myers are there on row number 9. Row 10 and rounding out the top 20 are Joshua Byrne and Hamish Forrest, and it's Thomas Minspearing and Jensen Pugh on row number 11. Max Wright and Finley Allen are there on row 12 with Sasha Bagley and Alexander De Benitas on row number 13. Daniel Samir and Max Cooper on row 14, and rounding out the top 30 are Max Fenton and Dylan Masters, and then finishing the 34 kart field and Noah Goodfellow, Harry Khalil, Isabel Banks and Mayan Patel. But there we go then, you can see the drivers getting ready in the pit lane to go for this first heat of the afternoon's action. And the heat 1 for Junior X30s was pretty exciting. Hopefully that continues into this one, Adam?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think it will. These drivers are a lot more fired up. They do seem to be a lot more in the zone. So they've already had an idea of what to kind of see what this circuit is all about, what the racing is all about, and especially with that final section, that new final section that's been implemented. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of karting. So be prepared and be ready for this incredible 34 kart field to take the Whilton Mill Kart Circuit. And there you can see for the first time this afternoon's broadcast, we're seeing some beautiful, beautiful sunshine, some beautiful cars out on this wonderful, wonderful circuit.
Well, we've got a bit of a spin already from one of the drivers, just getting a bit too excited on the tyre warm-up duties that they've got on these warming-up laps ahead of heat number 2. Of course, to remind you, the heat 1 finishing positions matter nothing in this heat number 2 because the grid, once again, for these heats set by the qualifying completed by these drivers yesterday. So it doesn't matter that George Edgar got from 7th to 2nd in heat number 1. He's back to P7 on the starting grid here for race number 2. So we'll see if he's able to replicate that again here. But as you say, a load of drivers on the grid for this one. 34 once again. It's going to be a busy one here for heat number 2 in the Junior X30s. But thank you, everyone, for joining us back once again for the afternoon's action. And we're going to soon see those all-important finals where the drivers pick up their trophy for their efforts if they manage to get onto the top 3 and they get that largest haul of points that's on offer here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. And every round, of course, finals giving you double the amount of points that you're getting from the heats and qualifying earlier on in the weekend. But I'm super excited for this one. 2 heats to go until we get to those finals. Adam, Lewis Islin took the win in heat number 1 in Junior X30s. Can he do it again in this one?
Yeah, I definitely think he's going to be the man to do it. He's definitely up there and he's ready to go. And these drivers are ready to go themselves. And round the last corner, they'll pick up the throttle, they'll pin that throttle to pin that throttle to the metal. Let's go racing here at Whilton Mill, and we're going in already a spinner. That's the 77 round, and that is Donaldson, I believe. I can tell by the back of the kit, the driver suits. That's how I could tell. But we're already straight lining in towards Ashby straight away in a couple of defensive maneuvers, some attacking maneuvers, but already to the right hand side, which is not ideal in terms of the racing line. But already a big move there, big send there from looks like Harrison McKay, I believe so, but you can correct me on that one. But no, it's going to be the 21 of Harrison McKay. So already past Lewis Insulin. So the Birrell ART liveried car is already on the back foot here at the end of the first lap.
Indeed, yeah, Lewis Islin had a great victory in heat number 1. He's losing out on that for the moment anyway, as Harrison Mackie scythes through on the opening lap of the race to take the lead. However, he's certainly not dropping Lewis Islin. I don't think anyone expected him to do so. Potentially, these drivers now having the opportunity to work together and press on through this heat. Try and build that gap to the drivers in behind. We've got another driver off the road and out of this race. It looks to be possibly the 51 or the 61. It's the 61 of Sasha Bagley, who sadly didn't make it to the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, unfortunate there. I think he maybe just got forced out, just got caught up in a little fight. Didn't know the inside driver just didn't know that they were there, so that's why they are out on the this little grass here. But it looks like Lewis Insulin is closing that gap down and already going through very aggressive there through corner and up the hill towards Christmas. Are we going to be seeing this move done early? No, we are not. Still 6 minutes left to go. That plus that one lap, which could make all the difference, as we've been seeing in these races before. Lewis Insulin just trying to see if he can make anything happen, and that was Whittaker there, just in the back there, just going playing defensive with Richardson. Really good racecraft.
Yeah, I think Islin and Mackie are doing the right thing here, working together. They've got really good pace, the both of them, but the two drivers in behind aren't hanging around. Fastest lap of the race went the way of Sam Woolley on the last lap of a 47 dead. It was a 47.01 for Riley Cranham behind him. So these two at the front not dropping third and fourth place. And actually, you would say third and fourth catching ever so slightly, little bit every lap. It was another 1/10 of a second on the last lap, and we could soon be seeing the top two battle becoming 4 drivers involved in this one. This could be exciting. Mackie versus Islin versus Woolley versus Cranham, and then it's really not far back to George Edgar, who leads the next pack, who once again in heat number 2 has had a good start here, up from 7th to 5th place already. We've got just over 5 minutes left to go on the clock.
Yeah, for sure. That battle got 4 now becoming very interesting. I do worry. I do wonder if Insulin is aware that there's a drive behind him, because at the moment he's just going to keep his eyes focused on that number 21 card, and I wonder if he will be able to get through and get that second win in the second heat. But Riley Cranham now with that fastest lap, and he'll be onto the back here of Woolley. Will be seeing any moves. I think something just came off one of the cards there, so I'm not entirely sure if that was anything important, and hopefully that doesn't lead to any sort of failure. But that is going to be Cranham down the inside. That is a superb job there from the number 18 with that fastest lap.
Yeah, late move to the inside from Riley Cranham, but gets it done. He thought about it earlier on in the lap up at Christmas Corner. You saw him pitch the car in to think about the move, but wasn't quite close enough. Thought better of it and hung back, but planned it nicely later on in the same lap. Takes away third place, and now is the leading one of the drivers pressing towards these two leaders. But you can see, we've spoken about it all day, those little bit of battling could really help close in or extend the gaps between the front runners, and that's exactly what's happened there. One little overtake from Riley Cranham there has lost them a good 4 or 5 kart lengths to the two guys at the front, and we got 2 drivers who have come together down at the final corner. Again, have got lodged together. The 69 of Harry Khalil is involved in that one. I think that's with Max Fenton on the 988 as well. So hopefully they can dislodge themselves and continue. That driver doesn't seem like they'll be able to, though. That is Joshua Byrne on the 117. So a few drivers involved in that one. And indeed, Adam is correct. We've got a full course yellow Battenberg flag out on circuit. Effectively, safety car conditions. And the drivers will all have to slow down and get in single file.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit frustrating, especially if you're Lewis Insulin, because he was still about 3/10, 4/10 behind Harrison McKee, and now he just has to slow right up. but this gives an opportunity for Riley Cranham and Sam Woolley to maybe have an opportunity at this restart.
Yeah, Cranham was doing well there, got through on Woolley, then was pressing on nicely towards the two leaders, but yeah, now he had about half a second to close back into the two leaders. Now it's absolutely nothing. He's right on their rear bumper, and now we've got the full train of the entire field looking to grab the lead away. This could be quite the dicey run to the flag here with only a couple of minutes left to go. Let's see though, as they come through the final section of the circuit, have they managed, the fantastic marshals here at Whilton Mill managed to clear the debris off of the circuit? Not quite as of yet. We still got a couple of karts on the inside of the circuit on the exit of the final corner. They've just got to get that cleared up before we go back to green flag action.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be pretty tight as you head into the first corner. So we're kind of recreating lap one all over again. We're getting into that scenario of it's going to get very tight once again. Everyone backed into each other. And I just want to give a bit of a shout out there. George Edgar, who started right the way down, he now found himself back up into 5th place. So another good performance there from George Edgar, and for sure that is going to prove to be a really good result so far, but he's going to want a little bit more than just a P5 finish, and especially in this scenario he can definitely get something, especially if there's an incident from either a Cranham or a Woolley or a McKee or maybe even an Insulim. That is going to be very much a kind of interesting dynamic, and see if Edgar can maybe get past.
Indeed, this looks like we could be on for a restart here, though. This could be a little bit scrappy over the last couple of minutes. Are we getting it back underway? Let's look to the lights, and yet green flag is flying across the start-finish straight. Harrison Mackie leads us on to the last minute and a half of running here in the Junior X30 heat number 2. It is going to be pandemonium, this, as to who can take it. Big crash already up at Christmas corner. 3 drivers off. They all came together as they came up to the apex, and all 3 dropping down the order. What a restart this has been. Is that George Edgar just sliding through into 3rd place? Someone taking a position as it all starts to finally play out. No, that was a 16 of Aaron Richardson, who's now taken 3rd place. We'll have to call it as they come across the line. I think George Edgar is in P2 here. Yes, he is. So we've still got Harrison Mackie leading. George Edgar now in P2. So it was Lewis Islin, Riley Cranham and Sam Woolley who came together there at Christmas corner.
Yeah, I think just 3 doesn't go into 1, John. I'm getting tumbled over my words here.
We're so excited.
It's absolutely brilliant. This is what Whilton Mill is all about. Send there from Whitcomb in the Argenti Motorsport card. That is an absolutely good send, and that time it actually did come off. So decent stuff there from Harrison Whitcomb, who is really looking to try and maybe get a podium for that Argenti team. Hopping over the curbs. Oh, they're getting so sideways to the 75 there as well. Really just trying to maybe make something happen here, but this has been super chaotic.
Yeah, this is the close racing we want to see here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and it hasn't disappointed on a Battenberg restart here. Timer has hit 0. Harrison Mackie sees the final lap board on the gantry, and the final 1,054 metres of this Whilton Mill International Circuit are go for our heat number 2 in Junior X30s. Big battling still going on in behind. The Fusion driver to the inside to defend, but the 73 of Harry Walsh tries to hang it around the outside, but can't quite do it up at Christmas corner. It looks as though the top 2 are pretty much settled here, of Mackie and Edgar, but all battling in behind. It's still getting very close, almost too close to comfort, as one driver hops over the grass on the outside of the circuit, manages to rejoin. That was the 46 of Morgan Moore, just jumping and diving over the grass on the outside of the circuit. But here comes Harrison Mackie then round the final couple of corners to take the win in heat number 2 of Junior X30. And once again, it's another 7th to 2nd for George Edgar as he gets on the podium once more. Whitcomb and Spearing side by side as they come across the line to take 3rd and 4th, and Aaron Richardson completes the top 5. But I think we've got a pretty similar amount of karts going over the start-finish line as we have parked at the side of the circuit after that one, Adam.
You can see in the background of
Ridiculous.
the picture there, 4 cars just lying there. It's like an absolute graveyard. I didn't expect. I knew it was going to be madness. John, you told me this is going to be absolute madness. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, there you go. Welcome. And when we have a Battenberg flag with a minute to go, that's what happens in karting. And that was fantastic. Rest of the top 10 were Mayan Patel, Lewis Islin, Harry Walsh, Macaulay Guy and Hamish Forrest there. Good to see Macaulay Guy up in the top 10. And a big shout out as well to Lewis Islin. After that incident with less than a minute to go at Christmas Corner, managed to get back to 7th place there. So impressive stuff, but obviously not the finish he would have wanted out of that one.
No. He wanted to make sure to get that win and maybe probably maximise his points, which have been ideal. But no, he can walk away with a 7th place, especially looking back at that incident. I do want to kind of talk about that because after stumbling over my words there, yeah, it just seemed like three didn't go into one. They're both going for the same piece of racing room, and when three drivers are going for the same piece of tarmac, it just something's not going to work out, and we saw it right there. That's kind of what happens. You trip over each other, and you not just ruin your race, but you ruin other races. It was that was a very similar story in FIA Formula 3 in Australia, but I won't gloss over that too much.
But as we were saying there with Lewis Islin battling back up into P7, we've just seen him get a 5-second penalty there after the checkered flag, which of course, when you have a race where everyone's pushed together near the end, they don't extend quite so much by the checkered flag, and that's a 5-second penalty. Hits way harder than it would have done if they'd run the whole race. So 5 seconds is going to drop Lewis Islin down to around 17th place. So maybe 10 places lost from that penalty alone. That's a big hit on him, and that's going to mean he's in for a bit more of a challenge when they get to the final, where those finishing positions from the heats and the qualifying yesterday are all totted up and all average, and we've created the grid for the final. You're not going to have too long to wait until we get to the finals, though. One heat left to go here for round number 1 at the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. We got heat number 2 for the senior X30s coming up next.
So we're now into our X30 senior class, and what an exciting prospect we have upon our hands. There you can see the wonderful Whilton Mill, and we've been describing it all day, but it's going to be Kieran Grati ahead of Gus Lawrence, with Fred Green and Henry Gregory on the front of 2 rows. Alistair Cresswell in P5 ahead of Harry Torpey there in P6. Then it going to be Hayden Eldridge ahead of Hayden Gregg, with Micah Taylor with Archie Heron rounding out the top 10. Then it's going to be Morgan Hill followed by Luke Sintler in P12. Ryan Edgeberg ahead of Ollie Rand, with Josh Palfreyman ahead of Jensen Buckingham in P16, with Isaac March and David Marcel in P18. Josh Jones in P90, followed by Oliver Harris, with Ollie Kean and Henry Maynard, with Leon Gambiano and Katie Ashman there in P24. Then it's going to be Macy Hitter in P25, followed by Joe Cheek, and then Heihan Kalichurd with Ollie Cook, George Wang, Jerry Hugh, and it's going to be at the back of the grid, Dongling Cheng, number 30, the number 89 card, rounding off the 31 grid. You can already see there they're making their way around that first sector. And oh boy, what a prospect we have. And again, it's going to be so similar to this X30 junior class. I think really good fights there, really good batting, and for sure there's going to be some really, really good stuff.
It's been really good throughout the day from the seniors. We've seen them out already for their Heat 1. We're going to close off the heats today before we head into the finals. I do want to say as well, I had given a shout out earlier to Jehan Kalichurd, of course, from the TKMs and British Kart Championships. I totally missed Joe Cheek as well on the number 70. Another driver from the TKMs in British Kart Championships has moved over to X30 for 2024. So great to see how Jehan and Joe are doing out on circuit. I could assume again another round of drivers all just getting prepared for the season ahead, particularly if you're moving over class. You've got to get as much time in that seat as possible, because you can be a really good driver in one category, but each classification has its own little bits that you've got to work out, and it can take that time to just get used to driving in those karts before you put it all into one and go racing out there on circuit. So great to see them all moving over and enjoying the class, and as you said, 31 drivers on the grid for this one. It's sure to be another pretty close race out there.
Oh, for sure. They're going to be so bunched up. We've seen kind of inklings of what we could possibly see. Like we've seen the carnage of Turn 1, we've seen the carnage of the new chicane. And in all honesty, again, it's all set up for an exciting race. But of course, we don't know what's going to happen. We can only just make predictions and guess, but all will be shown on your pictures in the next 8 minutes plus 1 lap. That's with the decider. They come round the last corner. Let's go racing once again here at Whilton Mill. And already Krigati just cutting off for the first couple of corners, and already through Crook they go. They're so close. 3 wide in there as well. They head out towards Christmas Corner, and Gus Lawrence already on the defensive and ordered a bit of a tap there from one of the cars. They're still just fighting it out, still trying to find a bit of room for themselves to maybe just try and relax in, but no, he's still got that intensity to try and to pick up, and they head in towards Ashby and then in towards this middle section. This gets very technical, and that lifted curve that seems very similar. If you played F1 from Game Franchise, that's very similar to Hungry Turn 5.
It is indeed, yeah. Probably these drivers coming through a little bit slower than a Formula 1 car, but not by much. These guys are flying as we come to the end of lap number 1 then. And it's still Cian Geraghty leading the way. It's been a much better start to this one, though, than it was in Heat 1 for Gus Lawrence. We saw him drop down the order ever so slightly in the opening laps of Heat 1. This time, completely the opposite of that. He's held on to that second place nicely, and so has Fred Green there in third place as well. So those two now trying to chase down Cian Geraghty and doing a good job of it so far. Of course, Cian took the win in Heat number 1. Fred Green fought up into second, with Gus Lawrence battling back through to third by the end of that one. So the top 3, as they were in Heat number 1, just slightly switched. Second and third switched round, with Lawrence in second, Green in third at the moment, and then there's a slight gap back to the rest of the field, headed up by Mr. Henry Gregory.
Yeah, so it's going to be pretty tight up at the top here, as Gus Lawrence now takes the fastest lap. They fly their way up towards Griffiths. So we're looking at Fred Green there, the number 51 car. We've now switched to Gus Lawrence, and he's just trying to maybe gain here on the number 773 run of Cian Geraghty. Of course, I keep pronouncing that name wrong, but please, if you are someone who knows Cian, please tell me how to pronounce that. I'm sure that will be...
I know.
Go on.
Cian Geraghty.
Cian
Geraghty, yeah. At the front of the field.
I'm sure that I'll probably butcher it once again, but thank you for reminding me. Cian Geraghty's still leading this race, John.
Yeah, it's some difficult names. Don't worry. It's taken me years to start to know some of these drivers' names, but great to see so many well-known names out on circuit today here for the kicking off of the season for the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Of course, 8 rounds ahead of us through 2024. You don't want to miss any of it, so drop a little subscription on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. But speaking of Cian Geraghty, new fastest lap goes the way of himself, 45.870 for Cian. And he's out at the front of the field at the moment, only by a few tenths of a second. Gus Lawrence, despite being a little bit slower, he set the identical lap time on the last lap, 45.87 for both Cian and Gus at the front here. So Gus, seeing red, chasing down the totally green Cian Geraghty.
Yeah, I think that Gus Lawrence is really just trying to maybe, you just can't let Geraghty escape. He's just going to keep him under pressure here. They've both done even better laps, but the purple going to Gus Lawrence. So the confidence is there for the number 1 car, and he's just going to have to continue with that momentum all throughout the rest of this race. 4.5 minutes plus 1 lap, so he's going to be able to do it. I think he will have the ability to do it. It's just will he be able to hang on to it? We see more moves being made there in towards Ashby and Reid, just showing how hot of a hot property of overtake opportunity it is. Someone thumping over the curb there.
Yeah, both of the top 2 putting in great pace for the moment, but of course it's much easier to be the chaser than to be the one being chased, and Gus Lawrence currently finds himself in that slightly easier position. Once again, all the drivers going even faster on that last lap by just half a tenth of a second. Lawrence was that little bit faster than Geraghty once more, but to use another overused saying in karting, it's one thing to catch the leader, it's something very different to get past him. So although Gus is slapping that little bit faster, is it enough that he's able to set himself up for a move and take the lead of the race away from Geraghty?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he could get past, really, but because he's a very tight, I was going to say street circuits, it's a very tight kart circuit there. Not, of course, the widest piece of racing circuit, but for sure there's something that drivers can use to learn and train. And Gus Lawrence once again with another fast lap. He's right up the rear end. I think we're going to be switching to that battle very, very soon, because there's an opportunity that he might go ahead at Christmas corner. But we currently look at the 273 there of Ryan Edgeberg, who's currently just sitting on the fringes of the top 10. He has got the number 29 there, just in behind of Morgan Hill.
They've changed at the front. I just saw as the camera pan there, Gus Lawrence has got past Cian Garrity for the lead of this race then. So just a little update at the front of the field as we switch back to this bottom of the top 10 battle. There's Hayden Eldridge, and there are the two battling. Over the curve goes Ryan Ekberg. I think round the outside was actually done by Morgan Hill. Just squeezes Rylan onto the curb. I think he held on to it as there's more side-by-side action through the last couple of corners. The 27 trying to squeeze through. They all close up on the exit. And round the outside goes the 72 of Luke Sindler. He could take all of them. Almost does. Gets chopped off by the two teammates as they head through the first couple of corners. This battle is super exciting. 93 now down the inside. That's Harry Maynard trying to make a move. Down a Christmas corner. More contact made. The 27 nearly going off the road there. Was that the 27 of Ollie Rance? That was nearly off on the grass there. Contact with his teammate. That's something you never want to do.
Oh, that's very, very close. I think we're going to see more squeezing. My goodness, that does 93 there, I believe. Just getting very, very close. I think I was missing enough.
Yeah, Harry Maynard trying to get through an Isaac Marsh. It was that.
Oh, thank you very much, John. But they're getting so close here in towards the boots, and just kind of relaxing from that action. We now see back up at the front and contact warning for the 27 there.
So, that was in that gaggle we were just watching. So I think understandable.
Yeah, that's very much understandable. They're getting very, very close there. And that is a nice move there made by that kart there. But yeah, we're getting very, very close there. Up at the middle part of the battling.
Yeah, that was Josh Palfram and Thuron Jensen bucking him through the first couple of corners. A bit of contact involved, I won't lie, but hey, that's not on me to give up penalties. That's for the stewards after the race. Thank goodness that isn't on me. I don't want to have that job. We saw Joe Cheek there battling in the background as well, trying to make up some moves. Here's the 73 of Harry Torpy right in the middle of this battle, though. He's got Henry Gregory just ahead of him. Alistair Cresswell just behind him. So the championship winner from 2023 pressing on in the top 5. And just really, as Harry Torpy for a potential overtake, I think everyone else, sorry, it has Henry Gregory for a potential overtake, does Harry Torpy. Otherwise, I think Fred Green is just that little bit too far ahead as we head through the last minute of this race. But as we spoke about a few laps ago, Gus Lawrence did, in fact, take the lead of the race away from Cian Garrity. And it looks like he's starting to slowly but surely pull out a gap in the lead.
Yeah, he's seeming to be just pulling out just slightly, as you said, but he needs that nice clean gap there to Cian Garrity, because Garrity will be very much on the rear of him, especially if Lawrence does make a mistake. And I think this is going to be a big battle that we will see going into that final later on in the stream. But this is really, really good stuff from Lawrence. He's being nice and commanding. He knows exactly what he needs to be doing. Keeping it nice, cool, calm, and collected is that #1 card. There's a reason why he has a #1 on that kart.
Exactly. A very well-known name amongst British and European motorsport is Gus Lawrence, the Paul Fletcher International driver, on his way towards potentially another win here. One more lap to go in the Senior X30 Heat #2, and Gus Lawrence will lead us onto it. No last lap board on the gantry, which is a little bit odd. There was a mechanical flag being shown to Donglin Chen, the number 89, so sadly he's not going to see the end of the race here, but according to the live timing, it is indeed the last lap of the race. Looks as though it'll be your race winner from earlier, Cian Garrity, having to settle for second place, but potentially Gus Lawrence improving from his third place in Heat #1 to take a win in Heat #2 and sets himself up for a good starting position in the final later on.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a really good result here for Gus Lawrence, but he's only got the boot and the new chicane to negotiate. There you go, hop, skip and jump over the chicane, not damaging the kart, and across the timing beam, there is Gus Lawrence taking the flag from Cian Garrity, and it's going to be Fred Green who takes that podium spot. Then it's going to be Henry Gregory, followed by Cresswell, Torpy there in P6. So Harry Torpy will be satisfied with that result, but it could have been better in his eye. Jaden Gregg, followed by Hayden Eldred and Micah Taylor and Morgan Hill. Rounds off your top 10. There was some really, really good stuff in there, especially between Lawrence and Garrity. Of course, Lawrence just keeping on the pressure, doing exactly what he needs to be doing, getting the job done, and that's what he gets. A beautiful first place and a big trophy, so that looks possible.
Exactly, yeah, sets himself up for a good final later on. Great little battle in the middle of the top 10 throughout that final part of the race as well. Gregory versus Cresswell versus Torpy was a good battle there between 4th, 5th and 6th respectively. That's how they finished. Of course, going into the final couple of laps there, we saw Torpy hounding the rear bumper of Gregory, so clearly something's happened there, and Cresswell has managed to sneak through. Those three separated by 0.7 of a second across the line. Some extremely close battling in the Senior X30 heat number 2. Another great race here for round number 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. But that brings us to the end of the heats here for the Whilton Mill Kart Club. First round of the season, heats are done and dusted. And you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. All we've got left to come are the finals. But before we get on to that, a little bit of a nose cone watch as the drivers from Senior X30 head back into the pit lane. And it looks as though our top 3 or 4 drivers seemingly all okay. Just having those final checks to see if any penalties are added after the fact. Of course, if you want to check what's happening to do with penalties and all that lot and the grids for the finals and everything like that, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. If you want to see the current live timing, simply switch out results for live. And there you go, you've got it covered. But keep an eye on the stream. We'll be covering all the action for you throughout this afternoon's racing. And as I say, heats done and dusted. The first thing we're going to move on to are a couple of B finals for our largest grids of the weekend. The first of those will be the Junior Max B final. Right, here we go then. Finals are about to get underway and we start off with a couple of B finals. I do believe, if my information tells me correctly, that these B finals will be the same length as the heat, so 8 minutes plus 1 lap. When we move on to the main finals, they'll all be 10 minutes plus 1 lap, so slightly longer to make those moves, but slightly longer for everything to go wrong in the finals. Let's run you through the grid then for Junior Max B final. It's Oliver Smith and Lucy Wheeldon who line up on the front row of the grid, with Benjamin Baker and Vlad Tomanchuk on row 2. Then it's Miles Roby and Ollie Ortu there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Michael Dalton and Will Archer, with Callum Sims and DeJean Bennett rounding out the top 10, and Rex Ashley and Oliver Meeker there on row number 6. Row 7 has Ellis Snow and Daniel Gurney. Then it's Thomas Hill and Katrina E on row number 8. Oliver White and Ethan Hatch are there on row 9. And then rounding out the top 20 are Logan Lauder and Dexter Collins. It's Harry Russell and Karthik Kameta on row number 11. Jensen Hinchcliffe and Harry Gilbert on row number 12. Row 13 has Luca Mann and Toby Farthing. Then it's Toby Street, Harry Wilch, Haya Grieva, Gokulnath and Daniel Callahan on row 15, rounding out the top 30, and then finalising the 32 kart grid are Autumn Hansford and Oliver Vaux.
So we now head into our, of course, thank you, John, for rounding off the grid, but we're now heading into our race. There you can see that packed out grid ready to get raring and racing. My goodness, do we have something in store. As you see there, they're about to head into their tram line. They've got 1 corner to go, and there's a bit of a battle going on already before we get to green. But there we go, the lights have gone, and our 8 minutes apparently on the clock now start. So they head their way through the first corner, already seeming to be nice and steady, but in towards Christmas, very defensive. Wow, that is going to be very, very tight. A couple trying to go around the outside, all the way around. It was getting very, very close there. A little bit of contact there. We might be seeing that in the nose camera right at the end of the race, but it does look like we've got those 8 minutes and plus 1 lap. Very, very tight already. A load of move being made in towards the left-hander. And a bit of someone taking a bit of grass there. some karts already off there on the exit of Ashby, and that's not ideal whatsoever. But the 24 just having to sit behind, and there is the 81. Oh dear, we've both come into blows, and that's what we saw down at Ashby. Oh, that's a massive hit. I think two karts coming to collide there, just trying to fit through that new chicane. So not quite ideal through there, but we're going to gloss over that for now. Oh, massive slide there with that Benjamin Baker, I believe.
Yeah, it was Deshaun Bennett who went off down at the final corner there. We saw hopping and skipping over the final corner curves, managed to get back on and rejoins the race in 16th place. The other two drivers we saw in that incident down at Ashby, we've got Harry Russell, who's not made it through, and Hayagiva Gokanak. Sorry, mate, if I've totally botched your name there, my apologies. But anyway, they are out of the race. And I think it was Hayagiva on the 81 who lost their exhaust after that one as well. You heard the deep groaning of the engine. Clearly an issue with the exhaust. And if they haven't already pulled over to the side or come back into the pits, they'll be told to do so with a mechanical flag. 6 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock then for this one. And I nipped out of the room as we started that race, Adam, because it suddenly dawned on me I wasn't 100% sure how many drivers actually get through from this B final to the A final. I'm pretty sure it's 4, but I'm not 100% certain if it's not 2. So we shall see, but I'm pretty sure it's 4 drivers who will get through from this race into the A final later on. So currently in those top 4, Oliver Smith, Benjamin Baker, Lucy Wheeldon, and Vlad Tomenchuk as well. But moves galore in this mid-pack. Through goes Will Archer, and he takes another place as they head through Sector 3.
Yeah, really good stuff through there. But like you said, that's going to be something to figure out at the end of this race. But Will Archer now taking that fastest lap, so a bit of confidence there for the number 66. They fly through up in towards Christmas corner, hard on the brakes, and look at them just sliding. It's like they go on ice momentarily. But the 24 of Miles Roby sliding up the inside, really good stuff there, and of course up another position. And that's exactly what you have to do. I think that was Michael Dalton getting dispatched there for Roby, but they head their way through, and that's up the inside for the 31. So Callum Sims making a move there on Dalton now, but they're still going at it side by side in towards the boot. And it's not best to be going side by side all the way through there, because then you've got this little troublesome chicane to try and negotiate.
I will say it definitely is 4 drivers, because I've just checked the A final and there's only 30 on the grid for that one, and I know the max you can have is 34. So definitely 4 drivers going through from this B final into the A final. Sorry, we're back for a new season of Whilton Mill. We're just getting ourselves used to the running action here. I will say, just a highlight coming into this B final, how close it is between drivers getting into the A final or having to race this secondary race and force their way through into the A final. At the back of the A final grid for Junior Max, there was one driver on 38 points of Henry Cameron. The driver on pole for this B final was Oliver Smith, who also had 38 points. So the deciding factor between one driver getting straight in the A final and one driver having to battle it out in this B final was on fastest laps, and the difference between their fastest lap was 1/10 of a second. So 1/10 of a second decided whether a driver was getting straight through into the A final or has to fight it out in this B final.
Oh my goodness.
That's ridiculous.
That is, I've never come across such a situation like that, and I don't think I will unless I'm here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. But for sure, it really does bring some of the best action you'll see. So maybe one day come nip down to Whilton Mill if you've got a half an hour trip, or if it's an hour, or maybe even 2 hours. And feel free to come up and just experience what it's like being at this kart circuit, watching this incredible action with your own eyes. It's really something to behold, and you get all the actual noise rather than just us blabbering in your speakers. You actually get the authentic karting experience with this incredible zippy sounds of karting karts. But there you can see now Baker just behind Oliver Smith.
I will say as well, this is a great circuit to come and view racing at as well, because of how it's set out. You could see the whole track from the paddock area, and the facilities here are fantastic as well at the bistro and bar that we covered earlier. So definitely another reason to get yourself down to Whilton Mill and come and watch some brilliant racing action. But of course, if you're not able to do that, or you just fancy a Sunday in at home, that's why Alpha Live are here to bring you the coverage, and you can watch in your PJs on the sofa. Sadly, someone's forced us to put on actual clothes today, Adam, but I wish I was here in my PJs too. I would be loving it. Racing in the PJs, nothing better than that. And what racing we've got to watch. The two leaders still going at it. Oliver Smith and Benjamin Baker. Benjamin Baker now takes the fastest lap of the race of a 47.55, and he's all over the rear bumper of Oliver Smith for the lead of the race.
Yeah, really good stuff there as Baker just looks to try and maybe make something happen there in that Lando Norris car. And he's really going to be on the back here, looking back to this battle after a brief overview of the field in Ashby. But Baker is really on the tail here. And look at the time there, 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go, plus that one lap. So I think Baker's just going to keep his time, and that is going to be the 28, I believe. So that's unfortunate there.
That's Ethan Hatch who's gone off.
So not ideal for Ethan. He's going to be signed to fall now down. But that is Lucy Whilton, who's actually now taking the fastest lap. That is going to be very impressive. I think it's just because both Oliver Smith and Benjamin Baker are, yes, they're incredibly fast, but they're currently distracted with each other, leaving Lucy Whilton to push on in clear air and go after these two. It might be a little too little too late by now.
Exactly, yeah. Well, she's in a bit of no man's land there by herself, pressing on nicely. But of course, you've got to remember, it doesn't matter where you are in that top four as long as you're in that top four. And she's in there. So it doesn't matter. It's going to be the difference between starting 31st on the grid or 33rd on the grid. Doesn't really make a huge difference. You've seen the race starts this morning, Adam. Being two places different on the grid doesn't really matter because everyone's swapped around like crazy after lap number one anyway. So I think Lucy's going to be pretty happy with that third place. So now she's just got to hold on to it and not get too excited that she's catching the leaders or too worried that the group in behind, headed by Will Archer, is getting a bit feisty. And now I will say that these two, Oliver Smith and Benjamin Baker, are having a good crack here. But this is the battle we want to watch. It's held by Will Archer at the moment, that final spot in the A final. But can Vlad Tomanchuk, Miles Roby, Callum Sims, any of these drivers steal it away from him in the dying moments?
It will really be a very, very tight encounter. I think there'll be about 2 laps left at this moment in time. We'll have to see what our timing screens say, because I know that Oliver Smith's coming over the timing line now.
Final lap.
Final lap. You're right. So this is actually the final lap. Everyone will realise it, and they say, well, I'm going to push hell for leather all throughout this final lap and get whatever I can. I think that Vlad Tomanchuk is just trying to fit in behind, but he just can't seem to do anything. Mark Roby is also in the back there to maybe take an advantage here away from Tomanchuk, but we'll have to really keep an eye out and really look forward to what's on prospect here.
You know, this is where you can sometimes see issues occurring, because this is the difference between you finish 4th, you get another 10-minute final. You finish 5th, that's it, your racing's done for the day. So sometimes you can see crazy moves on the last lap, but I think he's just a little bit too far back, is Vlad Tomanchuk. It's Oliver Smith who takes the win on the road. Benjamin Baker and Lucy Whilton follow him through to finish 2nd and 3rd, but it's Will Archer who, by just over 0.3 of a second, squeezes his way into the A final later on this afternoon. So barring any penalties added after the race, it will be those 4 going through into the A final. But on the final lap there, I saw you react to it. Thomas Hill, someone I wouldn't be expecting to see down in the B final. Sadly hasn't made it through after quite a lowly starting position in this B final. Made it to 10th, not quite to the top 4 to get through into the A final, but got a 46.85 on that last lap, which was, what's that? 3.5 tenths faster than anyone else in that whole race.
I'm guessing it is the clear air, but you can see there on our timing screen, he had a big gap to behind. Of course, that was Michael Dalton, who's fallen a bit the way back, and it was just right on the back of Oliver Meek there, so may have got a good exit. Just round out. And in fact, it was just a 10th in there, so very, very close. We head into our senior max B final.
Indeed, that will be coming up very soon. Have a full look at the finishing order then for that Junior Max B final. You can see the gaps as Adam was talking about. Some slightly more extended ones nearer the front, and then it was all close in that battle for 4th place. But indeed, I think that just shows as well for that B final just how many drivers were getting involved with the racing action here today. That was a B final, and it had a good 32 drivers on the grid for it. Absolutely ridiculous. We've got another B final coming up very shortly. Slightly fewer drivers in this one, but still 19 on the grid for a B final. Absolutely ridiculous. That's going to be coming up soon. We're just having a quick look at the entrance to the pit lane, seeing if anyone gets a penalty, and the number 77 has got themselves a penalty. Who was the 77? I'm trying to see down the order. It was Harry Wilch, 22nd in that B final, gets himself a 5-second penalty to add on to that as well, sadly for him. But as Adam mentioned earlier, one B final done and dusted. Those were the juniors. Their big brothers and sisters are out next. The Senior Max B final is coming up next.
So we're now on to our Senior Max B final. So very similar to the Junior Max. Of course, this time round, it's going to be our senior drivers. It'll be Dalton Norris there in P1 ahead of Philip Rawson, with Dylan Norris in P3, and Jack Collins, Ryan Hedge in P5, and JJ Hine rounding out the 3rd row. Now onto the 4th row, it's going to be Daniel Archer alongside Joseph Gethin, with Peter Juszczyk with Lucas Theo in P10. Then there's going to be Ronnie Bradley and Matt Givelray in P12. Then into P13, Molly Griffiths in P13, ahead of Jack Wilch and Sam Light there on the 8th row of the grid, with George Hunter followed by Robert Harrison and Mac McFarquhar. Then it's going to be P19 rounding off the grid, Ralph Jungley in P19. So this is going to be a very, very exciting prospect, and very similar. Only 4 drivers can get through to this A final. We are in for a very, very exciting race here, John, and my goodness, I'm very excited. I want to ask you, what are you looking out for in this race? Are you going to be looking out for some certain drivers, or do you think something's going to be happening maybe on the first opening laps, or maybe any battles going to maybe commence?
Yeah, I think again it's going to be watching that top 4 battle as well, how that plays out during the race, because that's all you're really looking for in this. It doesn't matter if you're coming in the top 3, as long as you're in that top 4, that's all that matters by the end of it. So how will the drivers work together through this 8-minute final to get themselves up into those top positions that they need to be in? We'll have to wait and see. Wasn't quite as close getting into the A final. 1 point separated William Young in the back of the A final, and Dalton Norris, who takes pole in this one. Can he convert that to an A final spot, though? We'll have to wait and see. Underway and racing we are then for the Senior Max B final here at round number 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Big sliding moment from our front 2 as they head through the first couple of corners and up towards Christmas. Some moves to the inside, way too late. Big spin for the 88 from 3rd place. Big off from Ryan Hedge there, and made a good start from 5th up into 3rd, but loses it all on his own at Christmas corner, and he's pretty much, I think you could say, out of the running for the A final when he had a spot right in his hands.
Oh, that's going to be so frustrating for him, and it's really not the way you want to be doing that. He has really thrown away a possibility to get into that A final and maximise the points, but yeah, he's going to have to come back stronger next time around, which will be next month. So he's going to have to really just free focus and hope that he can maybe get something on. Meanwhile, this is a really good pass there. That's the number 19 there. Philip Rawson leading Dylan Norris, and JJ Hine has dropped a couple of places. That is an absolute send and a half from Dylan Norris, but he's gone too wide, and there goes Peter Juszczyk, who's gone through in P4, and they head their way in towards Ashby Corner. This is getting pretty close, John.
Yeah, Jurovic tried to hold it around the outside there. I think just about managed to do it, so he stays there in 3rd place, as Dylan Norris gets shuffled back to 4th. There was a bit over-ambitious, I think is the word to use there on that move. That one wasn't, though. Down the inside goes to 19 of Philip Rawson. He goes to the lead of the race now. Relegates another one of the Norrises. This time Dalton it is that's forced back down to 2nd. So we come onto a new lap of the race then. 6.5 minutes to go, and the leaders change once again. Your top 5 now: Philip Rawson, Dalton Norris, Piotr Jurovic, Jack Collins and Dylan Norris there, your top 5.
really looking to see if they can make any overtakes here, just trying to make inroads on their opponents up in front, and it will be all about Rawson and Norris in P1 and P2. Of course, Rawson with that faster lap, but it's still early stage with 6 minutes remaining, and they just continue to hustle and hound away at that gap. And look at that, that is Jack Collins there in P4. He looks pretty comfortable in that car. He's stuck up right behind Juiswick, and I'm sure that he might be able to make a move here. They're getting very, very close, and I think Dalton Norris has made a bit of a mistake through the boot section, and that's going to invite Juiswick to try and sweep through into P3, but not just yet. Let's see what he does at Christmas Corner.
Yeah, Jurovic's got a better exit out the last corner, bit slidey though through the first couple of turns. Means he's not quite close enough, or is he? Speak of the devil, there he is on the inside, takes away second place. I underestimated Piotr's exit there. Fair play to him, takes away second place, and now through follows Jack Collins as well. So now Dalton Norris has been relegated from the lead of the race here to 4th place. Now, I was going to say, this is where it becomes interesting, because the top 4 were starting to break away there. There's a move to the lead, sorry, to second place. A very late move to the inside from the 12 of Jack Collins, but moves his way up from 4th to 2nd on 1 lap. I was going to say, it makes sense for the top 4 to just try and move away together. They're in the top 4 spots, that's where you need to be. But that never happens in racing. If you're the 1 in 4, if you're like, I'm vulnerable here, I'm going to get up towards 2nd and 3rd place. But then that means the drivers in behind can get involved, and now they're all back involved with a potential of getting into those top 4 positions. Whereas at the moment, Philip Rawson is driving away with this. He's the only one right now feeling a little bit comfortable.
Yeah, definitely. Rawson will be out in front, and he'll be feeling really, really nice about himself. Oh, that's a big old move. That's going to be JJ Hind, who's had a bit of maneuver. Oh, that is Dylan Norris. So Dylan Norris getting out to the marbles there on the right-hand side, and JJ Hind, who's done a lot of karting in recent years, doing it for Club 73, and also down at Buckmore Park, which is 2.5 hours down the road, so quite far, but both really nice circuits to come to. But Hind is kind of, is in a way, kind of involved in this, but he just had to do something. But there it goes. I believe that's going to be Ralph Jungling, maybe trying to get through there, but Dalton Norris keeps pressure here on Juisic.
Yeah, Ralph Youngling has finally made the move then up into P5. He goes. I can only assume that's brother of Timo Youngling out there on circuit. Up in the seniors, I want to say Timo's still a junior if I'm not mistaken. But Ralph moving his way through nicely there into 5th place. But of course, 5th, technically really in this race, is the first of the losers here, as he's the first one that doesn't make it into the A final. So he's put himself now with only clear air between himself and those top 4 spots. But he's still got to catch them, and he's still got to pass them. He has the fastest lap of the race in this one so far, though, does Ralph Youngling. 45.94 for himself, and the only one really getting close to that lap on lap as well. So how quickly is Ralph going to be able to close in here? We've got a mechanical flag for the 94 of Joseph Gethin as well. Joseph currently lapping in 8th place. He's going to be gutted about that. He's right in the scrap here to try and close into the top 4, but he is going to have to pull into the pits and end his race early.
That's going to be unfortunate, especially in an 8th place position. That was a really good opportunity to get some points, but it's just not going to come off for the 94. I think he's going to have to maybe try again next time round. But there you can see that battle going through. Massive slide there for Youngling, who's right on the back here of Dalton Norris. So he might be able to steal a position in that beautiful Lando Norris Cape Cod, and already getting a run here towards Christmas Corner. He's on that inside. Park it there. Thank you very much. I'll take that from you. Let's get into that A final.
Yeah, now the smart thing for Dalton Norris to do is sit behind Ralph Youngling. Youngling went even faster on the last lap. 45.75, new fastest lap for Ralph Youngling. Dalton Norris needs to sit behind him, follow him through here, and hope that in Ralph Youngling's attempt to get past Piotr, that he knocks Piotr Reid, and Dalton is able to squeeze his way back through up into those top 4 positions. But this is where it all becomes, it's like a big game of chess here. You're planning ahead, trying to think, right, if this happens, I need to do this. If this happens, I need to do this in reaction. So much planning, so much going on in the heads of the drivers as they're driving at over 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's really, really close there. Oh, my goodness me. Jungling really wants to get a move on here on, I believe, the Polish driver. He's going to have a look now in towards Ashby, but he's just going to back out a bit. Just think it's better to maybe overtake in a different area of the circuit. It doesn't matter at this moment in time time, it's just kind of running the risk a little bit of maybe going wide and giving that place back to Dalton Norris. So very much interesting, but already making that move abundantly clear on the inside, and he's going to put Juiswick in P4 now. Dalton Norris in behind there is going to have a good opportunity to maybe get past Juiswick as well. So it looks like it's been a massive tussle up between Jung Lane, Juiswick and Norris, and of course Jack Collins was in there a couple of moments ago, but he is now onto the back of the leader.
Indeed, yeah. This is interesting as well. Does Jack Collins go for it? As we were saying in the Junior Max, it only really gains you one position on the starting grid for the A final, so it's not a huge gain, but in the attempt to go through, you could cause yourself to have an incident, and neither of you then go through to the final, so it's a fine line. I think Jack Collins, the move really needs to be so on that it's just given to him pretty much to make this move. Otherwise, it's risking a little bit too much. 20 seconds left to go on the clock. Then they'll come round the final corner to start the penultimate lap of the race. And this B final still headed up by Philip Rawson. He's had a great race from the start here. There you see the very quick Ralph Youngling coming through shot, but there is the battle that really matters in this Senior Max B final. Piotr Jurovic and Dalton Norris, 57 and the 17, battling hammer and nail at this one, but who's going to be the hammer and who's going to be the nail? We haven't got long to wait and see now as they still do battle over that final position in the A final.
Well, I think I think the hammer kind of nails the nail there. So well, I think it's a bit more fairer than that. But there is Rawson heading through the final corner, and Collins will now be right on the rear of him. And I wonder if he was just saving this manoeuvre to maybe get past. They head through a crook once again for the final time on this circuit, and there is Juriswitz just front of Dalton there. Down the inside goes Collins. Nicely made there, and now we have to switch here to Norris, but Collins leading the way there ahead of Rawson. So Rawson had some good pace there in the beginning, but I think he's maybe the tyres just starting to fade a little bit, or maybe decide to rest on his laurels. It's either one of the two.
Exactly, yeah. Well, he knows he's got another whole final ahead of him to use on these tyres, so just might as well hold back. I'm not going to catch the two ahead. Let's save a bit of life in those tyres, ready for the all-important final later on. But here come your two leaders round the final corner then. Jack Collins steals away the victory on the last lap from Philip Rawson, but it's going to be Ralph Youngling and Piotr Jurovic who join them through into the A final later on. Sadly for Dalton Norris, he misses out on the A final by just over 0.4 of a second, does the number 17. So sadly, he's not going to be making it through to the Senior Max A final, at least at round number 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. It was JJ Hine behind them in 6th place, Dylan Norris in 7th, and Ronnie Bradley 8th, Mac McGilvery 9th, and Daniel Archer there in 10th place. Also gutting to see Lord Farquhar, Mac McFarquhar, out of the round now in 11th place there in the Senior Max B final. Great to see him back for another season in the Whilton Mill Kart Club. And again, one of the best names in karting. Big up Mac McFarquhar. But that's it then. B finals done and dusted. We've only got the big boys to come now, Adam.
I'm looking forward to it, John. I can really see your smile. You're absolutely grinning on that beautiful face.
Thank you. I think that's the first time someone's ever called me beautiful. Thank you, Adam.
You're welcome.
Well, there we go. There's love blossoming in the comms box. There's action blossoming out on track. B finals done and dusted. We're going to be swiftly moving on to the all-important finals. That was race 28 of the weekend. Race 29 is coming up shortly, and it is the final for our Rotax Micros and IARMI Water Swift Restricted. Here we go then. First proper final of the weekend at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. And it all comes down to this for our Rotax Micro and IARMI Water Swift restricted categories. Maximilian Eberhardt, what a perfect day it's been for him so far. Fantastic running throughout the day from Max. Your champion last year in Rotax Micro. Can he do it again this year? He's making a good job of it at round number 1 anyway. Alongside him on the front row is Austin Oman. Social media sensation Max Jolly lines up on row 2 alongside Charlie Page. And it's George Swire and Archie Rogers-Tyler who are there on row number 3. Harry Radcliffe and Luke Millwood are on row 4 with Dewey Hockridge and Esme Rosie on row number 5, rounding out the top 10. Then it's Finley Beals and Oliver Dawson behind them on row number 6. Elliot Travis and Dimitar Uzunov are on row 7 with Harper Das there on row number 8 alongside Harry Knight. Then behind them is Joseph Davies and James Devereaux on row number 9. Row 10 has Harris Barber, and I believe Harris is indeed the last of our Rotax Micro drivers, and Alfie Davidson lines up P20 or pole position in the IAMI Water Swift Restricted. Then row 11 is William Crombie and Chester Fawkes. Then Harry Chapman and James Roots there on row number 12, with row 13 in behind them having Alessandro Salas and Mason Hibbett. Then it's Henry Algar, Reggie Chandler and Philip Petru rounding out the grid then for this final. 29 drivers on the grid. The top 19 drivers in the Rotax Micros and the following 10 drivers after that in the Water Swift Restricted. So again, like we've seen in the heats already, 2 finals going on at the same time in this race.
Yeah, it's a little bit confusing, especially for a first timer, but I'm slowly getting used to it. For sure, going to be very interesting to kind of depict who is who. But we've got our wonderful timing screen to kind of give us a little bit of an idea, a little bit of an inkling of where everyone is on the time screen. We've already had a spinner.
Oh dear! Oh no, that's far from ideal. That was from a third row of the grid, I want to say there. It was someone from pretty high up here in the Rotax Micros, and I don't think they're going to have enough time to rejoin where they were supposed to be. Is that them trying to get back on? Is that
yeah,
the 87?
It's the 87.
Oh dear! So it was Archie Rogers-Tyler going for a spin. We're about ready to go.
There we go. We are racing once again here at Whilton Mill, already in towards the first couple of corners and in towards Crook we go. And already they're just trying to spread themselves out, get an idea of where they want to be again. Once again, looking to that inside line for turn number 3, and we get our Water Swifts getting going once again here. A small grid for those drivers, but they're going to be on it like a bonnet. Nothing too harsh to do there. They seem to be nice and simple as they head on towards Crystal's Corner, and that is a nice and simple move there from the number 446 of Alfie Davidson, still in the lead of this little race.
The 32 of Harry Chapman on the race start there for the Water Swifts. His head was like a bobblehead going through there. He was getting smacked around by all the drivers around him, but either way, getting the race start done and dusted. And we're almost at the end of lap 1 then for our Rotax Micros. And what a start it's been for Max Jolly. Up from P3 on the grid to P2, and now really starting to pile the pressure on to the 61 and Maximilian Eberhardt. Not been the best exit up towards Christmas Corner, but I think Max Jolly knows better than to send an early move like that. Sits back in P2 for now, and he's also in a nicer position in the fact that he's sitting there in P2, and he's got some drivers around him that he knows very well, that he hopefully knows well enough to work together with and press on ahead of the field. I was going to mention that they were teammates, but actually totally wrong in that. Second and third, not teammates. All different teams here in the top 3. That's a poor exit off of Ojers for Max Jolly, though. He clips the curb on the outside and back down the inside goes the 16 of Austin Oman. Now they need to be careful here. If these two start battling too heavily, Maximilian Eberhardt will grab that with 2 hands and run away with this win.
Oh, for sure. We've already seen scenarios like that where the leader has absolutely gone dashing off into the distance, but he's not being left. He's actually not having to do that at this moment in time. He wants to, but he can't because he's got Austin Oman right on the rear of him, and of course Max Jolly is not letting that incident phase him in the long run. He's keeping on the back here, and I wonder if he's going to try and get past Oman into the braking zone. You can hear the tyres screeching away and using that extra little bit of wear, but look at that, number 16 just continue to hassle out of Oman, but that 61 of Eberhardt is really just keeping it nice, cool, calm and collected.
Yeah, Max is very used to being at this position, out in the lead of the race, defending against many challengers. But he's doing a good job of it as of yet anyway. But Austin Oman, after getting through on Max Jolly, is looking pretty feisty here, trying to bring the fight to Maximilian Eberhardt out in the lead of the race. And I will say, George Swire is sticking with them nicely as well. And George Swire now takes the fastest lap of the race. Could we see 4 drivers getting in and amongst it here for the win in the Rotax Micros? Of course, to remind you, this the first of the proper finals here today at Whilton Mill. These slightly longer than the races you've already seen today. The heats and the B finals all 8 minutes in length plus 1 lap. These finals 10 minutes in length plus 1 lap. So more time to make manoeuvres and get yourself to the front of the order, but more time to chuck it all away. So we'll wait and see which one it's going to be. I thought there might be a cheeky think of a move there from Austin Oman, but sits behind for now.
Yeah, I think that's the best option to go for. I think he's just kind of having to just sit in there and just be patient. That's the only thing he's going to do as a racing driver. Whoa! That is another time.
Oh my goodness!
That's the second time we've seen that today. And yeah, it's not ideal to be making those kind of jumps across that little patch of land.
That was Chester Fawkes who nearly took off there. That's the second Ryanair flight we've seen so far today from Whilton Mill. Mental. Chester has only just graduated from Bambino, so we see him taking to the IARMY Cadet Water Swift restricted category. Yeah, I was going to say like a duck to water, but maybe more like a plane to the skies is a better one to use there.
Yeah, definitely seems to be taking flying lessons. Hopefully he's going to be well trained in that in the far future. But we've got some really entertaining races so far. We'll just take you through the top 5 in both of the categories. So it's going to be Maximilian Eberhardt, who is currently P1, and that is going to, I thought it was going to change, but our time is going to continue to update. Austin Oman, followed by Max Jolly and George Swire, followed by Charlie Page in P5 for the top class. And then, of course, our Water Swifts are going to be, at this moment in time, Alfie Davidson still out in the lead there, followed by Alessandro Salas with William Crosby. Actually, I think that is just updated. John?
Yeah, so Oliver Dawson at the back of the Rotax Micros has just been overtaken by Alfie Davidson and Alessandro Salas, the 2 leaders in Water Swift Restricted at the moment. We've just seen that happen at the end of the circuit on camera, and these are the 2 leaders in Water Swift going at it. Alfie Davidson on the 446 and Alessandro Salas on the WM plate, your WM plate champion from the end of 2023. Can he convert that into a championship win this year? Well, he's starting off with a good day for it, is Alessandro, and he's hoping for the win here in the final. But he's got Alfie Davidson between himself and that all-important trophy and that all-important maximum points.
Oh, that was a very, very tough one out there. 142, I believe. So let me just keep an eye on that. That was
Esme Rosie, that is 17th place.
Chasing James Dufresne. So very, very close in between those two. So they're batting it right at the back of this I'm going to get it wrong here, John. Is it the IAM?
IARMY.
God,
IARMY.
goodness me. I'm still trying to get used to all these new names and all this vocabulary and definitions and everything like this. So I'm still just learning on the job as we.
Of course, so let people know you're a accomplished sim racing commentator. So
yes.
You know way more than any of us do about sim racing. But coming to kart classes, you're just getting used to it all.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely. That. Yeah, karting is quite the different world compared to sim racing.
There's a lot to learn.
Yeah, there's definitely there's a couple of inklings here and there, but I'm sure that I'll be good definitely by the end of the season. I'll be a professional. I'll be like John. You can't be able to tell the
do not call me a professional. This is not what you're going for, mate. You're going to be far above and beyond me by the end of the season. Don't you worry. But here we go.
We're on the same level. You won't be able to tell me who's who.
We'll wait and see. Battle over the Water Swifts continuing, though. The 15 is getting involved as well, and this is William Crombie. So this is the top 3 battle that you're currently seeing on your screen in the Water Swift Restricted.
Yeah, so it does look like they're going to be very, very close there. That 446 of Alfie Davidson really just having to keep an eye out here. Maximilian Eberhardt sets the fastest lap with a 53.1. So he's out there, but still only a 2/10, almost 3/10 ahead of Austin Oman. So they're getting pretty close in there. We now switch to this little tussle there. That is still for the lead of our Water Swifts. And at this moment in time, they're really still going at it.
Indeed.
in towards the first couple of corners there. And really just trying to swing through with 2 minutes and 22 seconds left to go. This is going to start getting a little bit spicy here. I think that is a back marker, but an upper class driver in front.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, different class to have to contend with, and that's the difficulty in a split grid race such as this. If you're in the secondary group, you're having to make those passes on the drivers at the back of the previous class, but there's a change for the lead in the Rotax Micros. Through goes Austin Oman on Maximilian Eberhardt. Maximilian has led this race from the start, now relegated to P2, but for how much longer? He's got a good exit up towards Christmas Corner, but has to stick behind for now. So we've got the 16 and the 61 going at it here with a minute and a half to go.
Yeah, looks like we've had an off here, and that looks like Dewey Hockridge has gone off right there. There's the yellow flag. So hopefully they're okay. I'm sure nothing too bad has happened. Maybe just a failure or something. But now we'll just keep an eye here on that battle between Oman and Eberhardt, because this is going to be a big old battle for the lead. And of course, this is the final. This is all you want. You want to be taking that P1 spot. Max Jolly just doesn't seem to be able to latch onto this battle. He's not quite throwing his fishing rod onto the back of this battle and being able to reel himself in. He's slightly struggling. It's a bit of a too big of a fish to try and reel in, and that is going to be Eberhardt up on the inside line, parks it on the apex. But is Omar going to fight it around the outside? He tried, but get the door slammed shut in his face. What about Ashby? Turn 6 on the course, and it looks like Omar is just going to have to sit in behind. He's not got long left to make this manoeuvre here, John.
No, indeed, not long in this one. 30 seconds left to go on the clock. And Eberhardt retakes the lead of the race. Reid takes the position he feels he deserves to be in this final. He's done such a good job throughout today, but can he hold it through the final and get maximum points from this weekend? As you were saying, Max Jolly has been there and thereabouts throughout today's running, but just a tenth or two a lap off of the two leaders and not quite able to keep in their wheel tracks. The drivers have just come across the line though, with a few seconds left to go on the timing screen. So 2 more laps left to go of running here in the Rotax Micro Final and IARMY Water Swift Cadet Restricted Final. Still headed up by Eberhardt in the Rotax Micros. Oman still there battling closely. If these two start going at it, will Jolly or Swire be able to get back in the mix? Quickly glancing back to the Water Swifts as well. That's still headed up by Alfie Davidson, Alessandro Salas and William Crombie. Now James Roots and James Roots has got involved in that battle as well. So there's a 4-way battle for the lead in the Water Swifts, and a 2-way battle for the lead in the Rotax Micros. Here comes Maximilian Eberhardt and Austin Oman round the final corner to start the last lap of this final.
Very, very close between these two cars, and I think Eberhardt is really going to have the bit between his teeth. He's going to have a big old run here, but look at Oman with the slipstream. My apologies there, but Oman with a massive slipstream, massive run there, but he's just not quite been able to get that move. And again, like I say, into Ashby, is he going to get that move? It looks like Eberhardt is just sticking to that left-hand side, so Oman doesn't think there's a move in the offering through this section of corners. What about this left-hander carrying all the speed? A bit of a curve taken there from Eberhardt, and Eberhardt is looking defensive. Can he keep this maneuver? But Oman is right on that outside, switching this way, that way. Which way is he going to try? He can't go anywhere. Oh, it's going to be so close between the two. He's now up the inside, and Austin Oman, they're going to be side by side. Big curve taken from Eberhardt, and now we're going to be on the run here. It looks like it's going to be Austin Oman to take the checkered flag. Superb stuff, and Eberhardt will have to settle for second.
What a final section of corners there between those two. We look on to the Water Swift Restricted ending to their final as well. It looks like Alfie Davidson has just managed to sneak out ahead to take the win here in the 4.45. He's got a couple of Rotax Micros between himself and the drivers in behind, but it will be the 4.46 of Alfie Davidson who takes the win just ahead of William Crombie in second place, and Alessandro Salas on the WM plate finalises the podium there in the Water Swift Restricted category. But what a final lap in the Rotax Micros. Austin Oman, you saw him trying every which way to find a possible opportunity past Maximilian Eberhardt there, and managed to find it at the last possible opportunity. Dove to the inside on the exit through into the boot, into that new final section. We saw Aberhart trying to hold it around the outside, but did, I think, the smart thing there and backed out of it. Otherwise, there was definitely going to be a T-bone at the apex. Aberhart not so happy with the move, but personally, I felt that was all fair racing.
Yeah, definitely. It was tough racing. It was hard racing, and that's what you kind of like to see. You like to see these cars being almost going side by side, side pod to side pod, and then we see now Austin Oman is going to be victorious in this battle ahead of Maximilian Aberhart taking that second podium spot and Max Jolly on the final spot. There we go. Going through the top 10, it's going to be George Swire, followed by Elliot Travers, with Luke Millwood, followed by Charlie Page, Archie Rogers-Tyler, with Harry Ratcliff and Harper Das rounding out that top 10. What a really, really good final we've had for those IARMY. Got it. IARMY and Water Swift karts. So yeah, that was really super, really super from those guys, and it's a little bit confusing still to me, but to have both races.
We're getting it sorted. It doesn't happen every time, so you never know. Maybe
it's like having multi-class.
It is, yeah. It does become a little bit confusing, but yeah, that was the top 10 for your Rotax Micros. We'll just run you through the top 10 for the Water Swift Restricted as well. Alfie Davidson, William Crombie, and Alessandro Salas, your top 3 from that one. James Groats was there in 4th place, with Harry Chapman in 5th, Mason Hibbert in 6th, Henry Algar 7th, Reggie Chandler 8th, Philip Petru in 9th, and Chester Fawkes there in 10th. Chester not making it to the checkered flag. That was who we saw nearly take off on the exit of Ogier, so potentially some damage caused there for Chester, and he had to head back into the pit lane. Sadly, he didn't see the checkered flag, neither did Dewey Hockridge, who we saw beside the circuit earlier on in that race. But that's it for the final for the Rotax Micros and the IARMY Water Swift Restricted category. We move on to the big brothers and sisters in the IARMY Water Swift Intermediate Final coming up next.
And now we are on to our IARMY Intermediates and our very, very good drivers just heading out there. Incredible kart drivers, and I'm very, very much excited to bring you all the action here. It's going to be some really, really swift action, and we'll bring you the grid in just now. So it's going to be Will Green leading the way ahead of Sukumani Kira and Austin Newstead in P3 there, followed by Jala Sayer, followed by Colby Patterson and Harley Musk. Then it's going to be Austin Gibson, followed by Max Mason, with Jensen Ackerman, followed by Harry Williams, with Ira Nayar. Milan Tomlinson is going to be in P12, followed by Zach Chapney, followed by Freddie Wood, with Night Measures in P15, followed by Mason Brooks, with Teddy Porter ahead of Charlie Clough, with Adam Judatus and Christian Kobe. Enzo Butterazzi ahead of Alfie Taylor, with Simeon Stone and Reelan Townsend, with Clayton Stolen and Jolty Ristrick and Orion Meta, Harry Davison and William Hines. John, lead us to the green.
Yeah, here we go then. IARMY Water Swift Intermediate Final is up now. No, it's not. I've seen the chevron flag. I'm not sure if the drivers have, though. They head through the first couple of corners very quickly, but I do believe it is a false start here, and there's the chevron flag up at Christmas. The drivers will have no excuse in seeing that, and they've all crashed at the first corner anyway, even after seeing that chevron flag. So I think it did come out a little bit late. Maybe some drivers not seeing that, going into turn one a little bit hotter than maybe other drivers who had seen it. And we've had a bit of a coming together down at the first corner. So it may be a little bit longer than we thought before we get this race started.
Yeah, not ideal there. The seas down at Crook Corner, but it's just not ideal. I'm not entirely sure why it has been pulled, but it's probably just something on the circuit. But
the initial chevron would have been called just from it being a scrappy start, people not being in position, maybe one side of the grid not quite getting off to the start that they should have done. But equally, the stewards will not look kindly on drivers having an incident after the start has already been called off and they've been told to go around again. So there might be a few slap on the wrists after that one, but equally sad to see some of the drivers out before we even get this race started. But here's a second opportunity at the start then for the Army Water Swift Intermediates, and we do get it underway. Yellow flag, do the first turn, makes it very difficult. That is impossible to police on a race start like that. But off we go, up towards Christmas Corner, and it's Will Green, who's had a great start. A lot of Fusion drivers diving to the inside there, down at Christmas Corner, but all of them managing to make it through relatively unscathed. Couple of drivers getting all dicey in the background. We got 2x2x2 formation going down through Ashby. But as I mentioned, Will Green, what a day of racing it's been for Will out on circuit here at Whilton Mill today. And he started this final as he means to go on, already building a gap at the front of the field.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see how these drivers manage this race this time round, especially with those 10, additional 2 minutes. Of course, it's now going to total to 10 minutes and 10 minutes plus 1 lap. So it's currently Will Green in the lead of the race. Austin Gibson and Jensen Ackerman going up a couple of places here. We see the 52 of Austin Gibson now being pressurized by Ackerman in the battle for 4th place, but that's going to have nothing doing to continue to build that rhythm as they head around this Whilton Mill Kart circuit. Really, really good to see how these drivers attack the circuit and really look to try and build up a rhythm, just analyze what everyone is doing. Oh, I think that was a bit of a moment there from Austin Newstead as he just tried to pile on the pressure on Will Green. In fact, he's having to look behind him there as Colby Patterson goes up the inside, squeezes him. In fact, and Patterson just has to lift off there and say, not quite this time round. And in fact, his teammate, Austin Gibson, is right on the rear of him as well.
Indeed, yeah, brilliant battling, but again, this is just gifting more time to Will Green out front. I know the 2-2-4 of Colby feels he's faster, wants to get through as soon as possible on Austin Newstead, but you've got to make sure you're losing as little time to the leader. Through he goes then, up at Christmas Corner, down the inside. More moves in the background as well, nearly off on the grass, goes to 52 of Austin Gibson, gets it up on 2 wheels as he rejoins, but somehow gets it back down on all 4 and continues on, but loses another spot as they come through to the exit. I think that was Jarlath Sayer potentially sneaking through. Sukmani Kira getting involved as well. I think Ackerman and Kira have already gone through. Yes, they have. So it was indeed the 8 of Jarlath Sayer squeezing through, but the 20 is that Enzo Butterazzi. Yes, it is. From 18th place, he's off the road up at Christmas Corner. He's up and out of the cart, trying to push it back onto the black stuff and continue on with his race, but not ideal for Enzo. We've seen him for many years in the Whilton Mill Kart Club, but sadly, his round 1 of 2024 is going to come to a close. Not quite how we would have wanted.
Yeah, really unfortunate there for Butterazzi. He was really looking forward to maybe getting a good result, but it just hasn't come to fruition, unfortunately, there. But at this moment in time, we're now looking at Austin Newstead and Sukumari Kira, who's just looking to try and take that 3rd place away here. But Will Green with an absolute stupendous lead here ahead of Colby Patterson. They head their way in towards Osha's, and looks like the 2-2-4 car, I believe, just being led there by Colby Patterson. He's got Austin Newstead right up his rear end. We're looking to make that move very, very soon, but you can't ignore there Sukumari Kira, who's right in behind here. She is very much on the attack here, looking to maybe make a move. Oh, that is speaking of manoeuvres, that is a big move there from the 38 there of Freddie Wood. And look how much they're starting to battle here. 2 wide in towards Christmas Corner. Luckily that goes rather than 3. Oh, that is Gibson going off. And that is going to be a really unfortunate bit of grass flicking up onto the racer and the seat.
Well, Whilton Mill now have an extra invoice to pay for a landscaper at Whilton Mill today, and that's going to go straight the way of Austin Gibson. He cuts a bit of grass for the Whilton Mill staff, but sadly he loses a few positions because of it. Dropping well down the order is Austin Gibson, another driver who's very well known on the European karting stage. Sadly, it's all gone wrong in the final here today at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. We continue on for another lap of the race, and Will Green is just getting faster and faster out front. That gap over 2 seconds now in the lead, but Austin Newstead has squeezed his way back up into P2, but not for much longer. Here comes Sukmani Kira down the inside, taking 2nd place then. She's been super quick out on circuit today, has Sukmani, and she takes another position for herself. Up to P2 she goes, and look at that. Mason Brooks now takes the fastest lap of the race, a 50.620 for Mason. He's in the top 10 at the moment, 10th to be exact, trying to chase down this secondary pack out near the front of the field. Mason, again, another driver we know is very quick. just trying to press his way through the field in this final. Now, one thing to mention, the WM Plate winner and championship winner in 2023, Zach Champney, it's just not going his way out there today. Started 13th in this final. He's dropped down to 16th now. As I check, he's actually managed to work his way back up into 14th since last time I checked. But still, out of the top 10 for your championship winner last year, that's not where he wants to be.
No, not ideal whatsoever. Just trying to think where that could possibly maybe where this could happen. I'm not entirely sure. I can't really put a finger on it, but I'm sure that he'll maybe come back stronger in the next round of the championship. But look at this little tussle here. That's the 38 there. Freddie Wood, who recently took the fastest lap. A lot of improvement being made the last time round. And this is Austin Newstead being pressurized by Colby Patterson. So I wonder if Patterson will maybe be able to make a move into Christmas Corner, just having to get the rhythm here. This kind of sets you up. That final chicane is going to set you up all the way down to Christmas Corner. You've got that little bit here at Crook as well. That kind of also sets you up. But there goes the 74 of Austin Newstead. Is he going to now have a look here? And on the back here, sorry, that was Sukumani Kira. So very, very close battle between these two.
Indeed, yeah, they're still going at it. I think they're still feeding us a bit of time here to potentially try and close the gap to Will Green, and they're working together nicely, Sukmani Kira and Austin Newstead. Of course, Sukmani with Team Fusion, Team BMR for Austin Newstead. So they've sort of made a bit of a team truce here as they press on together, but in behind, Freddie Wood. New fastest lap of the race for Freddie, of a 50.2. And he's feeling like he's faster than both of these two drivers ahead, and already in that final sector alone has closed the gap to Kira and Newstead. And now fancies his chance for a podium finish at the end of this final. Just over 3 minutes left to go on the clock. And there were battles galore going on as well. I saw Max Mason go for a move late on that last lap. He's moved himself past Jarlath Sayer for 6th place. And now Jarlath, Mason and Max are all pressing on towards these three, battling over 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Colby Patterson still in there as well, who was battling up with those up near the front of the order earlier on in this race. And Mason Brooks continuing to press on forward. It's been a really good day so far for Mason Brooks, and he's shown some very, very good pace. Well, let's see. If these three start battling, we could have many more drivers coming into the fray here with less than 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, we really, really could. You see Freddie Wood just on the back of these two cars. He's really looking to maybe take an advantage here. But if he's not careful and these two just continue batting away, he can find himself with Colby Patterson, Max Mason, maybe in Jarlath Sayer in this little fight here. Excuse me, as Freddie Wood just continues to hustle and hound, and maybe into turn number 6 here of Ashby Corner. Maybe could get a moving on here. He had a look up the inside of Austin Newton, but it was very half-hearted. He didn't quite want to go for the move, but he wants to maybe have a little bit of a look. Maybe kind of set up for the last couple of minutes. Time flight really does fly when you're having fun, and it's really showing here with 1 minute and 45 seconds left to go, plus 1 lap in this big, big race.
Indeed, yeah, it's all still got time to kick off here as we still watch the battle for 2nd place. Freddie Wood, yeah, he's sort of trying to show, hey, I want to push on forward here, but equally I don't want to go for a crazy move. There are many drivers still waiting in behind us. So Austin push on ahead and takes Sukmani Kira here, but Sukmani Kira feels the need to defend up to Christmas Corner. Freddie Wood goes around the outside, so does Austin Newstead, but neither of them are able to pull it off. And it all stays as they were, but up and under possibly goes Newstead. Nope, chopped off by Sukmani Kira. Down the inside goes Freddie Wood. They're going to be side by side on corner exit, but Austin Newstead retakes it. And this little decision from Sukmani to go defensive early on in this lap has effectively given the race to Will Green. Now that is signed, sealed and delivered. All he's got to do is protect himself from himself now and not chuck it away. But these three in behind are going to continue battling as Freddie Wood tries to put it to the inside there, but again can't quite squeeze past Austin Newstead. And that bit of battling, look at that, has allowed for all of these drivers to close in. Jarlath Sayer has got past Colby Patterson and Max Mason and now presses on towards this battle.
really is starting to get really tense up in here. You can see there Jala Sayer in the number 8 car in P5 there, is currently sitting on the, sitting right behind there. All very defensive there from Sukamani Kira as she looks to try and just defend her position. That's the only thing that she can do here. As a look at Freddie Wood, I feel like Freddie Wood might be able to maybe make an overtake, but look at that. Jala Sayer is immediately in this battle, and how quick, how aggressive will he go? And we're about to head on to this final lap. Look at that. Jala Sayer ran the outside. That is absolutely superb. Oh, Freddie Wood, really super stuff. And now has an opportunity to go after Austin Newstead. Is he going to be able to maybe make an overtake in towards Christmas Corner? This is all going to be set up in towards Crook we go. Using all the exit there is going to be Austin Newstead and Sukamani Kira, but they're looking very defensive, and looks like Freddie Wood is going to just keep himself involved. And now look at Colby Patterson. Patterson's already involved now. This is starting to get absolutely manic. Oh, look at that, skittering on the brakes.
Yeah, what a move around the outside from Jala Sayer. Incredible overtakes going on here at the end of the final. Jala Sayer, when you meet him, he looks like a little kitten, but he fights like a lion, does Jala. Round he went round the outside, and now he's pressuring for third place here. He wants that spot on the podium. Through they come then into the final section of corners, and he's going to try it round the outside and up the inside. Newstead fights his way back through as well, with Jala Sayer up to second place through the final section of corners. Will Green takes the win of the race, but Jala Sayer secures second spot on the podium, followed home by Austin Newstead, and Freddie Wood misses out on the podium by 0.5 of a second. What an end to the race there. Sumani Kira looked to be on for second place for all of that. Has to settle for fifth.
Are you kidding me? This is absolutely incredible stuff, and this is... Sorry, that was kind of losing my breath here.
What an end to the race that was. Unbelievable scenes here in the iArmy Water Swift Intermediate Final, and that was incredible battling between all our drivers near the sharp end of the order. As soon as Sukmani decided to defend there, you knew Will Green had the race signed, sealed and delivered. He just had to keep it on the black stuff and make sure he got no issues, no penalties, and he was good to take that checkered flag first. Jala Sayer, what a run through in the final couple of minutes there to finish in second place, with Austin Newstead finalising the podium. Freddie Wood and Sukmani Kira just missing out there in the top 5. Sukmani 0.3 of a second off of the podium. Then behind them, finalising the top 10 were Max Mason, Mason Brooks, Colby Patterson, Harry Williams and Teddy Porter there. Your top 10 in the Army Water Swift Intermediate Final. Sadly, we saw Enzo Butterazzi spun off on the grass near the end of the race there. Didn't make it to the checkered flag. Neither did Harley Musk in that one. So 2 of our 28 runners not making it to the checkered flag, but otherwise a fantastic final once again here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. But we go back to nose cone watch, and that looks to be someone from near the sharp end of the order. It is indeed the 63 of Harry Williams, 9th place there, looking to have got a 5-second penalty potentially after the checkered flag. To remind you, you want to find out all those penalties or the grids of the finals we got coming up, results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. But we'll keep you up to date here on the live stream. Thank you all so much for joining us. Still loads of people in the live chat enjoying the racing action, and we hope that you join us throughout 2024. But that's another final done and dusted here today on what is still a very lovely day in March here at Whilton Mill. It's been lovely and sunny all day, and that looks to continue throughout the rest of the final. So that was our iArmy Water Swift Intermediate category final. We move straight on to our Rotax Minis for their final. Here we go then, Rotax Mini final, and it's Finley Lines who's been commanding today's action. Starts from the commanding role on the grid, pole position. Edward Haynes has been his closest challenger throughout today, starts there in P2. Jensen Chalk and Emerson McKenzie-Uren are there on row number 2. Emerson has fought his way through the pack in both heats today. He's got a better start in this final. What can he do from there? Riley Morrow and Jack Collison are there on row number 3, with Otis Cleary and Max Wheatley on row 4. Jamie Ambrose and Alex Goodston round out the top 10, with Miles Burton and Josh Cormack there on row number 6. Row 7 has Charlie King and Jack Baker, with Tom Reid and Finley Hines in behind them on row 8, with row 9 of Leo Livings and Blair Smith. Rounding out the top 20 are Louis Radcliffe and Cody LaPetrel, with Daniel Wisniauskas and Oliver Spencer on row 11, Ethan Cousins and Alfie Mew on row number 12. Row 13 has Warwick Milam and Kieran Stewart, with Ruben Jenkins, Oliver Barton, Harry Bell and Benjamin Lawn rounding out the top 30. Then Cameron Tipping, Theo Bradshaw, William Horton, Arthur Brooker and Nathan Rond finalise the 35 kart grid for this Rotax Mini Final.
This is going to be a wild one. We've got 35 karts, and it's going to be very, very crazy. We've seen a lot of accidents in turn one. We've seen a lot of accidents just in general, just because these grids are so packed. We'll have keep an eye here on what we'll be seeing there. But you can see the amazing liveries. I can't really get over how incredible these liveries are. A little bit of bumping and barging, and we'll have to see if we get green here. I wonder if they will be delayed, and it does look like we're going green. And in towards the first couple of corners of Oblivion and Crook, and this is going to be absolutely super. It looks like John is absolutely hyping up for this race in towards Christmas corner, and already a couple of sends being made there, and just trying to keep a line of serve, but they're still 2 wide, 3 wide, because there's a huge amount of possibilities for positions to be made, and these are points up for grabs. These are big points being up for grabs here. They've got to fight for absolutely everything, fight tooth and nail for every single piece of racing surface.
Yeah, I was getting excited because Emerson McAndrew-Uren had made a great start from 4th up into 2nd already, as there's an incident down in the middle section of the circuit. Hopefully all the drivers are okay. Looks like potentially one driver may be grabbing his wrist there, so just one to keep an eye on there. Hopefully all okay. But as we come round to finish lap number 1, as I was saying, it was a good start from McAndrew-Uren to 2nd place. Finley Lyons has snuck back through, but it's Edward Haynes who has got to the lead of the race in this one. So Finley Lyons and Edward Haynes have been going at it throughout today, but now it goes back the way of Edward Haynes, and now they have Emerson McAndrew-Uren in between them to battle it out as well. This is going to be a 3-way fight for the lead at least, folks. This is going to be very exciting stuff as they go back to green flag through into sector 3. Hopefully those 2 drivers involved in that battle all okay, and I can tell you it is Alfie Mew who's getting taken off of the circuit. Hopefully all okay. It's changed to the lead. I just look up from the timing screen. Through goes Finley Lyons into the lead. Through follows Emerson McAndrew-Uren to 2nd place. So Edward Haynes at the boot, getting relegated from 1st to 3rd. So indeed, Alfie Mew, I hope he's all okay after that incident. Ethan Collins was the one with him having that incident. He's rejoined the race though in 32nd place. But look at this action at the front. Back to 2nd place goes Edward Haynes.
Yeah, really close stuff here. And I think it's going to be very close. Can Uren get close here, because that number 133 kart is very close here to Finley Lyons, but we know how fast Lyons has been all weekend. So that's 81 is going to be really pushing the limits here. And look at Edward Haynes. He won't like that there's a kart in between him and Uren, but Uren up the inside. That is a super move. Oh, sorry, my mistake. That was Edward Haynes. Thank you very much for that correction. But Haynes really had an absolute run out of that last couple of corners. So it looks like now Haynes has gone from 1st to 3rd, back up into 1st.
In 1 lap, he's gone from 3rd to 1st and set the fastest lap of the race after still making two overtakes. Unbelievable stuff from Edward Haynes. Started P2 in this final, but he's going for the win. Of course he is, let alone Max Wheatley's now getting involved in this battle. Change to the lead, back down the inside goes Finley Lyons. Through follows Emerson McAndrew-Uren, and once again, they all change around. Max Wheatley right involved in this now. It is a train of 4, and if these 4 drivers keep battling like this, you've got a train of 3 in behind as well. Jack Collinson, Jensen Chalk and Alex Goodson ready and waiting in the wings.
They really are, because of course you're seeing this battling and they just continue to back up there. As you see, Max Wheatley is right on the tail, and we didn't see this a couple of laps ago. He was quite the way back, but now we're seeing Wheatley possibly within a shout of victory for sure. A podium is going to be on the line here, but Haynes down to 3rd once again, but he's heading back up the inside of McAndrew-Uren. So now he's having to sweep by, and through sweeping by goes Wheatley as well. Wheatley up into a podium place, and now it'll be a little bit frustrating for McAndrew-Uren, who had a bit of a poor qualifying. He was down right at the back of the field for the first heat, and now finds himself battling in that top 5 for this final.
Yeah, what did we say earlier? You never just lose one position at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. You lose one, you lose 10. Well, not quite that bad for Emerson McKendry-Uren on the last lap, but he does drop from 2nd to 4th place on that last lap of the race. Round the final corner they come then, just less than 6 minutes left to go on the clock, and it is Finley Lyons who once again leads us through this Rotax Mini Final. But it's Edward Haynes and Max Wheatley looking to work together as they close down the gap once again to the number 81 out in the front of the field. Lots of battles are still going on throughout the field. You've got these front 3 or 4 drivers, a slight gap, and then the rest of them battling in behind. I think that was a little overtake there, potentially from Alex Goodson on Jensen Chalk that we just saw down at Ashby before we cut back towards our leading gaggle of drivers. And I think they were still side by side there heading through the next corner. Potentially was actually Finley Hines and Jack Baker going at it down there as well. So lots of drivers going at it hammer and tong in this final here. But these are the bits we want to be focusing on. The battle for the lead of the race. And Emerson McKendry-Uren now retakes that fastest lap of 49.14 for Emerson.
Yeah, very, very close there between these guys. I think it's going to be really up for anyone really up for the lead of this race here. Of course, we've got Finley Lyons, who's super, super fast. Edward Haynes is batting to really make do and try and get that lead, because of course he's finished in behind in the last couple of races, but he's not going to be aiming to finish second in this race. He's going to go for the lead, and of course we've got Max Wheatley there in P3. He finished 6th in the championship last year, just short of Jack Burgess and Thomas Hill, so he'll be really looking forward to try and maybe improving on that 6th place and maybe throw himself up into contention as he's doing here. McKendry-Uren is all a little bit back here, so maybe just not quite have the pace of those front runners. And it's clear to see who has the pace and who had that front leading pace and who just has that pace not quite there, who's more for the mid pack, and we're already seeing it just here right now. But Max Wheatley with that fast as that, with that build confidence into that number 12 kart.
Yeah, Wheatley takes another 1/10 of a second out of the fastest lap of this race now. Battles going on in behind there. That was Jensen Chalk down the inside. The 118 driver gets the place from the 57 of Finley Hines, so that was a change for 7th place as we now look at this secondary battle pack. They've got a good 5 drivers involved in this one, and actually a big defensive move round the outside is trying the 57 down at the boot. That might scupper his exit though and leave him a little bit vulnerable from the drivers in behind as well. That's Tom Reid on the 36, trying to get a good exit out of the final corner, but not quite enough to put alongside and go through the first couple of corners 2 by 2, which is never recommended. A very, very quick section of corners, but he's going to have the good exit up towards Christmas Corner and maybe can move far enough alongside to make the move 6. Squeezes the 57 out to the exit curb and does get it done. That will mean that Finley Hines loses 1, loses 2, maybe even loses 3 positions as they head through Ashby.
Very, very close between this lot, and I'm sure they'll be just really focusing on each other. You see that group being led by the 118 of Jensen Chalk, so he's not going to be going for the front lot here. In fact, he's going to have to just try and keep 7th place here because he's got a bit of a gap between him and Alex Goodson, but it does look like there's been a bit of a switch here as there goes Edward Haynes up into the lead ahead of Max Wheatley, and I wonder if Wheatley might be able to go for the lead here, but yeah, mistake from Finley Lyons, it appears so. So he's going to be sitting down in 3rd with McKendry-Uren looking to try and maybe make something happen, but he's already got a really, really good exit out of Inkermans and in towards the hairpin of Ashby's and up the inside of Max Wheatley. So you can clearly see the pace difference there. And Finley Lyons, when he's in a rhythm, he really, really flies.
Indeed, yeah, the gap was closing and closing and closing between these top 4. Something's happened as we were looking away there, and Lyons dropped from 1st to 3rd. He's managed to retake 2nd place from Max Wheatley there, but Edward Haynes now given the key to the city. He's leading the charge towards the checkered flag as we drop just below 1 minute and 45 seconds left to go in this final +1 lap. Of course, McKendry-Uren is still there and thereabouts on the back of this train, maybe just biding his time now. They've got another 4 seconds back to Jack Collinson, who's leading that secondary battle in 5th place. But really, these drivers, barring a huge mishap over the last couple of minutes here, it's just these 4 battling for the top 3 places. But 4 into 3 doesn't really usually go, so we could see some good battles. And here's a move for the lead. Down the inside goes Finley Lyons, and through follows Max Wheatley. So it changes all again, and Edward Haynes this time is shuffled back to P3.
Very, very close once again between these two, but it looks like I believe our leader of Finley Lyons is very much in command at this moment in time. That's exactly where he wants to be, and Max Wheatley will have a say in this. But look at that, McAndrew Uren, who's been just almost like a silent killer. He's ready to pounce in these last couple of moments, but he's just been backing off, kind of analysing what everybody is doing, and I think he's just trying to maybe just take a step back and think, try and recuperate, and then we'll be able to go onto the attack, because he knows exactly kind of what time he has left in he goes bumping over the curves there, but he kind of knows relatively what time he has left, and this will probably be probably a couple of seconds left to go. So we're starting to get onto with almost 2 laps to go. This is going to get pretty tight, John.
Indeed, yeah, all getting a bit closer to comfort. I think they're just going to come across the line before the timer hits 0. So 2 more laps left to go in this Rotax Mini final then. And it's Finley Lyons that leads us on to the penultimate lap of the race. Max Wheatley in 2nd, Edward Haynes in 3rd, and Emerson McAndrew-Uren there in 4th place. Edward Haynes, the only driver to drop down into the 48-second mark. Only just, to be fair, a 48.99, the fastest lap of the race, coming the way of Edward Haynes. But it's been chopping and changing throughout this one. It's gone the way of one, then immediately gone back the way of the other, and they've just been passing it around. No, you take first place. No, you take first place. No, you take first place. But Finley Lyons has a grip of it right now as they head through Sector 3. They're going to come around the last couple of corners through the new section of the track, and on to the final lap they come. You can hear those tyres squealing as they wrestle the car round Sector 3, but a 4/10 of a second gap Finley Lyons has over Max Wheatley onto the last lap. He's not going to have to defend, and Max Wheatley might have to think about defending it from Edward Haynes. Edward Haynes all over the rear bumper of Max Wheatley, but can't quite get it done at Christmas Corner.
Haynes is going to be very frustrated here. He got defended there on the inside, and he looked to maybe have his plan thwarted, but not up the inside here of Ashby. That is a lovely, clean manoeuvre there, but Wheatley there on the outside there, but just can't do anything. Gets the door slammed shut on him, and oh my goodness me, Wheatley's gone for it again, and it's going to send him over the curb. Haynes has a bit of a bump there, and that's going to hopefully not hurt his spine too much in the late stages. That is McCurran up the inside. McAndrew Curran really scintillating stuff through there. That is absolutely superb. It's Finley Lyons to take the flag. It's going to be McCurran, and McAndrew Uren. I was trying to shorten it there, but McAndrew Uren takes P2 ahead of Max Wheatley, and how frustrated is Edward Haynes going to be there in P4.
Yeah, just got shuffled out in the dying moments of that one, but I'm super impressed with Emerson McAndrew-Uren's performance in that one. I was thinking through that race, it's not very Emerson McAndrew-Uren to sit there in 4th and wait for it all to happen, but he's a lot smarter than me, clearly, because he saw something that I couldn't see. And through he comes in the last lap then. It was that overtake from Max Wheatley that gave him the opportunity there to get a good exit off of Ogiers, snuck the position away from Edward Haynes, had to dive in front of Edward Haynes to be able to get that good exit that set him up for that dive to the inside at the boot for McAndrew-Uren to steal away 2nd place for Max Wheatley. But it was Jack Collinson who rounded out the top 5 in that Rotax Mini final, with Tom Reid behind him, then Finley Hines, Alex Goodson, Jensen Chalk and Jack Baker, your top 10 there in the Rotax Mini final. But another race from our younger drivers, and another really close one. You can often see now, I find, the younger drivers have much smarter races than the older drivers. They're thinking about it, working together, thinking where they should make the overtakes, where they should sit behind, and then it's often when we get to the juniors and the seniors that it all goes out the window and they're just scrapping for every position possible on circuit. So some well thought out racing there in the Rotax Minis.
Oh, for sure, that's brilliant racecraft, and I think that's kind of something you kind of take along your motorsport journey. You learn to take your time, but of course there's just some series out there where you just you cannot take your time. You just got to kind of push for it, especially in the big boy cars. So these are very, very useful, but they kind of put you in scenarios for maybe the middle or the early stages of the race, and especially give you an idea of when a race is possibly or an accident is probably happening. Then you can maybe take an advantage, and that's kind of what karting teaches you. And it's incredible that you kind of see some aspects of later stage of motorsport in this series right now. You're already seeing some of these drivers constantly learning and finding the basics of motorsport racing.
I was just waiting for someone to give the 31 a high five now. So someone high five that poor kid, but he's got a couple of high fives for his trouble. That's Arthur Brooker just looking for a cheeky high five. So if you are at the circuit right now, run down to the dummy grid and give the 31 a big high five. And say well done to all the drivers out there on circuit, because they smashed it and they gave us another fantastic race to watch here on Alpha Live. But that's it for the Road Tax Mini Final then. We're going to be moving on swiftly to the final for Junior X30. Oh, we're done and dusted with the cadet classes then, ladies and gentlemen. Junior X30 final coming up next. And the Junior X30s are going to be super, super exciting when they get out on circuit. George Edgar, despite not winning a race yet today in the Junior X30s, he takes pole position for the final, does George Edgar. It's sure to be an exciting one. We've seen him battle through the order in the heats earlier on today, but what can he do from pole position? I would say, at least today, he doesn't have a huge amount of experience leading the pack from the front. But I know George Edgar does have a lot of experience leading the pack from the front, because he's been karting for many years and, of course, is part of a wider motorsport family as well. The Edgars, Jess Edgar, racing in F1 Academy at the moment, and lots of the other brothers and sisters in all sorts of motorsports as well. So George, just one of the younger ones coming through the order, and he's doing a fine job of it there today on pole position. It's Harrison Mackie who lines up alongside him, with Harrison Whitcomb and Aaron Richardson on row number 2. It's Lewis Islin and Harry Walsh on row 3, with row 4 seeing Morgan Moore and Mayan Patel. Rounding out the top 10 are Riley Cranham and Thomas Min-Spearing. Zach Green and Katie Donaldson are there on row number 6. Row 7 has Monty Brathwaite and Harrison Leach. Sebastian Dew and Macaulay Guy on row 8. Charlie Myers and Hamish Forrest are there on row number 9. And rounding out the top 20 are Jack Mower and Max Wright. Nat Johnston and Dylan Masters are there on row 11, with Jensen Pugh and Joshua Byrne on row 12. And row 13, unlucky for some, will it be unlucky for Alexander De Benitez and Max Cooper? We'll have to wait and see. Daniel Samir and Isabel Banks are there on row 14, with Sasha Bagley and Noah Goodfellow rounding out the top 30. And Harry Khalil, Finley Allen, Sam Woolley and Max Fenton round out the 34 kart grid then for your Junior X30 final here at round number 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024.
So you can see that everyone on the dummy grid just waiting to get that green light going. They're going to be very much building that anticipation. They're going to be very, very excited, very, very keen to get out there. And there you go. They have been let free. They're being let loose onto the race circuit. You can already see that they're really just trying to get out there as soon as possible, and then just build a bit of confidence in that car. Just feel the conditions, because of course, every time you go out there, especially in your class, the track always changes. It's either getting hotter, or it might be getting colder. It might be getting even more grippier, or it could be massively different. Especially when we get maybe. That's not ideal.
That is a very bent part of the kart there. The whole rear axle bent there, and you can see the 64 having a bit of kangaroo juice in the kart there, jumping and bouncing around the place for the 64. Now, who was that that's pulled off to the side of the... It was Isabel Banks, sadly, who's not going to be seeing the starting lights here for the final. But I will say, as I mentioned, George Edgar, best result so far today of a P2. He hasn't won a race, but he's on pole position for this final, and that's because he's been consistent, and consistency is key across not only kart racing, but racing in general if you're pushing towards a championship. George Edgar has got 2 second places so far today, puts himself on pole position. Harrison Mackie does have a win today. He won in heat number 2, but sadly in heat number 1 was only in P6, so that puts him on P2 for the grid in this one. Your other race winner in heat 1 was Lewis Islin. He was right up fighting near the sharp end in heat number 2 as well, but is involved with an incident. Ended up finishing around P15, I want to say. Yeah, P15 exactly in heat 2. So that means he starts P5 for this final. So we've had such interesting races in Junior X30 that you can maybe say the drivers are slightly out of whack than maybe where they should be, and could create a brilliant race for us to watch for the next 10 minutes.
For sure, and that's the exact thing we love to watch. Great racing, great action, and that's what we're here for. But George Edgar will be the one leading the way and looking to try and make sure he gets a nice clean start. But away they go round the final corner, and we go racing here at Whilton Mill. And already going defensive there is George Edgar. He heads in toward the right-hander and just following their way. Looks like a couple of cuts there slow through turn 2, but in towards Christmas. Oh, there's a bit of a bash there, I believe, from one of the carts there, heading up in towards Christmas. They're too wide, almost 3 wide, hopping over the curb, and just looking to try and make any space. There's somebody on the grass there. That's not ideal whatsoever, so they have to be avoided here. And they head in toward the middle sector. They go, and that's a really, really good advantage there for George Edgar, just trying to make it abundantly clear that he is one of the top runners here. As Harrison Whittingham looks to try and defend here from Lewis Insulin, who's right on the rear of that Argenti Motorsport car, and Harrison McKee might be able to make a move here. He's looking up the inside there of Insulin, trying to put his nose in there, but at the end of the first lap, it's George Edgar with a really good advantage.
Indeed, yeah, George has done exactly what he needed to do across the start of this race. Hasn't really been leading at all yet so far today, but takes the lead in this one. Moves galore though at Christmas corner. They're all chopping and changing. Harrison Mackie has managed to squeeze through there and get past both Harrison Whittingham and Lewis Islin there. Moves himself up into second place, but oh no, we've got someone out already. Is that the 67? It is, of Dylan Masters, who sadly won't be making it past lap number 2 here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club's Junior X30 final.
Yeah, tough pill to swallow there for the driver, but we'll have to continue on with this incredible battle there as George Edgar just continues to lead out the front here as Harrison McKee is currently there in second place. They file their way through the second corner and on towards Christmas. That is a side-by-side moment. That is Whittingham being passed there by Zach Green, so the number 8 getting a move done there on the Argenti Motorsport cars. They head in towards Ashby Hairpin, just continue to follow through. That's a bit of a battle, and we got 3 wide, not going into one there. That was going to be a tough. That's going to be a tough one. A bit of contact. I wonder if there's anybody that's come off horribly bad in that one.
I'd be surprised if they all made it through there. They could have got lucky in the fact that they all came together and possibly all then turned each other back round and continued. But yeah, 3 into 1 definitely wasn't going to work there. We'll see if they all make it through unscathed to finish another lap of this race. Edgar takes the fastest lap. That's immediately taken away by Zach Green, who's leading the charge towards these top 3. Now he finds himself in 4th position through on Harrison Whittingham. But really, all still following closely together. The whole of the field here in the Junior X30s. No one really driving away with this one. And George at the front of the field only really able to make an 8 or 9 of a second gap at the moment. But the 21 here of Mackie leading Islin. These two need to work together here at the front of the field if they want to close down that gap to George Edgar. Of course, these finals, a little bit longer than the heats they had earlier. 10 minutes plus a lap rather than 8 minutes plus a lap. More time to work together and try and re-close that gap to the leader. And Zach Green, your fastest lap holder with a 46.5, now pressing on ahead towards these top 3, and he goes even faster on that last lap of 46.36. And look at how much Harrison Mackie has closed into George Edgar already.
Yeah, very, very close between those two, and Edgar may have been resting on his laurels, but and they've really taken advantage here. Has Mackie up the inside there. I believe that's Mayan Patel looking to try and make a move on Whitcomb, which he has done so successfully, it looks like. But that is a move there. That is absolutely superb from Harrison Mackie. Caught Edgar napping, and it looks like Edgar's going to have to settle for second place here. Through the left, in toward the right, and Lewis Insulin will have to now look to try and take advantage here because he will want to win of his own, because he's been an absolute force to be reckoned with in these previous races. But Edgar will not be taking it lying down. Oh, that's a bit of a bump over towards over the exit of the corner and on towards Christmas corner. Up the inside goes Zach Green, so he's come out of absolutely nowhere, forces Edgar down to P4.
Indeed, Green slips through, so does Islin then, changing the top three, and George Edgar, as quick as that, goes from leading a race for the first time today to dropping out of the podium positions. Not ideal. He's been the most consistent driver, as I mentioned, in this class over today. 2 second places, but looks like that all-elusive win still might not come here in the final. What a move it was from Harrison Mackie into the boot last time around to take away the lead of the race. But your fastest lap holder, Zach Green, is now the one chasing him down, and Zach goes even faster. 46.2. Now the gauntlet set down by Zach Green. And is anyone able to get close to him in terms of lap time? Is he able to convert that fast lap to a win on the road? Still just less than 5 minutes for that all to play out, but they're definitely closing back up at the front of the field as we watch through the rest of the field how really we don't have enough eyes or enough cameras in this Junior X30 final because there's so much going on.
There really, really is. You can see that there's a massive grid through to go to 34, and that is a superb move. Really trying to make something happen at that, and really did it superbly well. As we see now through the chicane they go. That is the number 16, I believe, on our screen. But they head through now and on toward that next lap, and really see how many karts are bunched up with each other, able to make maneuvers, but it's just about which ones do you pick off well. Do you pick this one off firstly? And there you can see up the inside the 117 car slipping right through there, and it's getting pretty close there. A lot of chopping and changing all throughout the field.
Yeah, that was Katie Donaldson just losing a couple of spots there, sadly for her in this final. We've seen her racing very well at the Whilton Mill Kart Club in the past. I've got a great little commentary clip of her doing 2 people around the outside at Ashby over on my TikTok page, at Ratters Media, if you fancy dropping it a follow. But we look back to the final then, and it's Harrison Mackie who's still just about holding on at the front of the field here. Zach Green and Lewis Islin have worked together nicely, and here, look at this. Mackie's under pressure. Mackie's defending the inside line up at Christmas corner, and Zach Green has to rethink his options here because he's in that difficult spot. He's got someone directly in front of him. He's got someone directly behind him. He needs to attack and defend at the same time. It's nearly an impossible feat to manage, but somehow Zach Green is doing that at the moment. There he goes to the move for the lead, but not quite late enough. Harrison Mackie retakes it.
Really good stuff there. Look at Edgar having a look around the outside of Insulin. So really just trying to put the pressure on. And those 4 cars are really into an intense heat here because Green is looking to overtake Mackie. Of course, Lewis Insulin is looking to overtake Green, and Edgar is also Insulin is looking to overtake Green. And look at this. Very close there, defending that inside line. It's only Edgar looking to go around the outside, and Edgar really looking to try and make something happen. Is he going to have a look at up the inside? Oh, that's going to be a big old move. That's going to be Inslin. That's going to be Zach Green. My apologies. And round the outside, it's absolutely crazy.
Where's Mayan Patel come from? Trying to round the outside for the lead of the race there through the second part of the circuit. This is insane. Green to the front of the field there. Mackie's been dropped by a couple of drivers to the back. Inslin now in second, and through has come Mayan Patel up into the podium spots. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 drivers all in a train here. 2 minutes to go.
That's all the way down to Harrison Whittaker in the 166. It's absolutely unbelievable here. 2 minutes ago, plus 1 lap. Zach Green goes defensive. There goes Mayan Patel taking second place. Can he take the lead? It'll be all down to Ashby in toward the next corner. And look at that brilliant defense there from Zach Green. Parks it in the middle. That's exactly what you need to be doing. That's not Mayan Patel. That is Harrison McKee, who started the lap in 4th place, finds himself back up into 2nd. This is absolutely is exceptional. I can't find the words exactly. I'm going to have to find my dictionary.
More moves to the inside through the boot, then late move to the inside. I think that's Thomas Min Spearing who's gone for a move there on the inside. Yeah, welcome to the Whilton Mill Kart Club, Adam. This is the racing that we love to see. And welcome back to the season for 2024. Everyone at the circuit or at home enjoying this fantastic racing. Zach Green still somehow finds himself in the lead of the race here with everyone going crazy and behind him. And Mackie, as you said, said earlier, somehow has managed to find his way back to second place here after getting relegated down the order. And now we've got two Birrell ART teammates going at it. Mayan Patel and Lewis Islin still nose to tail here, but they've got to be careful. If these two start battling, Green and Mackie could start to pull away once again. Less than 45 seconds left to go on the clock then. They're going to come around the final sector. They won't see the final lap flag this time, but they should just about see it next time around. Penultimate lap of the Junior X30 final is underway then.
Really, really good stuff. This is absolutely incredible to watch, and unfortunately relegation there. George Edgo started in pole position, currently now in P10, so unfortunately there, but that's up the inside. That's Islin, who's gone up to P3, and Patel having to concede that position. Look how close everyone is. It's like a whole train. It's like an endless train, really, of cars. But like you say, when you make that one move, then you just start falling backwards, and you see that gap to sign. The leading cart started to go a little bit in the distance there to start setting off into the sunset, but Zach Green still leading this race and somehow surviving all this absolute chaos in behind.
Yeah, around the boot there, Morgan Moore nearly slammed into the back of Mayan Patel, trying to make a move. Now going to try and do it on the exit here up towards Christmas Corner. Mayan Patel over to the inside to defend. Morgan Moore sticks in behind him, and Thomas Bin Spearing wants a bit of this as well. He's got to be careful. He's got his teammate directly in front of him. Don't want to take out your teammate in the attempt to get through on Mayan Patel. These three absolutely going at it. Bin Spearing gets the move done down the inside on Morgan Moore. They're going to go up and under though. Is Morgan Moore back to the inside? No, not quite able to make it done, and Thomas Bin Spearing holds on to 5th place. The leaders come round the final sector of corners, and it is going to be Zach Green here. Is it going to be Zach Green? Look how close Harrison Mackie is. He's not quite able to get alongside through the last corner, and Zach Green takes an unbelievable win in the Junior X30 final. What a race that was, with Harrison Mackie and Lewis Islin finalising the top three. What a race.
That was absolutely sublime. That's probably the best race that we've had this evening, but of course that could get topped. We got 3 races still left to go, and I have no doubt in my mind that they are going to be absolutely sublime. Well, really close battling.
I can tell you, mate, the top 19 were separated by 8.7 seconds. The top 19 drivers in that race. Unbelievable. What a battle we had there. And like you mentioned, George Edgar was leading for the first 5 minutes of that race. Ended up in P8 by the end of that one. What a race between those drivers. Let's run you through what ended up being the top 10 then. Zach Green, Harrison Mackie and Lewis Idlin, your podium finishers on that one. Mayan Patel and Thomas Bin Spearing in the top 5, with Riley Cranham, Morgan Moore, George Edgar, Macaulay Guy and Jack Mowat finalising the top 10. But what a race from the Junior X30s. That's sadly the last time that we're going to see them today here at round number 1, as all of their action comes to a close. But again, one thing we do have to mention, when there's battling that's that close, nose cone watch becomes even bigger of an event at the end of the race, because that can change everything. If a driver near the front of the order gets themselves a 5-second penalty, when I'm telling you that the top 19 are split by less than 9 seconds, it's going to make a big difference. Luckily, from what we see anyway, drivers seem to be all okay.
Yeah, it does look like, from what we can see on our pictures there, very neat so far. Nothing too big so far, giving the big old thumbs up. So just saying, you're good, you are good, you're good. And of course, if something does go wrong, there will be an intervention. So I'm not seeing any intervention so far, which is a very good sign, because we've had a really good race. And the last thing you need is to just see that one of the top guys that maybe made his way through the field or was getting really roughened up in the... Yeah, there's a penalty. Number 15. Yeah, number 15.
Number 15. That is Daniel Samir, 27th. Daniel finished, so sadly that's going to drop him a little bit further down. And the same for the 89 as well. Sadly for Noah Goodfellow, he's also going to find himself getting a little bit of a penalty out of that one. Well, the Junior X30s are done and dusted for today's action. We've got the seniors coming up next, and this is sure to be very exciting. Cian Geraghty and Gus Lawrence, your 2 race winners from the heat so far today. Is it going to be one of them that takes the win in the final? Could it be someone new? You've not got long to wait.
So we're now into our X30 senior final. What an ambitious race we have. Is going to be Cian Geraghty, who has been an absolute incredible driver all throughout this weekend. But we've got Gus Lawrence ahead of Fred Green and Henry Gregory, who are going to be in the top 2 rows. Then it can be Alistair Cresswell and Henry Torpey. What can those guys do from the 3rd row of the grid? Then it can be Hayden Eldridge, followed by Micah Taylor, followed by Jaden Gregg with Ryan Ekberg, with Morgan Hill and Harry Maynard. Then it's going to be P13 for Ollie Rand, followed by Josh Powell-Freeman, with Jensen Buckingham on the 8th row of the grid, followed by Macy Hitter, Yekan Cali Churn, with Joe Cheek in P18, with Oliver Harris, followed by Archie Herod in P20. Then it's going to be Kian Leon Gamio, sorry, pronunciations. Luke Sintler, followed by Ollie Keegan and Katie Ashman in 24th. Then it can be Isaac Marsh, followed by George Wang, followed by Josh Jones, Dongling Chen, Jerry Hugh in 29th, and then David Marshalls in 30th, with Ollie Cook rounding off the grid in his 31 kart grid. My goodness, John, are we going to be having an absolute thriller on our hands? These guys just continue to do their installation laps and just getting used to the kart, so they're going to pick up the speed just so they can get an idea of what to be doing around this circuit. You don't want to be taking it nice and slow. You want to be firing up those tyres, just getting to grips with the kind of the circuit's surface, because of course that's going to be ever changing throughout the day.
Indeed, yeah. Oh, we got someone out of the race already. The 84 off under the starting gantry. Who's that?
That's going to be Josh Jones, in fact. And I think that there's something on the rear left there.
Flat tyre, I think we're being told. Yeah, flat tyre, we are being told on the driver. So potentially why they've gone for a little spin off there. Definitely a lot less grip when there's no air in those tyres, so makes it a little bit more challenging, but already out of the race then for that driver. Gutting to see. Now, I will say, I think we're really looking at the same 3 protagonists that we've had throughout the day here in the senior X30s. Cian Geraghty has got a win and a 2nd place to his name so far today. Gus Lawrence, a win and a 3rd place to his name. Fred Green, a 2nd place and a 3rd place. So all these 3 potentially on for the win. Henry Gregory, who's lining up in 4th place, is sort of he's the driver who is fending off the rest of the field for those front 3 to get away. He's sort of always been in 4th there, just not quite able to bridge the gap to those front 3, but equally keeping the other drivers behind. All those drivers who have been there or thereabouts, are they going to be able to close up in this final, or will it be our usual 3 protagonists? Let's see then as we go to the green lights here at Whilton Mill for the 10-minute final for our senior X30 drivers. And Cian Geraghty gets a brilliant start. They all get very slidey through the first couple of corners, but just about all holding on to it. Massive sideways moment for one of the drivers in the middle of the pack there. I don't know how they held on to that heading into Christmas corner, but they all managed to do so. Down into Ashby, more moves going on to the inside for a couple of drivers. Big sideways moment again for one of the Vismo drivers, but it's not Henry Gregory. He's still holding firm there, I think in 5th place now. But what's it looking like at the front of the order then? Cian Geraghty in the lead of the race, but I think it has all changed. There's Henry Gregory on the 77. He's got Harry Torpey for company. Alistair Cresswell in front of them, I think in 4th place. But who is in 2nd and 3rd? Is it Fred Green in 2nd? It is, and it's Gus Lawrence who is in 3rd. So our usual protagonists still there in the top 3.
Yeah, definitely. I think Gus Lawrence will be disappointed that he didn't quite get the start that he wanted. He has Fred Green to maybe make a move, and they head their way in towards Christmas corner, and this is going to start getting pretty frantic. The trains are starting to be made here, and everyone's going to start making those moves.
Indeed, it was a change to 2nd place up at Christmas corner. Gus Lawrence managed to get back past Fred Green, so the top 3 protagonists as they were when the race began.
Yeah, that's really good stuff there. So Gus Lawrence has managed to negotiate Fred Green and managed to get past him. And now, that is going to be the 63 there. So super unfortunate for the number 63. And that's going to be Oliver Harris. So Oliver Harris has had a bit of a moment there, and unfortunately there for Harris, he's going to be out of this race apparently. But we'll have to really see what happens here. Look at that pushing there. That is going to be a pretty close. Sends up into Christmas corner. We have to call it Christmas sends or something like that.
Sending the Christmas cards, maybe? Hey, there you go. Jaden Gregg, that was who went for the move. Jaden, we saw making some great moves in the heats earlier on today. Had it just stolen away from him in heat number 2. Something went wrong and didn't quite happen for him, but he's battling back through nicely in this one already. Very much well within the top 10. Has just made a move there on Hayden Eldridge. Up into 7th place then goes Jaden Gregg, and the next person he's looking to challenge is Henry Gregory on that Vismo kart, the number 77 there in 6th place at the moment. But Kian Garrity, new fastest lap of the race then, a 46.1. The only other driver in a 46.1, guess who it is? Mr. Gus Lawrence.
Oh, of course, it's got to be those two that are fighting up at the front, those two that are giving us an absolutely incredible fight up at the top end of this pack. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what those guys can produce later on in the season. But look at this car is just zipping around. It's so close between those two. And they head their way around in towards the boot, getting so close between each other, and that's where you need to be. You need to be right up the rear end of your opponent, and for sure you need to be right on the back there. Massive moment there, so getting very skewy on the curb there out on the new section, and for sure this is getting pretty close, John.
Yeah, getting pretty close. Maybe, well, hopefully not for the drivers. Hopefully not too close for comfort. Have to wait and see, though. 6.5 minutes still left to go, though, so potentially could be.
Yeah, you don't want to be going those nose penalties. That would be
exactly. You could have a fantastic race battling up through the order, but you end up getting a 5-second penalty, and that drops you 5-6 positions back farther than you would have liked to have been. And there's a bit of contact. Move made, though. Is that the 159 of Archie Heron, I want to say? Yes, it is. Up to 11th place, past Harry Maynard goes Archie, but there was a bit of contact. Hold on a second, that cart just, okay, yeah, the driver is out of the cart. I thought my eyes were mistaking me there. There was a cart rolling with no one in it. The driver had just come out of the car at the final corner there, so hopefully they're all okay. But yeah, another driver rejoining, so 2 of them coming together down at the bottom of the circuit, and I can tell you it's Rylan Ekberg who's up and out of the car.
Flag.
Red flag, yes, okay, red flag out on circuit, so race will be brought to a stop. All the drivers will have to line up on the back part of the circuit. Here you can see where the marshal is standing with the red flag, telling them to slow up and getting 2x2 formation. But yeah, I thought my eyes were deceiving me there as I saw a car still rolling over the grass with no one in it. I was like, what is going on? The driver I then saw pop their head up from behind the barrier. So clearly in that incident there had been flung from the cart. We're moving around, but we'll wait for any official updates to let you know how they are getting on. But I do believe that it was Rylan Ekberg who came out of the car there at the last corner, because the other driver involved came back across the line. I know they were able to get out from that incident off of the grass and continued on with the race. So Rylan, hopefully all okay down there at the last corner. But of course, something that we never want to see in any of the racing here at Whilton Mill is a red flag. So hopefully the drivers all okay, and we'll be soon going back to racing action. But for now, a little bit of rest for us off circuit. We've had some pretty crazy finals, Adam. How have you enjoyed it so far in the finals this afternoon?
Yeah, it's been really good. I think that definitely the tension has been kind of added. It's been a lot more apparent, because you had your heats, which they're good, they're well heated, but yeah,
I like what you did there.
They're well heated. I didn't even mean to do that either. I was going to say they're not too aggressive. Everybody knows, like, they do know that you do need to keep your nose intact. You do need to keep yourself affirmed and just start getting to grips with the car. Just kind of flow your way into the weekend before then going into those main races. And the tension really just starts to build up, because we do have those warm-ups beforehand, but they're just not similar to the race whatsoever. Yes, I saw a couple of warm-ups happening earlier. Yes, you are following each other, but you're not really going for any moves. That's not your intention. Your intention is to just make sure everything is working, make sure you're in tune with the kart, make sure that you kind of know your way around. Well, of course, these guys are going to be knowing their way around anyway, because a lot of these drivers have raced here many times before, and taken of years learning this circuit. And of course, that new section, so they're now starting to having to figure that out for the first time.
Lots to be figured out, indeed. Yeah, coming into these finals, very different from the heat, slightly longer in length, and of course where you're getting all those points and the prizes at the end of the day as well. But just to give a little bit of a highlight of what we've gone through in this final so far yet today, the usual 3 protagonists from Senior X30 are the ones that we're seeing leading the field as well, coming through the final 2. Cian Geraghty still at the lead of the race, with Gus Lawrence and Fred Green close in behind. Gus Lawrence had closed that gap back down to about a second, but again, the top 2, Cian Geraghty and Gus Lawrence, sort of swapping fastest lap times, a 45.82 for Cian on that last lap and a 45.85 for Gus Lawrence. So we'll see, but it's of course, this could change everything. You get into that rhythm through the race, and now suddenly you've got an unexpected stoppage with still over 5 minutes left to go in the race. You've then got to get yourself fired back up to get the race restarted and press on and continue that momentum that you had from the first half of the race.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very difficult situation, just because it's an interesting situation, because you're kind of going through all the emotions of racing. You've got this adrenaline flowing through you, so you're really having to make sure that that you're in fine tune. And then when you get that red flag and it's just sudden stop, you have to slow down. And then especially, like you see everyone right here on your screens, everyone's parked up, everyone's stood up, they're on their feet, and that adrenaline is just starting to bleed out, and they're starting to just starting to be rushed out of them. Very unfortunately there. But now you're just starting to kind of like lose focus and just start losing that mentality to kind of go racing. And everyone's just standing around at this moment in time. I think someone's rubbing their hands just trying to keep warm. But
yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit of a challenge, as there we go. That's lovely and fantastic to see the driver involved in that incident. Just getting up and out of the car, of course off of the floor, and is walking away to the edge of the circuit. So that's always fantastic to see, and hopefully will mean that we'll be getting the racing action back underway shortly. But great to see the drivers all okay. That was a little bit of a worrying one. Anytime you see a driver sort of evicted from their kart, as they definitely shouldn't be during a race, it's always a bit of a worrying situation. But great to see the driver up and out of the car. And yeah, a few drivers, as you were saying, just trying to keep warm out there on circuit and keep in the game. I mean, Joe Cheek was there on the number 70. He'd taken his helmet off and his gloves as well. I thought the suit might be coming off soon as well. He was getting very relaxed as Joe Cheek, but potentially with the ambulance staff heading back to their van and heading off circuit, Joe might need to get that helmet and gloves back on as soon as possible, because it looks like, as there you go, the ambulance car begins to move. It's not going to be too long until we see racing back underway. Yeah,
for sure. It's a nice sight to see that everything looks relatively okay, as best as that can be, that I like to say. But you can see everyone now is starting to approach their cars, and now it's starting to try and get into the zone of trying to get back into that zone, trying to get back into that mentality. And there's no way to kind of distract yourself. It's a lot of racing drivers like to kind of sit there and get a bit of music in them and try and just sit there in their cart, or just sit there just in the tents, getting ready for their race before they head out onto the grid. But it's just a bit strange there, just standing on the back straight there. Of course, you've got your helmet on. There's no way to kind of distract yourself apart from just sitting in your car or just standing around. So it's a lot more difficult. It's a definite difference in background to being in your tarpaulin, in your chair, with all the carts surrounding you, than this is what we're seeing on screen, being out on circuit, about to resume with 5 minutes and 46 seconds left to go.
Indeed, yeah, definitely an odd circumstance that you don't often find yourself in at a kart circuit, but I think this is really where experience comes into play. If you've been in this situation a couple of times, you know what you're doing and you can be relaxed, whereas if it catch you off guard, it's your first few races and you don't really know what's going on, this can put you out of whack, out of that momentum. You find it difficult to get back into the rhythm of things once you do go back to green flag racing. But yeah, the drivers all back in their karts now, it seems, and now getting pushed back in to their respective grid slots effectively for this restart that is soon to come.
Yeah, it's all about now just thinking, it's all about refocus. At this point, you're now just sitting there. I think a couple of drivers have their, no, I was going to say some of them have their visor down. I think someone like Gus Lawrence there still has his visor up. I thought that was down, but evidently not. So he's now going to be focusing here on, in a moment, on Kieran Garrity, just trying to overtake that number 173 car. So that will be his main aim. And once that visor down, everyone just becomes a different animal, and some become better, in a way, better than others. Some, like the likes of Gus Lawrence, Kieran Garrity, they know their way around the circuit. They can produce that speed. And that stop kind of just brings everyone together. So this is what I kind of find interesting. Could anyone around 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, maybe just between 3rd and 10th do anything about trying to get those positions and come back up through the field and just make those gains after after this red flag? I think someone who to keep an eye out here is Harry Torpy in P5 there. You know, he's a really good driver, of course. As you've been saying, you've been singing his praises in the last races. So definitely,
well, championship winner from last year.
there's a reason why he's up there. But 5th place is a little bit unusual there for him. And I do wonder if there's something still in the under the good old seat. Will he be able to maybe pull out an ace in his pack of cards?
Yeah, we won't have too long to wait and see. Hopefully it looks like we've gone back to full course yellow on the timing, which leads me to believe that the drivers will be setting off from the back straight of the circuit relatively soon. And as you were saying, yeah, Harry Torpy, championship winner from last year in P5 for this restart, and P2 in the championship last year. Mr. Henry Gregory starting in P6 then for this one. We'll see how they can do getting off of the start of the grid. Of course, both drivers very quick. I mean, to get top 2 in the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship is nothing to scoff at. Very, very fast racers, and Henry rather quick on the simulator as well, so potentially been doing a bit of practice on that to get ready for this afternoon's racing. But hopefully with that full course yellow out now, we should see the drivers start to move away relatively quickly. But I say that, Jaden Gregg isn't even back in the car yet. So Jaden just wanting to get himself settled and ready to go then for the restart here in the Senior X30 final. To remind you, we've got this Senior X30 final to play out its last 5 minutes or so, and then only 2 more finals to cap off the day's racing. 2 A finals. Junior Max and the Senior Max, our 2 biggest grids, our 2 biggest entry lists for this weekend. And of course, makes sense considering you've got the Rotax O plate for British Kart Champs next weekend. Hence why so many drivers are here this weekend for the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and great to see as well. But with the drivers battling through from the B final, we've got 4 up from the Junior Max B final, 4 up from the Senior Max B final to have absolutely maxed out bumper grids for the 2 finals coming your way after this one. This one's sure to be a banger. Restart with 5 minutes to go, and the next 2 with so many drivers involved, sure to be bangers as well. You don't want to go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Stick around on this Alpha live stream for the rest of the afternoon, because we're going to get racing underway very shortly.
You could make yourself a packet of popcorn. I think that will be brilliant for the entertainment. Just get a snack, get a drink, because you're in for an absolutely crazy, probably 45 minutes of racing action. And someone just
Joe Cheek just decided, I like the old layout, I'm going to do that one.
I think that's a lot of drivers would love to do that at this moment in time, but just stay, a lot of them staying within the rules and staying to the right hand side for that final chicane.
Indeed. Well, drivers heading around on the warm-up lap then just to get oh dear, Jaden Gregg's not even got it underway on the 34. We saw him up and out on the kart for a long time there before we got restarted. But Jaden Gregg's kart has decided it wants to go no further. So Jaden Gregg was going to start this off in P7 for this restart. And now he's not going to be restarting it at all. And he's going to have to watch the race from the sideline then. Battenberg flag is still out. Timing has said restart Green flag racing is about to restart here for the Senior X30 final for round 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and Kian Garrity sets the pace as they head to the green flag then. Just less than 5 minutes left to go on the clock, and it's Garrity leading Lawrence, leading Green, Cresswell and Torpy, your top 5 as we head into the last few minutes.
We're really going to get some really good action. There's who's that sliding up the track there in towards Christmas Corner. They're all just skittering about on the brakes, and again, like I said, just trying to make sure you get into that mentality there, and we head in towards Ashby once again here. Kieran Garrity just holding the lead for now, but we've already got a yellow flag, and I think that is because of Jaden Gregg's kart there. Without a moment there for Fred Green, who looks to have had a bit of a moment. I think he may be under pressure here. That is the 50, sorry, that might be the 77. I'm not quite entirely sure. We'll have a look when we get closer to the cameras, but we're really seeing some really tight action. But look at that, Kieran Garrity and Gus Lawrence pounding away here and getting at the lap time here, flying away from Cresswell there in P3.
Yeah, Alistair Cresswell just jumps ahead of Fred Green on this restart then. First time I think we've seen the top 3 protagonists out of the top 3. Cresswell finds himself in a podium position, but look at the gap between Cresswell and Lawrence and Garrity in the top 2. It's already extended to over a second in the first opening lap of racing post-restart. And now it's a battle between these two for the win in the final here in the Senior X30s. Will it be Key and Garrity? Will it be Gus Lawrence? Both very well-known drivers across British karting, European karting and world karting as well. Great to see them going at it here at the fantastic newly laid Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit. Everyone's enjoying the final sector, but Gus Lawrence is enjoying Christmas Corner as he sends it down the inside and takes the lead of the race.
That's a really good manoeuvre there from Gus Lawrence. Brilliant to just slide it up the inside, and at a crucial time here because there's not long left to go. Cresswell under pressure there from Fred Green, jumping over the curve. And isn't that something we saw in the intro, John?
I think it is, yeah, trying to make their best copy of the intro, but out wide gets forced Fred Green, so trying to go for that overtake, ends up losing a few positions because of it. So Fred Green dropping down to 6th place. Through goes Henry Gregory and Harry Torpy.
Really good stuff there. Oh, that was a bit of a moment.
That was super close.
Oh my god. That Henry Gregory just jumping over the chicane there.
It was Zach Green trying it down the inside and nearly flipping Henry Gregory there at the final corner. That was super close, but luckily all drivers still facing the right way up.
Yeah, it looks like everyone is still just facing the right way at this moment in time. We now see the 73 there of Harry Torpy looking to try and maybe grab a podium, and this is what I was talking about. Oh, that's a brilliant stuff. Oh, a bit of contact between Torpy and Cresswell. That's going to be looked at, and I'm sure there'll be a penalty being given out. The aggressiveness is absolutely on the line here, and wow, I thought maybe Gregory might go for a movie. He does, up the inside of the boot here. This is absolutely incredible stuff. There's so many objectives to describe this. It is unbelievable. I think I've run out.
Wow, unbelievable racing between these drivers. Fantastic stuff. Torpy goes to the move on Cresswell, but can't get it done, and through goes Henry Gregory. Impressive stuff. Harry Torpy's under a bit of pressure now, potentially from Fred Green, as he's just slipped down the order ever so slightly so far in this final post-restart. Gus Lawrence and Kian Garrity are still line astern at the front of the field, about half a second splitting those two, but no need to look at that battle just yet. We've still got a minute left to go on the clock here. At least 2 more laps, I would say, of running around this Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit. Is big over the curb. That's the 48 who just about rejoins Micah Taylor, nearly taking people out as he rejoins there. That was very close, a little bit too close to comfort, and that pack now behind these 4 is ridiculous. It's got about 10 karts in it now as we have 45 seconds left to go. It's all changed in that group ahead though. Fred Green and Hayden Heldridge through on Harry Torpy.
Yeah, really good stuff there, but Harry Torpy, yeah, something's happened with the number 73. He's really got down and out here, and he's wanting to make something.
That's Joe Cheek.
Joe Cheek, yeah. He's had an absolutely torrid final here, and really unfortunate there for the number 70. He would love to come back and hopefully make Avengers here. They head their way through the left-hander. This is getting pretty close up in here, and this is Harry Torpy defending, in fact, from Ollie Rand and Archie Heron.
I think that was the Whilton Mill God smiting Joe Cheek for taking the old layout on the warm-up lap. I think that's what that was. They were like, no, you must use the new layout. You're out of this race now. So sorry, Joe. You felt the wrath of the gods there, and you're out of the race, I'm afraid. But good battling nonetheless, Joe, and hopefully we'll see you back soon at the next round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Here we look back to this battle for third place, though, still headed up by Alistair Cresswell, and we see Henry Gregory under a bit of pressure from Hayden Eldridge. This is for 5th place now, but you've got to keep an eye on that leading battle. There's the move, though, from Hayden Eldridge. Up into 5th place he goes, but the leaders, only 4/10 of a second between them, and Kian Geraghty has the new fastest lap of the race. You were reacting there to Eldridge and Gregory still going side by side on the exit, and I think potentially Gregory might have re-stolen that. But here are your two leaders then. Lawrence still leading Geraghty as we go on to the last lap of the race.
It's going to be a really tight one here because I think Lawrence might have this here, but Geraghty will be absolutely pushing the limits. He'll be going for hell for leather here to try and maybe take that win. They head their way in towards Christmas Corner. This is absolutely brilliant stuff. Looking back here, Cresswell ahead of Green, ahead of Gregory, and this could be a big old battle for the final step on the podium through the left of the S. Oh, that's 159.
That's Archie Heron for 21st place.
Oh, that's going to be unfortunate there. There wasn't many big points on offer there, but it's still a retirement nonetheless, which is always unfortunate. Up the inside, that's a big move there. Oh my goodness me, the 51 of Fred Green. There's contact between the two. They're doing wide, all hopping over. Going the 18 of Cresswell. He's completely lost out. Gus Lawrence is going to take the flag here ahead of Kian Geraghty. But on the final, for 3rd place, it's going to be Fred Green. And we see our cameras all over the place, but it's going to be Henry Gregory. Where the heck has he come from? Harry Torpy was 45 the field. He's managed to finish 5th. John is reacting like, what on earth is going on?
I don't know what's happened at the end of the race there. Everything went a bit crazy in that secondary pack, and somehow Henry Gregory has found himself finishing that race in 3rd place. Unbelievable stuff.
Oh my goodness me, Gus Lawrence has also taken the fast lap on the last lap. Could it get any more dramatic than that? Head shakes here because we're kind of in disbelief here.
Well, we knew that it was going to be pretty crazy once we have to have a restart in the middle of a Senior X30 final, and he didn't disappoint there after the restart. Brilliant battling, but it was Gus Lawrence who came out on top. The number 1 played the driver for a reason, and he finishes in that number 1 spot. Kian Geraghty has to settle for 2nd after a great weekend overall, and Henry Gregory finishing that final in 3rd place. Big shout out to the number 77. Hayden Eldridge and Harry Torpy finished the top 5 there, with Fred Green having to settle for 6th. Fred Green and I can't remember who it was were bodying each other through that last lap. Up 2 or 3 times they went smack into side pod action on each other. But what an end to the race it was with Alistair Cresswell, Ollie Rance, Harry Maynard and Josh Palfremill, your top 10 there in the Senior X30 final. But as I mentioned during the stoppage, that was the 3rd to last final. We've got 2 more coming your way, and they're both totally full grids for these next ones. Your road tax carts are coming up next, but first it is indeed going to be... Oh, sorry, apologies. I'm getting ahead of myself, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at a little replay at the end of that previous final, because what an end to the race it was then. Heading through the last couple of sections, and look at this. That was when Henry Gregory nearly flipped it over the left curb. It was the 51, I think, who was down his inside there. That was Fred Green trying to make the repass at the apex there, nearly flipping him over like a pancake. But Henry Gregory luckily didn't flip over because the new last corner has been made to perfection, and it's all safe for all of our drivers. And either way, Henry Gregory was pretty lucky he didn't get flipped like a pancake there, because he ended up finishing in P3. So fair play to him. But now we've seen that lovely little replay courtesy of Alpha Live. We'll move on to our last 2 finals of the day then, kicking it off with the Junior Max A final. Here we go then, first of the 2 A finals to finalise a fantastic day here at round number 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. The Junior Maxes are up first, and this is going to be exciting. It's the first time we've seen a lot of these drivers out on circuit today, because they of course would have been split between all their different groups. This is the first time that we've seen them, all of the top drivers, out together in one. this could prove interesting. Jacob Ashcroft and William Antrobus line up on the front row, with Harry Bartle and Lewis Goff on row number 2. Adam Wooden and Joshua Smith are there on row 3, with Zane Quecker and Joshua Turnbull on row 4. Devon Nolan and William Webb round out the top 10, with Victor Hansen and Charlie Cox there in row number 6. Row 7 sees Harry Freeman and Lizzie Mentier, with Shane Tandaria and Kai Clark there on row number 8. Ayaman Bansal and Aras Majauskis line up on row 9, with Jack Baker and Kai Beach rounding out the top 20. Luca Magni and Jack West are there on row 11, with Charlie Neve and Zach McDonald. F1 Kid Star there on 24th place on the grid. Dominic Parabok and Riley Bishop are there on row 13. Will it be unlucky for them? We'll have to wait and see, with Joel Dixon Cohen, Noah Barham, Ryan Gandor and Henry Cameron rounding out your top 30, and then Oliver Smith, Benjamin Baker, Lucy Wielden and Will Archer rounding out the 34 karts on the grid for this one. And of course, those final 4 of Oliver Smith, Benjamin Baker, Lucy Wielden and Will Archer were our 4 finishers, our 4 top 4 finishers in the Junior Max B final that have seen them moved up into the A final, and they get a shot at the A final now. I will say, obviously, they're going to get more points than if they'd finished out of the top 4 in the B final, because they move on to this and get more points to the A final. We have seen people get up to top 5, top 3, even a win from the back coming through for the B final, but it's a challenge. Let's put it at that.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, just because there's so many karts out there, and of course they're going to be doing something. They're going to be doing something that's very, very difficult. And my goodness me, that's going to be a big challenge. But you see there, all the karts making their way through the first couple of corners. Again, just getting to grips with this surface. You can already see there through Crook Corner, the way it's just rubbering in the whole entire day. It was pretty green when we started out with the warm-ups and of course the first couple of races, but then we get onto a phase of the race where it's now starting to really grip up. We're seeing pretty much maximum grip these tyres can do. It's just so that you need to get heated up. So we're in for a very exciting race, and I'm sure that we're going to be seeing some really interesting maneuvers being made. Of course, we really have to see what is on offer here as we go into our we go into our A Max final with Jacob Ashcroft and William Altrobus leading the way here. There you can see everyone starting to line up in formation. A lot of tyres being almost shredded from the amount of movement from these cars. We're about to go to green here, and we go racing for our Junior Max Group A final in towards the first corner. Are we going to be seeing any carnage? A little bit of little bumping and barging, a little bit of backing up here, but in towards Christmas corner, as you expected. It's a bit of carnage, 2x2, almost seeing 3-eyed, almost seeing 4-eyed. Someone coming across the grass. That was getting very close there, and another one coming across the grass. It's like we're going lawn mowing here. Through they go in towards turn number 6 here, but as you can see there, out on top, it is going to be the number 222 of Jacob Ashcroft leading the way, and he is in a comfortable position at this moment in time, but there's still a lot of time left to go. There you can see there 157 there, William Altrobus, and I think Henry Battle there just continuing to make their way out of the last corner, and let's see what is about to happen here.
Indeed, yeah, yellow flag to the first sector because we've got the 35 off in a bit of a dangerous position there right on the exit of the first couple of corners. That's Riley Bishop, who's off track in the 35. Change to the lead, though, down the inside goes Antrobus, takes away the lead from Jacob Ashcroft. That was a late move to the inside up at Christmas corner. Lewis Goff tried to follow him through, but wasn't quite able to do so. And this opens up the opportunity for the rest of the drivers in behind to get involved with this lead battle. They're still going side by side, though. Goff down the inside of the 222 of Jacob Ashcroft. He's going to get relegated all the way back to 4th place now, and now under more pressure for more drivers as they head down towards the boot. That's Adam Wooden trying to get involved as well, but not able to find a way past for himself. More battles galore. Dan Holland Racing driver through on a Strawberry Racing driver in the final section of corners. So we've got Antrobus in the lead, Goff in 2nd, Bartle 3rd, Ashcroft 4th, and Wooden in 5th now.
Yeah, very close up there. Ashcroft just losing a bit of momentum somewhere, and then probably when the overtake happened this time a lap ago, and that just sent him completely out of rhythm for the remainder of the circuit, and of course that allowed Goff and Bartle to go through. But look at that 3-car battle of Antrobus, Goff and Bartle there up the inside once again of turn 6. that hairpin. That's a very key for overtaking spot. But this is going to be the battle we're keeping an eye on. Oh, Goffer holding up Bartel there, so making a little mistake, and Bartel has no choice but to just stick in behind. He can't do anything else. He can't go around it because it was parked in the middle of the apex here. But do they go in towards the chicane, taking a bit of curb there? I think that's probably been moved throughout the day because, of course, a lot of drivers trying to go aggressive, catching those drivers in front. But that plier barrier, that had been implemented there just to keep control of these guys. But let's move away from that because Harry Bartel looks up the inside there of Lewis Goff there. And Bartel now, as you can see here, and that's a full course yellow. Well on, John.
Full course yellow out, so Battenberg flags out, it seems. I can't actually see it on Marshall point number 4 at the moment, so we'll just double check. Yeah, you can see drivers pointing ahead to Marshall point 5, waving as they get overtaken, saying, hey, what are you doing? I've just seen one kart there on the exit of Osiers just getting put back on 4 wheels. So I think just making sure that whoever that is off in that incident down at Osiers is all okay. Looks like it might be Devon Nolan on the 54 plated car who's off down at Osiers. So Battenberg flag is, red flag out on circuit once again. So once again, the drivers will carry on round and will be pulled to a controlled stop out there on circuit. But sadly, once more, a driver being involved in an incident that causes the race to be stopped for the moment. Hopefully all okay is Devon Nolan out there on track, and hopefully not too much of an issue. But of course, better to be safe than sorry, I think is the phrase to use there. And you'd much rather stop the race and make sure the driver's okay than just be like, oh, I think he's fine, and then it turns out not okay. So definitely the better idea to bring the red flag in for this one. The drivers come round at a slow and controlled pace round to the back straight, and they'll all be brought to a halt. And we'll have basically what we had in the last race, a little stoppage for a while, make sure everything's okay, rebuild any barriers that need to be fixed, and then we'll get the racing back underway. But this one, a little bit longer than the last, than the time we had after the red flag of the last one. I think the last one was just over 5 minutes. This one, well over 6 minutes. So it could make it even more challenging because that last one was quite a sprint race scrap to finish. Whereas this one still maybe a little bit too long for it to become that on a restart.
Yeah, don't act like it's a complete sprint. Act like it's I wouldn't say an endurance because it's not. It's kind of in that zone where it's not a sprint. It's not a sprint in terms of karting, but it's not an endurance whatsoever. So it looks like everyone is just going to stop here now and just come to a controlled halt. And I wonder if anyone will be getting out to the carts here, but some really good battling between Lewis Goff and Harry Bartel there. My apologies, but yeah, they've had some really good scraps there with William Antropos there, who kind of commanded there out in front after making that move. You can see some of our karting drivers there. They're still staying seated, so they're still just keeping in their places for now. I don't think they've been advised to move. I didn't see anything massively serious. I think it was just somebody off on the left-hand side, maybe just gave a bit of a smack to the barrier. So hopefully nothing too serious, but for sure it's not ideal to have a red flag.
No, indeed, and it pushes back the running ever so slightly, and the clocks haven't changed just yet, so we've still got quite early evenings at the moment. Lovely and sunny still out there today, as you can see from the cameras, but it will be getting dark not too far away in the next hour and a half or so. So depending on how long this red flag goes on for, we might have to be worried. But luckily, we just got this race and one more. So I don't think we're going to be flirting with any darkness here at Whilton Mill today. But great to see as well how lovely in spring it is. You can see all of the pollen flying in the air, which is going to cause us all to start sneezing very soon, but it looks beautiful and it's lovely weather up here in Northamptonshire for the opening round of the season for the Whilton Mill Kart Club. And as we've said, loads of drivers out on circuit this weekend, and that means loads of supporters here at Whilton Mill as well. We've got loads of team members, family members, people just coming along to support and have fun and enjoy watching the racing. So lots of team members and parents and whatnot down at the front straight or over on the balcony of the Whilton Mill Bistro building, enjoying the action and soaking in some beautiful sunshine as we head nearly now into April, which is a little bit mental that we're nearly in April of 2024. But it means lots more racing is coming back, so I, for one, am quite happy about that.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. There's a lot of racing is starting to come to fruition. There's been the testing phase of, I've seen the F4 drivers being out testing. So for the British Championships, that's interesting to see. I think a couple of Porsches are now heading out into the test circuits very, very soon. So we're starting to get out of that, more into the heart of the testing phase, and then out of the, out of it, we'll slowly fade into the racing. So that's going to be very, very exciting for a lot of the likes of the TOCA package and the BARC. So very, very much looking forward to that. Do you think you're going to maybe attend some of those, John?
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to going to hopefully plenty of racing, hopefully commentating plenty of racing throughout this year, which should be very exciting. Lots of kart stuff going on as well. And then myself personally, I race in a championship called the Fun Cup in the BRICC sort of categories of racing, so really excited for that to get underway as well. Got my first race in about 2 or 3 weeks time now at Alton Park, so that should be a lot of fun, but less about me, more about the drivers out there on circuit. Of course, we were watching the battle between William Antrobus, Lewis Goff, Harry Bartle, all at the sharp end of the order. Jacob Ashcroft just slipping down to 4th place after a good start from the pole position, just got forced wide, and then of course, as we've said many times already today, when you lose one position you end up losing quite a few, and he dropped down into 4th. But all of those top 3 of Antrobus, Goff and Bartle were all down in the 47.4s, but actually fastest lap of the race on the last lap before we headed to the stoppage was a 47.43 from Harry Freeman in 8th place. So given the fact that everyone's closing back up for this restart as well, could be very interesting on these restarts. And we've got some drivers who are a little bit further down the order who maybe feel they've got the pace to be pressing on and knocking on the door of those top 3 positions.
Yeah, definitely. There's going to be some of those drivers that after this reset definitely think a lot of things are possible. We're just having a look down at the grid there. Like you said, Joshua Turnbull is there down in P6. Maybe he can do something. Adam Wooden has been up there quite a lot. But someone I'm interested in is Zane Quecker down there in P9, who we know has been mighty fast. But seeing him down in P9, it's just a little bit unusual. But we do kind of have to put into the aspect that these are some of the best drivers in the karting scene, especially for the Whilton Mill Kart Club. And these drivers are very, very good. They're really, really fast. They're right on top of their game. For sure that they'll be able to maybe make something happen. And for sure that they are really putting on one of the most some of the most entertaining races that we currently have.
Indeed. Some great racing, not only in the afternoon here for the finals, but also throughout the day in all of the heats as well. So a big shout out to everyone involved here at Whilton Mill for the first round of the Kart Club season for 2024. Big shout out to all of you for giving us some fantastic racing to watch at home, but also being very respectful and showing what you can do out on a kart circuit and how you can create not only entertaining action for us to watch, but really pressing on, improving your driving as you continue through your own motorsport career. And obviously, as I think a lot of the drivers will be trying to do, push on towards Formula One. Now, of course, only the lucky few will get there, but it's all about having fun along the way, even if it doesn't happen. And the drivers look to be having a lot of fun. I mean, we're having a lot of fun, and we're not even racing. We're just shouting about it.
It's always fun shouting at if it's cars or karts or
shouting at a screen.
At a screen. Whether that be maybe some virtual racing, which I think I might be doing later. I don't know. It depends on my energy, but we'll have a.
What, today?
It might be.
Later today? Oh my goodness.
8 o'clock.
Jeez. Especially yourself. Well, I'm going home and laying in bed and probably having a pizza or something. So
oh, that's
slightly different evenings.
Sounds like a vibe. Yeah, that sounds like a vibe. I might have to order myself a pizza actually. I'll have to try and convince my parents.
See if you can eat a pizza while commentating at the same time. That's definitely
that's gonna be the challenge for tonight.
We'll see. Well, tune in wherever that is and enjoy listening to Adam eating pizza while he's chatting. That'll be good fun. I mean, like you were saying earlier, the drivers weren't getting out of their karts, so we thought we were going to get underway pretty shortly, but sadly now it seems every driver has vacated their car. I don't even know where they've gone now. So all around, everywhere, as we're waiting for this red flag period to come to a close, and we got more drivers as well, suited and booted, all in the dummy grid, because of course, the senior max drivers were expecting themselves to be going out in probably 5 or 6 minutes' time. They were putting all their kit to get ready, and now we've been stopped for a little while, so they're all having to wait for their time to be able to get out of the dummy grid. But that's a good sign for one anyway, seeing the carts getting pushed back to the pit lane, and also the ambulance heading back to the paddock as well. So that's good to see, and hopefully the drivers involved all okay. And yeah, I do believe it was Devon Nolan who was involved in that one. So hopefully Devon all okay. He's been a very fast karter over the years at Whilton Mill Kart Club. So hopefully we see him back again for round 2 next month. But 6 minutes and 40 seconds left to go on the clock then of this Junior Max A final. And still with how many drivers are still left in this race? About 31 drivers still on the grid for this one. Still all to play for. I would say the Junior Maxes, there isn't really one particular driver that I feel has really stood out today and I've gone, yeah, like that's my pick to take the win in the final here. It's been pretty balanced between 4, 5, 6 drivers in Junior Maxes, so I still think over this last 6.5 minutes or so, it could really go any way.
I kind of agree on that. I do agree that there hasn't been a standout driver, which is kind of a little bit frustrating to say, but this is kind of the joy of having something like that. You kind of have a look at those drivers and think, yeah, these guys have the opportunity of winning. These guys could have a podium. We could be seeing a massive fight back from maybe this one, this driver. But yeah, it's going to be just so interesting. Just having a look at that absolute stack of karts there. You can see there, Antrobus, you got Goff, you got Bartel. Very competitive. We saw those in the early stages. They've got a mighty kind of run already. They're ready to get going. But you got also Jacob Ashcroft, who started falling down the field. I wonder how he's going to try and retaliate.
Well, he could see this as a bit of a reset, couldn't he? It's you've had a bit of negative momentum in that first part of the race. It's dropped you down a few positions. This is like the cut and dry, stop, right. That negative momentum has stopped now. I put that behind me. We've got a new race to contend with here from P4. Forget that first part even happened. I'm in P4. I'm pushing ahead to the lead in the second part of this race.
Yeah, definitely. I kind of agree. It's a nice reset to kind of have. He's just got to be careful up behind because you've got Adam Wooden, who's been up there, as well as Joshua Turnbull. He's been quite there, quite nice. He's put in the mid-pack with Joshua Smith, and then Harry Freeman. Of course, we've got Zane Quecker and Charlie Cox, and that just rounds out the top 10. Of course, you could maybe have someone from 11th to maybe 20th just trying to cut through all the carnage and maybe find themselves in the top 10. You never really know until you get racing, and then you kind of get a sense of how everyone's feeling, if they're prepared or underprepared, or if they're kind of being thrown into the deep end, or if they kind of psych themselves up for this.
Exactly, yeah. Well, there's a few drivers, out of the top 10 who we've seen at least moments of brilliance for today. Lizzie Mentia was battling right up at the sharp end in one of the Junior Max heats that we saw earlier on. She's currently in 16th place in this A final at the moment, but yeah, Lizzie, we saw her battling very nicely, sending some very cheeky moves in the heat that we saw her in earlier on today. So hopefully able to send some more in the rest of this final. And of course, a big shout out to Lizzie as well, moving up into Danish F4 for 2024. Impressive stuff. And as we said, a lot of the drivers looking to move towards Formula One in their career, and some of the drivers already making the steps to do that.
Yeah, definitely. That's a really good step, I think. Danish F4 is it's not well known on the F4 kind of roster, but yeah, it's going to be a nice step just to be able to get into a cockpit of a race car rather than just sit in a kart for another year. And I'm sure she'll maybe even go on to the British Championship, the British F4 Championship. So I won't be surprised if I see a name saying Lizzie Mentier in the British F4 Championship. We'll definitely keep my eye out, because I am very active kind of in supporting a lot of the F4 drivers who have raced here before. I know, like Daniel Ginchard, former Mercedes AMG Petronas young driver in that. Also, Gabriel Stilp has also been in this championship. So yeah, there's so many guys like Will McIntyre, as well as I believe. I'm trying to think of the top of my head, but I'm sure
you're smashing it. All these names I recognise.
Yeah, and
I recognise all these.
Yeah, so for sure they can definitely be in the British F4. So you may be looking at one of the names that maybe go into those F1s. And please, if you do see one of these names go into F4, please go down and support them. They're going to be well worth keeping an eye on. Just thinking about jumping from a kart to a race car, it's so much different. I've seen a couple of drivers going from not UK karting, but different karting, hopping into F4 cars. So it's interesting to see how they do.
Exactly, yeah. A very different beast to tame, isn't it, when you jump up into the Formula cars compared to the karting, and a lot more things to think about as well. For one, you're going quite a bit faster. For two, you've then got things like aero coming into play as well. So that's why you have this karting ladder. It's difficult for someone at the age of 16, 17, 18 to just decide, right, I want to race, I'm going to jump in an F4 car and just win the whole thing. You need to have that going through as a child into a teenager, going through the motions up the ladder, going from stage to stage in terms of speed of the kart, all the things you've got to think about. Of course, as you get up those classes, there's more to think about in terms of your radiator, thinking about how much you wanted in there, for example, the fuel rate, all things like that to think about. So, and then as you move up into the Formula categories, even more to think about. You've got stuff on your dash, you've got to press, you've got your aero that is going to change if you get behind another car and they're dirty. Yeah, that changes. Suddenly you don't have the grip you had last lap. So much more. So you need that progression up through the ladder to slowly but surely gain those abilities and bring them all together, hopefully, as a full package as you get to the top of the order up towards Formula 1 and Formula 2.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. I have actually met someone who decided to skip karting and went straight into Genettas, which is a very, very interesting route. But it was a little bit unexpected to kind of hear that, just saying like, yeah, I didn't do any karting, just jumped in a Genetta. But yeah, she was a very sporty, very sporty Welshman. If you recognise it. So it looks like we're currently still waiting under this yellow, because that's just turned into a full course yellow a couple of minutes ago. So they're still just waiting upon maybe an all clear onto whenever to go. But there you can see the pictures of everyone just sitting, waiting, being in that mindset of being able to kind of race. But it's going to be so difficult just to be able to try and pick that back up again. Of course, maybe some drivers have their visor down. Of course, they got the helmet on, the kind of equipment that kind of gets them into that zone and kind of zones them out completely. But we're just waiting for that final signal before getting told that we can go racing.
Oh, well, there you go. It looks like the drivers have been told that they can set off. I know we were waiting there for some medical staff to come free, because obviously we had an incident only a race or two ago, wasn't it, where another big incident, another red flag stoppage, and the medical staff just not free to attend to the driver who needed their assistance. But now it seems that's been able to happen. The medical staff now seeing to Devon Nolan off in that incident here in the Junior Max A final. But of course, as soon as the drivers come across the line, even though we're still under Battenberg conditions, we're not green flag racing just yet. The timer is already starting to count down, so I think we'll probably get it underway with about 5.5 minutes left to go, 5 minutes 45 left to go. So again, almost half the race distance to what we were expecting for the full race distance from this restart, but still lots of time for things to play out here. And of course, drivers at the front very close on pace, and this pushes them all back together. So how are they going to deal with this restart? It will be William Antrobus who is going to be leading us onto it. He's got a teammate in behind him, I do believe it is, in Lewis Goff. Harry Bartle there in third for the Strawberry Racing team, and then Dan Holland Racing's 222 of Jacob Ashcroft. Adam Woodham just in behind for KR Sport. Then another DHR driver and a Strawberry Racing driver. Loads of different teams on the grid for this one, but we're back underway for green flag racing here in the Junior Max A final, and William Antrobus leads us through the last 5.5 minutes of racing.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close up into this. And here goes Lewis Goff. He's going to try and make that move, swiggling in the rear around there. But it looks like Antrobus has the second place. It could have been Bartle there for second, but he's just managed to hang on there. Very defended there for Goff. So Goff is just going to try and make sure he's just keeping that position with 5 minutes left to go. But I don't know if that was the right call. He was defending thin air.
Yeah, he didn't defend it though. Through went Harry Bartle to second place then. Takes it away from Lewis Goff, and in behind, Ashcroft tried to follow him through, wasn't able to do so though, and Ashcroft has now been overtaken as well though. I think it's Adam Wooden has indeed snuck through into fourth place, so we thought potentially it could be a nice little reset for Ashcroft, getting that stoppage and thinking, right, the negative momentum's behind me, I'm going to push back towards the pole that I started in. That hasn't happened. Ashcroft now dropping to sixth place, and you find the leader, Lewis Goff, under a bit of pressure here as Antrobus has gone down to third. Down the inside goes Harry Bartle, though. He's going to take the lead of the race.
That green car is looking very, very vicious there. And we get a contact warning for Jack Baker. But unfortunately there, it looks to be at... yeah, not ideal. But it's going to be Harry Bartle now, I believe, leading the way. And who's that? Is that
78, that is, that's gone off there. That's Harry Freeman from 7th place, that is. So someone from high up in this battle here, out of the race then. Yeah, as you point out there, he did have the fastest lap of the race.
This is not ideal. Throwing it all the way there. Some really good points up for grabs here, but we'll have to have a look here. Is Lewis Goff going to go to the outside? Can he get the move done? No, he can't. William Antrobus is just going to now sit in behind and look at Joshua Turnbull. Turnbull wants his turn this time round, and he's going to look up the inside. That's a double maneuver. That is absolutely saucy.
Round the outside, though, Joshua Turnbull gets both of them. So through goes Antrobus, but Turnbull round the outside. Antrobus forces his way down the inside. Through follows Goff, and so does the driver in behind of Adam Wooden as well. So one fantastic move made to take 2 places for Joshua Turnbull. Sees him lose them again, and another one as he's re-overtaken round the second part of the lap. Just over 3 minutes left to go then, and this is exactly what Harry Bartle needed. He's been able to gain a good 0.8 of a second buffer now over Antrobus and Goff as they start to try and chase him down once again.
He really is starting to create that gap, which is absolutely needed as Lewis Goff just continues to hassle and hound Antrobus here. And I wonder if he'll be able to get the move. Adam Wooden has returned up into his 4th place where he was around about the red flag. So he's now trying to turn that around up the inside. That is an absolutely cent and a half. Turnbull on Wooden, and I think Turnbull does have the pace here. So they're going to try and make that happen.
Where's Jacob Ashcroft gone in all this? Ashcroft's in 31st, so I don't know what's happened to Jacob Ashcroft off camera there. Potentially he could have been involved in that incident that sent the driver off on the last lap on the back straight. So either way, Jacob Ashcroft from right up the order here, pole position in this Junior Max A final, down at the back of the order for Ashcroft. We know he's a very quick kart racer, proven on the British and European stage, but he's not going to take the win here in the Junior Max final even for round 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. Saying that, though, he does just set the fastest lap of the race, so he clearly hasn't lost any pace out there as Jacob, just not going to get the positions he feels he deserved. There go the 2 teammates through, down to the final couple of corners they go then. That is Jack West and Adam Wooden who get through on Joshua Smith. And I believe Joshua Turnbull there. No, not quite on... so they've got through on Turnbull. That's why I was getting confused. They haven't got through on Joshua Smith. He is still ahead of them in 4th place.
Lewis Goff takes the fastest lap as well, and he's going to be tucked up right behind Antrobus, just trying to push him along and really just doing something here. But on towards turn number 6, and this is going to get so close between these guys. They're so bunched up, and this is what we love about kart racing. It's not like Formula 1 where we have drivers just absolutely separating to 20, 30 seconds. They're right up each other's butts, and really just so close. And one slip up, it could end in a really disappointing maneuver, and you could be falling back.
Exactly. We don't want to see that as we head into the last 45 seconds of racing. Then I think Harry Bartle will have crossed the line in enough time here to give us 3 more laps potentially. But he takes the fastest lap of the race, 46.61 for Bartle. Only a few hundredths quicker than Antrobus and Goff. But is it going to be enough to just keep enough of a barrier here, enough of a gap that Antrobus and Goff can't go for the move? When is Lewis Goff going to decide, I don't want to work together with you anymore, William, I'm going for the win here? Or is he going to sit back and be like, no, I trust my teammate here, we're going to push on together towards Bartle here and relegate him to 3rd place? 10 seconds left to go on the time here. This is going to be very close as to whether they start the last lap. I think it's just not quite going to be. And yes, penultimate lap of the race then started by Harry Bartle as he takes a new fastest lap of the race. Antrobus, Goff and Bartle set identical times on the last lap.
That is absolutely incredible there. Bartle's still leading the way, but Antrobus is just going to try and hold second. I don't think he can do much there about Lewis Goff unless you can maybe find a couple of tenths or 2. Jacob Ashcroft goes and takes the fastest lap. So he is all the way down there in 30th, but he is absolutely picking up the pace like there's no tomorrow.
I will say he's in 30th, but he's only 15 seconds off the lead.
That is very, very true. But it's not like he's going to absolutely wipe the floor with absolutely everyone and go, I don't know, 10 seconds a lap faster than everyone else. That will be a bit of a shock to the system.
Red flag, onto the last lap of the race, and we've gone red flag again here at Whilton Mill. Not sure what's happened on that last part of the penultimate lap of the race, and we do have a car over. The 112 is on its effective roof here, and that's Charlie Cox from 17th place there. So Charlie finding himself going over here at Whilton Mill. It's never nice to see in a kart, and we have seen it a couple of times already today. So, no, really not nice to see. I'm not sure how they'll deal with this, though. We've already had a red flag in this race, and we were just going on to the final lap. So I have a feeling here that the result could just get called. But I'm not sure. I've never been in this circumstance before, so I'm simply speculating.
Yeah, that's kind of the way.
Looks like they might be getting sent to the pits here.
Yeah,
yes, they are. That's the end of the race.
That's exactly what I thought would happen. I've seen it before in like Tucker package races and circuits you find at your local big circuit. They'll just call the results there. It's there and then. So as they make their way through, let's have a look at the nose check. But there are the results there. Harry Bartle is going to be your winner ahead of William Antrobus, who's going to finish P2 ahead of Lewis Garth2. Antrobus just didn't get that time to challenge Bartle for the win there. Joshua Smith takes P4 ahead of Jack West with Adam Wooden there in P6. Joshua Turnbull, who looked to be on for a very, very good race, he'll be probably disappointed finishing down there in 7th with Jack Baker in P8 and then Arith Manjuski ahead of Zane Queka in P9 and 10. So that rounds off your top 10 there as we've had a absolutely incredible race there. Some really, really good stuff, but yeah, not the way you want to be ending it with a red flag, and especially a 2-in-1 race. It's not the ideal situation, but as long as we know that everybody is okay, everyone has returned back to the paddock safe and sound with as least injuries as possible, then we're kind of in the right place. But we've only got one race left, and that is going to be the Senior Max. But before we move on to that, yeah, John, let's just get a reflection there from you.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a challenging race for all involved. It's difficult to get in that sort of rhythm when you're stopping and starting. 2 red flags in a race. That's the first time I've seen that at a Whilton Mill Kart Club. Hopefully all drivers involved in both all okay by the end of that. But yeah, a little bit of just a sloppy race overall, I think there, and a challenging one, but really gutting for Jacob Ashcroft. Started off on pole position there, shuffled down ever so slightly, and then it all going wrong on that restart. Going to get not very good points in this opening round of the season for Jacob, but either way, lots of experience gained and still some enjoyable action out there for us to enjoy from the comms box.
Yeah, definitely. We kind of like take a breather away from this.
I mean, we can't be taking a breather. We have still got a race to go. Of course, Junior Max final done and dusted. One more race to cap off the day then, and coming up next is your Senior Max A final.
And now we are into our Senior Road Tax A final, and there is your starting grid. It is Guy Cunnington in P1 ahead of Lewis Gilbert with Jack Lilly in P3, ahead of Archie Walker with Joshua Graham in P5 and Lucas Ellingham in P6. Then we move on to Brandon Clean and Naglesworth in P7, followed by Louis Weaver and Tyler Harris with Archie Buttle in P10. Then it's going to be Spencer Barham ahead of Sam Baker for P12. Then we move on to the 7th row of the grid. It's going to be Ustav Utakovs, followed by Samuel Cook, and then Ethan Ling on the 8th row of the grid with Ben Ballou, followed by Liam Thomas and Jack Gillingham in P18. Then we've got Liam Pemble, followed by Zaki Hussein with Lewis Wild and Alex Duncan there. So the 10th and the 11th row of the grid with Stefan Zakamarzik in P12, followed by Ross Tyler in P24. James Tester in P20 and 25th, followed by Oliver Johnson with Benjamin Southgate there in P27, with Reg Hayward, Finley Hayes, William Young in P30. Then you've got Jack Collins, Philip Rawson, Ralph Jungling, and Peter Rusicek in P34. So 34 karts to take on this 10 minutes plus 1 lap race. And my goodness, John, are we going to be in for a thriller? I really do think we're in for a thrilling race here. Before we go on to the, before we cut the action there.
Indeed, yeah, last 10 minutes plus a lap of racing for the day then at round number 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. And while we got a few minutes as the track's being fully sorted to make sure we're ready to go racing here with our senior road taxers, let's talk you through a few names on the grid for this one. Of course, Lucas Ellingham, the one always is the pick to watch whenever you see him in a race here at Whilton Mill. Today has not quite gone his way, though, at least to Lucas Ellingham standards. P6 on the grid for this one. Of course, to remind you, your senior Rotax champion in the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2023. Your reigning WM plate champion in the same category in 2023 as well. He is really the one to beat today, and a lot of people have been able to do that, so fair play to them. Spencer Broham, another one to watch. P3 in the senior Rotax championship in 2023 was Spencer, and Spencer is starting P11 for this one. Sam Baker as well, P4 in senior Rotax in 2023, and Sam Baker, he is starting 12th, just behind Spencer Broham in this one. Another few names to keep an eye on. Ben Ballou is a quick boy from 16th. So is Ethan Ling from 15th as well. Ethan Ling, we've seen him already living up to Ethan Ling ways, sending some crazy moves out there on circuit. I think we'll see a few more starting from P15 in this one. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort was right up at the sharp end of the grid earlier on. He starts from P7. Could we see him coming up through the order in this one? And I think Jack Lilly is probably my one to watch in this one. He has been flying so far today, and although he lines up P3 on the grid, my goodness was it close for who was lining up where in the front two rows of the grid. 66 points over the day for Archie Walker, sees him line up in 4th. 68 points for Jack Lilly, sees him line up in 3rd. And the top two, both on 70 points. Deciding factor for that pole position was fastest lap across the day, which went to Guy Cunnington. 45.3 for Guy, 45.6 for Lewis Gilbert on P2. So lots of drivers in this one to be keeping an eye on, and we should have a pretty good race ahead of us, as you say. 34 drivers on the grid, including those 4 drivers who were able to get up from the B final.
Yeah, it's going to be massively interesting, especially the way you, or the names that you've mentioned. My goodness me, we're in for a really, really good final here, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot of action for sure. That there's going to be a lot to kind of contend with. We've got so many fast drivers, and it's interesting about to get those little tenths out of this race, and that's going to be the deciding factor in this race.
Yes, it is indeed going to be the deciding factor. Hopefully, we will see the racing get underway very shortly. Thank you all for sticking around with us on the Alpha live stream throughout this afternoon's finals. It's certainly been... It's had some fantastic racing in these finals, but it's been a little bit stop-start to maybe what we would expect from the Whilton Mill Kart Club. But it's still been a heck of a lot of fun, so we hope you've enjoyed joining us throughout the day here. And thank you all for saying hello in the live chat as well. Keep your comments coming in. We love seeing you all enjoying yourselves in the live chat. And we've had a huge amount of viewers for today's first round of the season. I mean, would be expected, just because, of course, it's a Whilton Mill Kart Club round. No one wants to miss this. The racing is fantastic, but also quite a few drivers from the and just spectators and anyone from the karting community wanting to tune in and have a look and see at what the new corners are like under racing conditions. And we've seen it so far today, and I think overall, in my personal opinion anyway, it's been very positive. No, Adam, we've seen some great racing through those partial last sectors of the corners. A couple of incidents here and there, but overall, mostly single file racing, but still opportunities for moves.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen many maneuvers being made, especially through Christmas Corner, like we say, Ashby Hairpin, and then you got the boot that I had no idea until today that you could actually maybe make a move in there. But for sure, it's going to be very close. It's going to be very close. It's going to be very intense racing. These guys are going to have to really just keep themselves nice and chilled out. I think that's the way to go forward here.
Well, they've had enough time to chill out, haven't they? Sitting in the pit lane, getting ready to go. It's more of a difficulty to keep that adrenaline pumping and be like, I'm going to be heading out on the track soon. But not knowing when that's going to happen can be really difficult and quite draining. And the drivers, yeah, just making sure, sat in the car, in the zone, ready to go. And I often find, yeah, when I'm waiting to go out the race, I'm just doing laps in my head, just getting ready for it, getting myself used to it. So that first lap out on circuit isn't really the first lap. I've already done 10 or so in my head, and I'm ready and raring to go and put it into reality once I'm out there on circuit. But we're closing in on 5 p.m. here in Northamptonshire in the UK. Of course, we do enjoy as well when you guys are watching from home. Let us know in the live chat where you're watching from today. Anywhere in the UK? Are you somewhere else in the world? We often get people from all across, over in Asia, in Australasia, America, everywhere. So let us know in the live chat where you're watching from today and when you're next going to be back at Whilton Mill to give this last corner a try, because I think that's the main thing we've said throughout today is you've got to come down and give it a go before you have your final verdict. I'm coming back here in 2 weeks to have a go at an arrive and drive session with a mate of mine. So I'm going to see how that final corner stacks up, and that's all before we go racing with the BUKC, a British Universities Karting Championship here at Whilton Mill once again in 2 weeks' time. So lots of action coming your way on Alpha Live. We've got British Kart Championships on Whilton Mill next weekend, and then after that, BUKC from Whilton Mill as well the weekend afterwards. So why don't you drop a subscribe on the Alpha Live YouTube channel so you don't miss any of that action to come. And also, if you've enjoyed today's racing from the Whilton Mill Kart Club, be sure to drop a little like on the stream. And once again, let us know in the live chat where you are watching from. But one race left to go then for round number 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. Just the senior maxes left to go. I'm going to put you on the spot here, Adam. I hope you don't mind. Do you reckon you could give me a favourite race of the day from the finals anyway? Have you had one that's particularly stood out where you thought that was some really good, close, but fair racing?
It's a tough one. But
there's been so much.
There has been. That's very agreeable. But I do think is I'm going to say maybe one of the X30 junior or senior finals, because we just had so much going on, especially in those last couple of moments. We've had battles for the lead, we've had battles in the mid-pack, and my goodness, we had a really incredible time there. So I think it may be down to one of those ones, but hopefully I said the right one, but
I think it was the junior X30s that you're thinking of that was, yeah, very scrappy all the way to the finish and could have gone either way. Yeah, what a bit of racing that was. The junior X30 is always one to look forward to. The Whilton Mill Kart Club always got a good amount of people involved, and of course you see some of the grids of this round getting slightly overinflated to what we would expect them to be. That of course being the junior maxes and the senior maxes, the only categories that we've seen have to have a B finalist one because they're so oversubscribed, and that because, I mean, no hiding anything, like we've got British Kart Champs here next weekend. It's the Rotax O-Plate. There's going to be quite a few Rotax drivers practicing and getting ready for that. But all the X30 grids, they're drivers that we're going to be seeing in and out throughout this season. And bumper grids for those. We had over 30 for both of those. So we're going to see bumper grids throughout the season for all these categories. And I, for one, cannot wait. As we mentioned earlier, I myself am at 6 of the 8 rounds. I think Adam's at 7 of the 8 rounds. So you're going to be having to be dealing with us throughout the season. But hopefully you've enjoyed the commentary. And if you have, for myself, drop me a follow at Ratters Media on TikTok and Instagram. And for yourself, Adam, what do you want to shout out?
So I'll just drop my Instagram down below on my commentary one. So it's Adam Reid _commentary. So you can follow there, just catch up with everything I do, all my announcements, and then you'll probably see a clip here. So for sure, if I'm allowed, I'll definitely post some of my best commentary clips on there. But that's where you can find me on social media, on my Instagram. I don't really do any commentary. I do a couple of commentaries on my TikTok, which is Motorsport Adam44. So you can find me on there, and then I'll leave. I won't say my my main one. We'll leave out the main ones.
It sounds like you're trying to hide something. What's on the main one? I want to know it now.
Well, it's not like it's not like it's very difficult to try and find. So you just gotta. You'll find me. You'll find me.
He'll find him. It'll be fine. Hopefully, we'll find some racing drivers exiting the pit soon, because I'd like to see the Senior Max final, hopefully shortly. I think there's still the hold-up that we saw when they came into the pits was that there weren't any medical staff freely available to tend to the driver who was off at the end of that last Junior Max A final. And of course, under the jurisdiction, the contract that you've got signed up for the circuit, to be under a Motorsport UK permit, there's always got to be medical staff available to be able to tend to a driver if there's another issue. And now, given the fact we've had 3 now red flag periods in the course of 2 races, the medical staff are a little bit overwhelmed with how much they're having to deal with, and thus no one available for if these drivers go out on circuit, there's a red flag, there's not going to be anyone available to immediately tend to them, and we cannot have that happen. Safety must be paramount at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. So that's one, fantastic to see, and of course great to have paramount safety here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, but also means we do have to wait in these periods for a safety staff member to become free.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, it's paramount that we have the safety all tin top shape at this moment at this kart circuit. So it is a little bit frustrating, but we have to really keep an eye out here. And I know you're very excited. You're like a kid in a candy shop when you see cars in the pit lane, as I am too. I am really looking forward to it. It looks like a couple of drivers there just standing up. So it's a bit of a different scenario compared to what we saw earlier. John's laughing at something. I'm
just reading through the live chat. We've got lots of people replying to my request to tell me where you're watching from, which is great. We've got Jas, who's watching from Liverpool. We've got Jonathan, who's watching from Norway. I think that's the winner so far from Jonathan. Watching from Nottingham is Paige. We've got Max going down the M25. Jas, who is... talking about trying the circuit in April for Club 100. Nice. Good luck with that, Jas. I think that's in the Experience Championship, so one of the younger drivers there. Daniel Ortu is who I was laughing at, because he says, not laughing at, sorry Daniel, that sounds really mean, but he said he's currently driving down the M1 after getting eliminated in the Junior B final, which understandably so. I mean, I'd get on the road as well, get out ahead of it, all these trucks and things that need to leave and make their way back to the M1. So understandable you getting on the road there early, Daniel, but sorry to hear that you got knocked out in the B final. Hopefully we'll see you back for round number 2 next month. Dan's watching from Birmingham. Hello, Dan. Jay's from California. Wow. We've got lots of people watching from all over the world here for this Whilton Mill Kart Club. We've got Mark Fleming watching from the west of Ireland, and also with your sister Sophie and your dad as well. So a big shout out to all of you. Some people complaining, can you just let them out already, please? Yeah, the reason I said earlier with the medical staff, that's why we can't get them out on circuit just yet anyway. We've got someone from Birmingham, we've got someone from Preston as well. Ethan Martin's watching from the pub. Ethan, I'm very jealous. I'd love a pint in my hand right now as well, but sadly, maybe not the most professional thing to be doing. VNWV, I have a feeling he might be lying there, saying he's watching from Antarctica. I don't think the Wi-Fi is very good down there, so I'm going to say that you are lying, sir or madam, in the live chat. Ollie's watching from Silverstone. Hello, Ollie, you must be pretty close to us then. Alice Powell is in the live chat. Hello, Alice. Might get the KZ out to bat around this new track. I mean, you've got to, I think, Alice. A KZ might be an interesting one. I think particularly through that final section of circuits. I think you might be doing... You're not going to have time to have your hand on the steering wheel, because it's just going to be change down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and then just out the corner. It's going to be overwhelming, Alice.
I'd love to... I'd pay to see Alice Powell zip a KZ around here, honestly. I'd pay to see Alice Powell to zip around any car circuit, because I reckon she's an absolute beast. She's a different breed when it comes to those KZ cars. I'd love to see that.
I mean, those KZ carts are ridiculous. I remember the first time I ever saw one in real life when I was out with the British Kart Championships. Blew my mind. I remember seeing the first grid start I ever saw was down at Kimbolton, and just watching from the side of the circuit. 1 second they're all there, and the next second they've all gone. They're all down at turn 1 already, and it blew my mind how quickly these things took off. And the absolute... I feel like anyone that actually races a KZ is probably clinically insane, because you've got to just not be scared of death at all if you want to drive a KZ car at full chat, racing, side by side with other people. Mental.
You're out of breath just from saying it. He's
Honestly.
imagining it in his head, and he's just thinking about being on the grid. He's thinking about being side by side in a KZ car, just clicking all the gears through, and it's very, very.
Well,
it's very breathtaking.
we've got an invite from Alice. Alice says, "I'll let you know when I'm coming out to play, guys, and you can come and give it a go." Thank you, Alice.
Thank you very much.
You. I don't think either of us will actually be able to hang on for a whole lap of Whilton Mill Kart, but we'll give it our best shot, Alice. Thank you.
I think Alice has just sent me to a couple of days in the gym in a row. I've done my days in the gym, but not in a row. That's gonna be the next target for me.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I mean, I've driven a couple of decently quick karts, X30, a Rotax, an old F100 kart as well, and I couldn't believe just with the amount of grip that these karts have. It's the cornering speed. That's the main thing. And I know obviously Formula 1 drivers, you're always complaining about your neck, but I didn't quite realise even how much these fast karts put pressure on your neck after 20-30 minutes in it. I'm really struggling to hold my neck up coming through the corners, keeping that full chatter on. So I can't imagine in a KZ the cornering speed you're doing in that thing. It must be ridiculous. Oh my goodness, the drivers are out of the pit lane. We might be getting the Senior Max final underway. Thank you for the offer. Thank you for the offer, Alice, of the KZ Racing. But thankfully, we might have some senior racing out on circuit. Honestly, it's been so long. We've got a driver who spun it already out of the pits. Not ideal. Let's quickly run you through the grid again then for this senior Rotax A final. We've got Guy Cunnington and Lewis Gilbert on the front row of the grid with Jack Lee and Archie Walker in behind. Then it's Joshua Graham, Lucas Sellingham, Brandon Clyde Nagelvort, Louis Weaver, Tyler Hallis and Archie Buttle rounding out the top 10. Behind them, Spencer Brown, Sam Baker, Gustas Uzakov, Samuel Cook, Ethan Ling, Ben Balloon, Liam Phillips, Jack Chillingham, William Pemble and Saki Hussein round out the top 20. Then it's Lewis Wild, Alex Duncan, Seven Catchmashik, Ross Tyler, James Tester, Oliver Johnson, Benjamin Southgate, Reg Hayward, Finley Hayes, William Young, Jack Collins, Philip Rawson, Ralph Younging and Piotr Judovic. There, the 30 karts out on circuit for this one, but they're already making it round to the final sector, and we're almost ready to get the final race of the day underway. Adam Reid.
Oh my goodness me. Shall we get this going? I'm excited. You're excited, John. Let's go racing for the final time this evening. In towards the first corner, just chucking the kart in and just hoping this sticks to the road and really seeing the kart being ragged about. It's an absolute sight of beauty. Through Christmas corner, somebody's on the grass. Not ideal. Hopefully they won't pick up anything and find a load of grass when they go home tonight in their racing. But in towards Ashby, and it's getting very, very tight up in there as usual. But they're just continuing the flow of the circuit, keeping it 9 is turn at this moment in time. Now they're going to start finding that rhythm for making their way in towards the booth. Are we going to be seeing anything in towards this first lap? Seeing if anyone is going aggressive in these early stages. It's not ideal to go aggressive in these early stages, but you can see they're hopping and skipping and jumping over that chicane once again.
Jack Lilly nearly thinking about a move there through the bottom section of the boot through the final corners. I thought it might be a little send to the apex through the final right-hander, but thought better of it. Sticks behind for now anyway, does Jack Lilly, but he's looking rather quick. He has now got Lewis Gilbert for company, though, in behind him on the number 4 plated car. It's not too far back then to Joshua Graham and Archie Walker either. And then Lucas Ellingham, your reigning champion, reigning WM plate holder, pressing on from 6th place then. So it is still Guy Cunnington leading the way, but for how much longer can he hold on to it?
Oh, it'll be interesting to see how these guys approach it, especially that top 3 at this moment in time. They look pretty close, but you've also got, I believe that's Joshua Graham and Archie Walker there in, those two just switching there. Walker and Graham there in P4 and 5. So they're going to maybe try and work together as a teammate, see if they can maybe work something out there. Jack Lilly really starting to try and get the hammer down, but Lewis Gilbert is going to be all over the number 93 there as they head into Ashby. Any chance of an overtaking? Not at this moment in time. They're still just continuing to just work it all out here. And that line of cars there, I believe that was Archie Bootle and against Nagelvort and Viva for 8th, 9th and 10th in there.
Yeah, Brandon Klein Nagelvort lost a couple of places on the last lap, dropping from P7 to P9. But there's a couple, big off. big off. There was one driver with their nose cone totally up in front of their face there as they rejoined as well. I'm struggling to work out where that is on the track. That's on the exit at Osiers, heading down into Sector 3. We've had 3 or 4 drivers off then, tumbling down the order, and that's been a big change heading on to lap number 4 then. Ross Tyler lost 3 places on that lap. William Young lost 5, and then we had the drivers off were Piotr Junovic, Stefan Kaczmarzyk, Oliver Johnson, and then Zaki Hussein we lost from a mechanical flag as well there. So all chopping and changing through that part of the order, and it's changed at the front as well. Through goes Lewis Gilbert into second place. He's relegated Jack Lilly down into third, and now we've got Archie Walker and Joshua Graham coming into play as well. 5 karts in a train now, and Lucas Ellingham isn't too far behind either as we head below 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, but you've got to keep those 5 cars batting and really just hope and pray. Keep your fingers crossed that these cars just keep batting. But Cunnington has got a bit of a lead there, but up the inside there goes Archie Walker. He wanted to make that move, and he's now going to see himself make up a place here. And I wonder if Walker will start to maybe go on the attack here and maybe just try and go for the lead. He did get the fastest lap last time around with a 45.7, so confidence gaining in that number 7 car as he continues to fly on. Oh, we've got a slippery flag there, so maybe a bit of oil, so that's probably why those bottom drivers dropped in the field.
Indeed, yeah, an odd one to see. I mean, we've seen it once already today, but it is unusual to see the slippery surface flag out as we've got another mechanical flag, this time for Ethan Ling. So that's in 14th place for Ethan. Sadly for him, he's going to have to come into the pits at the end of this lap, and he won't make it into the race. Move for the lead, though. Through goes Lewis Gilbert on Guy Cunnington, and he gets to the sharp end of the order, does Lewis Gilbert. It looks like it's been on for the last few laps as he slowly meandered his way through the guys in the top places here in this Senior Road Tax A final, and finally to the front goes Lewis Gilbert.
Really just great stuff there. They're really on it right at this moment in time. There goes Cunnington up the inside once again. So not wanting to relinquish the lead that easily. They hop over the chicane once again and try and get the best exit they can out of that final corner. And Cunnington is really on the limit here. You can see that Gilbert just in behind, and Archie Walker is also going to have a look in here as they approach Christmas. Very, very defensive goes Cunnington, but look at that Archie Walker up the inside. He managed to grab a place in there, and Joshua Graham is just at the back of this queue here. Ellingham has also started to make gains in here too. He is probably within a 0.9 of a second of this gaggle of karts.
Yeah, that was Joshua Graham down the inside of Jack Lilly there at the bottom of the hill. Makes it stick. Into 4th place he goes. So what was that? Maybe a lap that we had with a leader that wasn't Guy Cunnington, but back to the front he goes. Through follows Archie Walker to 2nd place. Archie and Lewis looking very quick here, but if they can't work together here and form a little bit of a truce, it's not going to be too long until Guy Cunnington is able to run away with this win out front. Okay, we were a little bit frustrated we had to wait for so long for this race, but what a race to wait for. Here's a change to 2nd place again. Down the inside goes Lewis Gilbert, takes it away, but he's going to be hoping that doesn't give the chance for Guy Cunnington to start to stride away at the front. But Lewis Gilbert, feeling he's that little bit faster than Archie Walker, moves himself ahead for now.
Yeah, I think Cunnington had a bit of a gap there, but has started to close it down. I was worried about Walker and Gilbert making that move because I thought that that was going to lead to Cunnington being able to get away, but it seemed apparently not here, because that is going to be Lewis Gilbert right on the rear of that number 152 car out of that final corner, zipping away and just going up the kilometers an hour, really zipping away here. And what can they do down in towards Christmas? I thought Archie Walker had a really good exit through there. Is he going to try and go again here, or is he going to hold back? He decides to hold back, which is very, very interesting. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, John, he's got his teammate up his back end. Yeah, so just gave me the thumbs up.
Is indeed, yeah. Archie Walker and Joshua Graham, both KR Sport drivers, working together nicely here, and I think potentially maybe why Archie Walker felt he could sit behind there and keep pushing Lewis Gilbert back towards the lead. But here, look, it was only a couple of checks over the shoulder in the last couple of corners of Archie Walker, and that's just allowed for Lewis Gilbert to get that couple of tenths of a second gap, close back down the gap to Guy Cunnington the lead. 3 minutes left to go on the clock then, and once more the top 5 drivers line line astern as they come under the start-finish gantry. Bit of argy-bargy through Oblivion and Crook, through Fine Lady up towards Christmas Corner, but already covering off that inside line is Guy Cunnington and holding on to the place for now, but not long left to go on the clock, and now it's Lewis Gilbert who takes the fastest lap of the race. Big defensive move to the inside of Ashby for Guy Cunnington. No one can seemingly find a way past him as of yet.
Oh, this is going to get very, very tight up in here. I think it's some really good defensive work there by Cunnington, but I think he might be using a little too much from the tyre, because they're going to be right on the loose end. They're going to decide to be very, very worn, as is everybody else's. So it's a little bit of who's got that little bit of life left that they can use in those last couple of moments. We've got 2 minutes and 16 seconds and counting left on the clock, plus that one lap. And as we all know, John, that plus one lap could mean everything. Big defence there from Cunnington once again.
Yeah, exactly. One extra lap can change everything in a race as close as this. And look at all these drivers closing in now, possibly the change to the lead. Cunnington doesn't quite hold off the inside line, but just holds on to the place. Two drivers getting forced out wide on the exit there and dropping a position or two. That's given a slight bit of breathing room to Guy Cunnington and Lewis Gilbert in the top two positions here. Gilbert might check over the shoulder and realise, hey, we've got a bit of breathing room here. Let's just push on together, Guy, and leave the top two places to us. Or will he think, no, I want that lead, I want that clear out at the front of the field, and go for it himself? We've not got long to wait and see, but how many karts is this now? Across the line they come to start a new lap of the race, and only 2 seconds now separate the top 9 karts as we head into the last minute and a half of racing. Again, defensive move made to the inside at Christmas Corner for Guy Cunnington, and Lewis Gilbert can't find a way past.
But look at this, there's now 4 karts in the battle for the lead here, pulling a very defensive shape. There was Cunnington, and you can see this defense is absolutely massive, but can he keep that up for another 2 laps? Gilbert wanted to go for the inside, he wanted to put his nose in, but he knows better. He knows to wait it out and go on that last lap. That is going to be the absolute deciding point of this race. Look at this, this is absolutely unbelievable. This is Whilton Mill Kart Club at its finest, at its best, at its peak.
Fantastic racing, all drivers involved now. We got like the top 10 pretty much in a train. I think even further now, really. Top 15 maybe even in a train, but it's all dropping and changing up towards Christmas Corner. All different lines being chosen there by the drivers at the front, all managing to stay as they were. No drivers finding the green stuff on the outside. There's a late move to the inside there for a driver getting up through the order nicely. I think that might be Brandon Klein-Nagelvor. Still, Guy Cunnington somehow able to make his car as wide as a bus, and no one able to squeeze through. Into the final sector they come then. Less than 10 seconds left to go on the timer. This is going to be close. I think we might be going on to the last lap now, ladies and gentlemen. Timer ticks to 0. Final lap on the board. Off we go then for 1,054 metres of racing. Adam Reid, take us through this last lap.
Here we go. This is it. In towards Christmas. Will Gilbert go for the move? No, because Cunnington is absolutely defending like an absolute trooper. Who's that sliding up the inside? That may have been Lucas Ellington, I think, but once again, Gilbert trying to go to the outside line. Forget park the bars, park the 152 Guy Cunnington car, because this is absolutely scintillating. Look at Gilbert trying up the inside there. This is absolutely superb. Will he try the outside to the boot? Yes, he will. Can he try and get a switch back here? Because Cunnington is now feeling it here. But look at that. He's right on the back tail here. But I don't think he's going to get anything unless he can slide that nose up the inside. No, it's going to be Guy Cunnington to cross the line. And that is worthy of a massive, massive round of applause. That is unbelievable. And we've saved probably the best to last. No red flags, no yellow flags, just clean racing for what, 11, 12 minutes, and it's just been wow.
Fantastic. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was definitely one worth waiting around for. Fantastic. We had a bit of a stoppage there for a few red flags, but we've brought the day to a close in the most fantastic fashion with, look at that, the top 14 under 5 seconds, the top 6 under 1 second coming across the line there. Guy Cunnington in first to Joshua Graham in 6.8 of a second. As you mentioned, Adam, that is Whilton Mill Kart Club racing at its best. And what a way to start your Whilton Mill Kart Club commentary career. Welcome to the stage, Adam Reid. Fantastic.
Oh, I'm excited for next month already. Get me in there. Let me have a break first. Then get me straight back here.
At least we've got a month to calm down after that one before we get racing again. But wow, what an end to a day. Let's run you through the top 10 in that one then. Guy Cunnington, Lewis Gilbert and Archie Walker, your top three, who will get lots of championship points for their efforts and also a little trophy to take home with them this evening. Jack Lilly and Lucas Ellingham finalised the top five with Joshua Graham, Tyler Harris, Gustav Suzakos, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort and Spencer Brohm. Your top 10 there in the Senior Rotax A final. But what a start to the year of racing here for the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. Some brilliant racing, some quite extended stoppages there today, and a slightly dejected Lucas Ellingham to end the day as well. But Adam, how have you enjoyed your first day of racing and commentary here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club?
Once I've calmed down, yes, it's been absolutely amazing to be part of. Thank you so much to Alpha Life for taking me on and giving me this opportunity to really be able to explore the world of karting. It's been absolutely brilliant to come to Whilton Mill, and a circuit that is really well known. I've really only known Buckman Park as a kart circuit before probably last year, or you do hear about this your Shennington, your PFIs, your Whilton Mills, and your Rye House, but I'm starting to now explore the karting world properly, going into those.
Yeah, well, lovely. It's been great to have you along, Adam. It's been fantastic. And, of course, joining us for a lot more rounds this season. We're just coming to the end of a bit of nose cone watch after that final here to cap off the day's racing for round number 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. Of course, 8 rounds in total this season. For the drivers, anyway, 6 of those 8 rounds are going to be counting towards their championship charge. They get 2 drop rounds across the season, which helps, of course, if you can't make it to a round. You have a big incident in a round that drops you a lot of points. I think some drivers might be using one of those drop rounds today. We had a few drivers who we would expect to finish well up the order, having a mare in the finals, dropping down the order. I mean, Jacob Ashcroft comes straight to mind in terms of one of those, probably using his drop round in this opening round of the season. But indeed, round number 1 done. Today, March the 24th, round 2, we'll be back again for coverage of the Whilton Mill Kart Club on April the 28th, and that'll be for round 2. I think that's one of the ones I can't make, so I think it's going to be Adam Reid and someone else on commentary for that one. So luckily, you won't have to deal with me 2 months in a row, but I'll be back for round number 3 in May, which will be a lot of fun. But I do, just before we head out and say goodbye, I want to say a massive thank you to everyone at the Whilton Mill Kart Circuit, particularly today with the amount of red flags, the staff out on circuit, and the medical team for getting us back underway and racing. Fantastic. We literally can't go racing without you. Everyone in timing, everyone that sorts all of these Whilton Mill Kart Club events, of course, everyone behind the scenes. I can't name all of you, but you do an amazing job. A big thank you to Alpha Live as well for bringing the coverage from Whilton Mill here today to kick off an amazing season of what it's definitely going to be throughout 2024. Also, a massive shout out to everyone down in Scrutineering and all the drivers out there today for putting on a brilliant show for us. If you enjoyed the stream, make sure you subscribe to Alpha Live so you don't miss the rest of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024 and all the other incredible karting, motorsport and further events on Alpha Live in 2024. My name's John Ratcliff. Drop me a follow on social medias at Ratters Media if you want to drop us a follow. And Adam Reid as well, Adam Reid _commentary as well. Drop him a follow. But from us and everyone here at Alpha Live, I hope you've thoroughly enjoyed today's action for round number 1 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. We'll see you very, very soon for round number 2, which I hope is going to be just as good. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you very soon.